What's up, Mets fans, and welcome back to Talking Mets at Rob. Man, has it been a long 2 days after the historic Mets comeback against the Phillies in Game 1 of the series. 7 runs down, 6 runs down, 7 runs. Everything you needed from this team showed you on that night, and it was an epic night for Mets fans. There was a lot of people that I spoke to. Some people went to bed. Some people watched the Ranger game. Some people just did what they had to do. Mets were down very, very early and basically the entire game. Down 6, 7 runs. And a lot of people said, let me not worry about it. But for the people who did, and I'm not going to lie to you guys, I was a little bit involved with the Ranger game. I turned the Ranger game onto the big screen, had the Mets on the phone. Then around the 7th or 8th inning, it was intermission, I believe, around the Ranger game. So I put the Mets back on the big screen and was like, let's see. You never know. Let's see how terrible. I was already ready for my tweet to start bashing everybody, all the Mets already, the team and everything. Like, here we go. Lindor's in a big slump. This team lost back-to-back games by a lot of runs with the Braves and then the Phillies. And then magic happened. Lindor with the 2-run homer and just the trickle-down effect. You could see little by little the Phillies just falling apart. And it was music to every Mets fan's ears. And that is exactly what Mets fans were hoping for. And remember, we were 0 for what? 330? That was our record. Losing by that many runs in the 9th inning. The first time ever in Mets history. That's insane. And like we've been saying, this team is different. Never say die, Mets. And you got to believe. I mean, it's just that simple. We're not, going down the canyon of heroes. We're not hoisting the trophy already, but I wish the postponements did not happen, because as much as it still lingers in the heads of the Philly fans and the Phillies after 2 days of rain postponements, if we would have played the day after and the day after that, I honestly think the Phillies had no shot at all. Because they had a couple of days, I feel like they actually have a little bit of, I wouldn't say momentum, but a little bit of a breather after that debacle that they just went through against the New York Mets. And for Mets fans, it was great. And that's why you love baseball, because the game is not over until the opponent gets the 27th out. And that's something that a lot of fans seem to not understand. And you can be a negative Mets fan, you could be a positive Mets fan, you could be in between. It's kind of interesting to the fact that how important I think yesterday's game was. I'm sorry, excuse me. A couple of days, 3 days ago, game was. We came back against the Cardinals. That was cool. That was what, 4 runs? That was pretty cool. But coming back from that many runs, holy Christ. It was just insane. And you know what? As much as I killed Diaz probably day 1 since this channel started, he shut me up, because there was always a doubt, and I can assure you there was enough Mets fans to say, all right, we came back, and we're going to say, is Diaz going to give it up? There might have been a few. I'm always thinking that, because I don't trust him until there's a really big game, but I can't see him in the big game unless he gets there. And you know what? He's been absolutely amazing. His slider has been on. His slider has been sharp. His pitches has been nasty. He seems like a totally different Edwin Diaz. The confidence on the mound from Diaz is absolutely night and day from the last couple of years. And you know what? I'm extremely happy, because this is the closer we thought we were getting from Seattle. A lot of people could have dealt with the Robinson Cano nonsense if Diaz, what he could have been in Seattle, and he's turning into that this year. There's no doubt about it. He was good last year, but he had his moments. This year, it just seems like somebody like smacked him over the head and said, "Hey, let's go. You got the stuff. Play your game." And that's exactly what Edwin Diaz is doing. And you know what? Goddamn, that was a beautiful sight when he struck out the last batter on the Phillies with that slider to ultimately put a stamp on that comeback. It was beautiful. And all the memes and all the memes of the Philly fans, like, oh, poor baby. Well, the hell with them. Because if you guys follow the channel, you've been hanging out with the live streams over the last couple of games, especially with the Phillies. Philly fans, not all of them, but most of them, show up in the stream, especially a Mets stream, when they're either taking the lead or they're beating the Mets. They usually don't like to take it, but they like to give it. So that's where we are right now, guys. So today we are going to go really quickly in the pregame for the lineups, and we're also going to do the pitching matchup. I see a couple people in the chat asking. So that's where we're going to start off right now. And once again, I want to congratulate Anthony for winning the Mets the game used ball giveaway that I did the other day. You didn't know about the video because you got to be a member to have a chance to win one of those giveaways. Anthony was the winner. The runner-up is Mark William. I forgot who it was. It was one of the guys. But Anthony was the winner, so I'm just waiting for him to email me. He has until Tuesday to email me, and if he doesn't, then I'll just have to give it to the runner-up. So once again, congratulations to Anthony. Hopefully more people become members. More people will have a chance to be given a chance to win a giveaway that I'm going to be doing every month throughout the baseball season. So we're going to start with the lineups first, guys, or the pitching matchup first, to be exact. And I will get to all you guys and give all you guys shout-outs really quickly. But let me go through the pitching matchup first. But let me share my screen so everybody can see what is going on. There we go, guys. So the pitching matchup for Game 1, Mets versus Phillies, the ace of the staff, Max Scherzer, 2.61 ERA, 42 strikeouts, and a 4-0 record against Kyle Gibson, 2.93 ERA, 2-1 with 26 strikeouts. So that is your pitching matchup for Game 1 of the doubleheader today. And it is a single admission doubleheader, guys. So as soon as the first game's over, in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, or a half hour after that is when Game 2 is going to start. And we will be here. I will be here throughout. So that half hour or so between Game 1 and 2, we can talk about the game, go over the things, talk about the lineup for Game 2 and all that fun stuff. So the lineups for the New York Mets for Game 1 is as follows. Brandon Nimmo playing center field, batting first. Francisco Lindor playing shortstop, batting second. Jeff McNeil batting third, playing left field. Pete Alonso cleaning up at DH. Eduardo Escobar batting fifth, playing third base. Dominic Smith is playing first base today, batting sixth. Starlin Marte batting seventh, playing right field. Luis Guillorme batting eighth, playing second base. And James McCann is catching, batting ninth. And that is your Mets lineup for Game 1. For the Phillies, for Game 1 is Kyle Schwarber batting first, playing left field. Alec Bohm, third base, batting second. Bryce Harper, DH, and batting third. Cleaning up, Nick Castellanos playing right field. JT Realmuto batting fifth, catching. Odubel Herrera batting sixth, playing center field. Gene Segura batting seventh, playing second base. Yohan Camargo playing first base, batting eighth. And Bryson Stott, shortstop, batting ninth. And those are your two lineups for the Mets and the Phillies for Game 1 of this double header. And you know what? We missed a couple of games in a row. There was no baseball for us. But two games in one day is always a good time. So those are your lineups. I'm going to post the Mets lineup on the bottom of your screen. So if you're looking for the lineup and the pitching matchup, it will be at the bottom of your screen scrolling throughout the game today. So there we go, guys. So we're going to get to everybody and say what's up. Who is in? We got 53 live viewers right now. Once again, guys, I can't shout you out if you do not say what's up in the chat. So say what's up in the chat. I don't care if you're a Mets fan or not. Just say what's up. Do not be shy. Here we go. Victor, Lane, Donovan, Webbs, Patrick, Lane, Lendog. Who else we got here? Joe. End the lockout, Joe. QT, Ken, the Blind Beard, D. Garcia, AB, Bobby Bueller, a member of Talking Mets with Rob, Todd, Mighty. Who else we got here? I see Alvaro, Ryan, RM, Timothy, Feep, and I think there's more. Let me see. I can't get all the way up there. God damn it. All right. There we go. So I think I got to everybody. If I didn't, I'll get to you eventually. Don't worry. So we're going to start from the tippity top and see what's everybody saying in the comments today. Victor says LFGM, and he also says it's been a sad 2 days with no Mets game. I can't agree with you more. Lane says, let's go Mets. Donovan says Mets will completely dominate today in games 1 and 2. Let's hope so. Hopefully, I hope both games are a blowout so we can see them Philly fans cry all freaking day on this Mother's Day. And by the way, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. I know mostly you guys are males, and so but to your mothers, to your mother's mothers, your grandmothers, everybody, happy Mother's Day to everybody. Webbs, what's up, Rob? Mets going to get this doubleheader sweep today. Sucks that they had to sit for the 2 days after that momentous comeback, but I'm sure they'll still riding high. I think they will. I think it calmed it down a little bit, but I mean, I still think the Phillies are in the dumpster, and the Mets. What the Mets have to do right away. Put runs on the board right away. Put that right back in their mind and be like, oh, here we go again. That's what we got to do. Pitching game 2 is Chris Bassett, Victor. So we got a 1-2 punch right there where the Mets have the pitching advantage. So the Mets should have no issue. I honestly think both of these guys, Scherzer and Bassett, can go 7 innings easily. But let's hope it works out that way. Patrick says, let's go Mets. Let's see. Victor with the fire. That's what I'm talking about. Lendog says 2 days off. Relievers are all rested. Can pick and choose who we need. Yeah, you know what? With Scherzer and Bassett on the mound, guys, we might only need to use 2 or 3 relievers for both games, maybe 4 at the latest, at the most. And that's going to help our bullpen. And we also have, if I'm not mistaken, we have a day off tomorrow, right before the National Series. So we have another day off. So the bullpen's going to be completely rested, and that's exactly what we want going into a long stretch after the day off tomorrow for a decent amount of games. So the bullpen's going to be used, and we just got to give them that rest. Victor says, hopefully Lindor can get his back going. Well, you know what? I think that home run kind of made him take a deep breath. You know, he was, 0 for 18 before that home run. So it's nice to see. Hopefully he gets started. But again, got to get to Kyle Gibson early in game 1. You got to put that doubt in the Phillies' mind right away. The Mets play on Tuesday again. QT, what up, buddy? How you doing? Donovan, let's get 20 and 21. Let's go. Let's see. Hey, listen, Ken. Honestly, with Diaz, I thought he was. You listen. You can't get away from a couple of years of Diaz for a short stint of dominance because he has been dominant this year. Now, again, just same thing with Jeff McNeil. Everybody know that I was not a big fan of Jeff McNeil after the last couple of years, especially last year. You know what? I root for the jersey. If Jeff McNeil puts his foot in my mouth because he's performing well, so be it. And that's the same thing with Edwin Diaz. D. Garcia finally got some baseball. I could not agree with you more, man. Could not agree with you more. Let's see. AB, hey, what's up? Bobby says, That game solidified and showed the rest of the league this team is for real. Absolutely. Bobby, I cannot agree with you more. That's exactly what this did. And you know what? What it did, it put NL East on notice. The Phillies are what, 5 games under 500, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 6. I don't know exactly what it was. I think that's what it was. Let's see. Yeah, 4 games under 500. They're what, 7 games back of us. You win these 2 games, you're going to be 9 games in back of us. Like, you got to put doubt in the teams in the NL East heads. You have to. You gotta step on their throats while you can, because there will be a stretch this year where the Mets might lose 5 of 7 or 6 of 8, and you want that wiggle room when you go through those tough spells. Because what the Mets didn't do last year was they didn't give themselves room for error later in the year for a situation like what happened to DeGrom and the injuries around the deadline. And that's something that I think the Mets have to do here. And I think they know that. If you give yourself around a 6, 7, 8 game lead by the time the deadline comes, and if you have that stretch, you lose 7 of 10, because a lot of times that could happen. And most of the times, most teams, even the best teams, go through a stretch like that. You want to make sure that if any of the teams in the NL East gets hot, if you lose 7 of 10 and they win 7 of 10, you still got that gap where, all right, they gain games on you, but you're not struggling and you're not bounced out of first place. And that's what I think the Mets need to do here. That's why when people say it's only April, it's only May, these games matter, because when you go through that tough stretch, and if you looked at the month of June, we have a very, very tough schedule. And it's not going to be an easy month at all. So this really good April and May could help us if we struggle in June. And that's why every month, every game does matter. When a lot of people's like, oh, it's only game 25 of the season, why are you going crazy? Because that game or that week or that weekend, that series that you lost the series to the Phillies can bite you in the ass in July when you're struggling. And that 9 game lead you would have had if you swept the Phillies is now only a 5 game lead. And you go through that tough stretch, Philly gets hot. Well, guess what? They're right back in the hunt. You don't want them to get any amount of confidence. That's why you need to step on their throats today, guys. Ken, you damn right I'm going to rag on them. Be perfect or you're not worth it. Yeah, QT, you know what? Listen, I don't think many people thought the Phillies were going to lose that game. I don't think any Mets fan thought they were going to come back. I can assure you there was 95% of Met fans ready to push post on Twitter about how pissed off they were losing the last 2 games against the Braves and the game against the Phillies and the game against the Braves, losing by a wide margin. Didn't even look like they had a chance. And I guarantee you a lot of people were ready to press that post button. But guess what? They figured it out. And you know what? It just shows you that a lot. I don't know, QT. I don't think you did, but there was a few Philly fans that before this, when we had the first series against the Phillies, said, "Oh, we got a really good bullpen." And once again, you do not. And I don't know how to make it said to make you guys understand that your bullpen's not good. Your best bullpen has been Juris Familia. I can assure you, wait until June and July, he will be losing games for you as well. And that's something that if you don't look directly at your team and don't have your Phillies colored glasses on and everything's all fine and dandy. Have you listened to Philadelphia radio over the last 2 days? They can't wait to get Girardi out of town. And they're talking about their bullpen. You can't blame the offense. They scored 7 runs. There's nothing like the offense can do more. Yeah, you can always add on runs, but come on. At the end of the day, they should have won that game. But you know what? That's why baseball is so great, because anything can happen. Todd, I saw that. I don't know. I guess to see what game one happens. I don't know if it's win or lose, but I think they want to try to save their bullpen or save their good arms. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But we'll see. We'll see what happens in game two. So we got about 15 minutes until game time, guys. So I'm trying to get to everybody's comments. I hope I get to everybody. I don't want to miss out on anybody. The Blind Beard. I think the Mets can definitely sweep this doubleheader. Look at the last two doubleheaders and who they swept. Yep, exactly. They swept the Braves in the doubleheader. They swept the Giants in the doubleheader. Hopefully, they keep on following that trend. Alvaro, what's up, buddy? Oh, Ryan, really? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I got stuck at I had to work very early, like right after that game was over. I had maybe like 40 minutes of sleep and I had to go to work. Or I would have went live. If I would have went live, I might have went I probably would have you would have seen my jerseys just fly everywhere because I would have probably been going nuts. But that was unfortunate. I really wish I would have been live during that. That would have been awesome. Uh, Ryan says, this is nitpicking, but I feel between Marte, Escobar, Connor, whoever's the hottest should be fifth protecting Pete. So today I would like to have seen. Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't say, I guess Marte's starting to heat up, but I still like that Escobar presence. I know he hasn't been good with runners on, but I do feel like Escobar is the perfect guy behind Pete Alonso because I know hasn't been hot yet, but when he's hot, he can jack balls all over the yard. And I understand why people want Marte because he's starting to heat up. Maybe you'll see that in game two. You never know. But I like Escobar in that spot, but I understand what you mean, Ryan. Let's see. What else? What else? Mighty, I agree. Max does need the a little bit of payback for what happened the last time Max Scherzer pitched against the Phillies. And, Kyle pitched really well. He basically pitched better than Max Scherzer. But I think it's going to be a whole nother ball game now. Terry says, let's go Mets. Ken, we're never gentle. Patrick, how you doing, buddy? Let's go Mets. Yeah, RM, I know they've been thinking about it, but I think it would have been much more tougher if there was no rainouts and they would have played the games back to back. I think that would have been torture for the Phillies. But again, it can turn up really quick. As if the Mets put runs on the board in the first one or two in the first inning or the second inning and take a lead, the doubts in the Phillies' head once again. I can guarantee you that. Ella Dodger, Scherzer's going the first game. Bassett going the second. Kendrick, what's up, buddy? Victor, I don't think you're going to see anything with the bullpen arms until probably the deadline. You're going to see guys bounce up and down from the minors. The Mets bullpen has been pretty decent considering looking around the league how bad bullpens are around the league. You just have to the Mets bullpen is probably what top 7 in the league, definitely top 10. And internationally they're probably top 5 to be honest with you. They do have one of the better closers in baseball at this moment. I mean, there's no denying that. As much as I can't stand Diaz and don't trust him, I can't lie and say he hasn't been good. He's been great. So, I'm not worried about the bullpen arms yet. We're not going to have May for a little while. Ottavino has struggled a little bit, but I do like this bullpen enough that they're not hurting us. And if they were losing us games again and again and again, then you would have to worry and see what the Mets have to do. But the Mets have arms, and even if they have to go down in the minors to get an arm or two to fill in if guys are struggling, they can do that. But you probably won't see nothing until the deadline. Rocky, what's up? Karen, how you doing? Tom, how you doing? Let's see. Yeah, Kendrick, I don't know if it's Diaz being more comfortable or he's just confident in his pitches. Like he finally feels like he had like for all the talk about the baseballs being slippery and There's no feel to the baseball. It's like a cue ball. Edwin Diaz is having his best year so far as a Met with a baseball that no pitcher likes. So that's kind of crazy to me. But I mean, he could be comfortable. Maybe he just figured it out. You know, he's been in what, 3 years now, going on 4. You know, it's about time that he gets it together. So, but you know what? Let him keep doing it. One part, how you doing? Grant, a member of Talking Mets Raw. What's up, buddy? Yeah, Rocky, but he made the bullpen worse on paper, but he's been their best arm in that bullpen so far. He's the one that hasn't destroyed the bullpen as of yet. He will, because that's his MO. Ever since 2017, that his MO is blowing up bullpens. That's what he does well. Ken, I don't think Girardi's going to last past Memorial Day. Honestly, they were talking about that on the radio, on Phillies radio, because I like to listen to the radio, not the broadcast, but like morning radio, sports radio in Philly. Every time the Mets play a team during the series, before the series, and after the series, I always like to listen to the other teams, or the other cities' sports talk, and they were talking about it, that they don't think Girardi's gonna last past Memorial Day. And what is that, like the end of this month? So we'll see. If the Phillies keep on losing, I mean, I don't think this is all Girardi's fault. I honestly think they put a terrible team together. The bullpen has always been a problem. They basically did as little as the Mets did. Even the Phillies did more to their bullpen than the Mets did, but it didn't seem like the Phillies got those big names in the bullpen either. And then on top of that, I kept on telling you guys, their starting rotation after Wheeler is not that good. Nola, he's shown that he can have good games, but he hasn't been great this year either. So I honestly think he's going to be gone by Memorial Day. Gatorade. Mets sweep of doubleheader would be dope, but yeah, I would take a split too. It's another series win. And you know what? That's another series that we can look at and say, hey, why the hell not, right? Let's keep it going. I'm just trying to get to everybody. I'm not sure if I'm going to get to everybody in about 5 minutes, but we'll see. Yo, Sledge, what's up? Oh, yeah, when we get Jake back, if we get Jake back, it's going to be fun. Michael, Jay, what's up? I'm sorry if I can't get to everybody's comment. I just want to shout everybody out before I see what's going on. I see the Mets wearing the Mother's Day hats, which is kind of cool. EVT, I think the Mets will win. Let me get to everybody's comments. I feel bad, but there's a lot of people in the chat right now. And Hector, James, Andrew, Kevin, Spinmax, Mets 21-28. What's up, Kevin? Marcus. Oh, man, I wish I could get to everybody. Andrew, Just BW. I can't play the game Just BW, unfortunately. I cannot do that. But what I do, I put game day up, and I also put the radio call of the Mets. So let's see. Mace, hola, buddy. How you doing? Well, you know what? Honestly, Ken, the Phillies broadcast is very, they're homers for sure, but they were going after. Like, I forgot who it was. I think it was Kruk. John Kruk went on the sports radio in the morning in Philly, and he was destroying the Phillies, destroying them. So we'll see. Michael, thank you, buddy. All right, guys. So here we go. We got about 5 minutes until game time, so I'm going to set up the radio call so we can get it ready to go. So let me just put it up. I'm sorry if I couldn't get to everybody's comment, but I will also try to shout you out during the innings and everything like that. But let me just set it up so we can put game day up there, as you can see right there. And we will be ready to go. And let's hope the Mets do some damage. All right, let's go. Let's get something started here. All right, getting the game day ready. Again, the radio stream, because I'm streaming it on my phone, is usually behind about a pitch and a half, depending on how the stream goes, based on the TV. All right, I guess we're ready to go, huh?
Baseball history.
All right.
Record is 30.
That's good to know. So let me just make sure everybody can hear it before the game starts. Let me just get this started. All righty. There we go. Keith is in the booth today. Yes, he is. Yeah, it's been about a pitch behind Mets on top of mostly. The last game, it was kind of insane, but sometimes it is, I'm trying to bring you as best as possible, but sometimes technology can't be perfect. Oh, I would love a leadoff home run from Nimmo. All right, so it's in the commercial right now, so I will be putting it up just now. But once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. We got 126 already before the game starts, so that's awesome. So let's see if we can get to 200 likes today, guys. So make sure it's important to get those likes out. More likes, the more the stream gets to more people and more baseball fans, and we can have a lot of fun during this watch party. And hey, 2 for the price of 1 today. Doubleheader for the Mets and the Phillies. So it's gonna be a long, long day here on the channel, but it's gonna be a fun one, even if the Mets split the series. We hope they don't lose both. And I didn't put up the radio yet. Don't worry. I know you guys can't hear it yet, but it's not on yet. So don't worry. I'm not blocking you guys out. Angel, member of Talking Mets and Rob, what's up? So hopefully everybody tunes in for both games. Again, I'm staying live in between game 1 and 2, so we can do like a little bit of a recap before game 1. After game 1, before game 2. So hopefully everybody hangs out with us throughout the entire day. I know it's a busy day for almost everybody when it comes to Mother's Day. Everybody got stuff to do, and I understand that, but I do appreciate everybody hanging out with me today, and hopefully get some Mets wins. Maybe get number 20 or 21 today for the Mets for the under that win column. So let's see. The game did not start yet, but the radio call should be ready to go.
Pitch from Citizens Bank.
All right, so I don't have the volume up high yet. Don't worry. I know you guys can hear it, but so I'm going to keep my mouth shut, so make sure everybody can hear the radio call. Let me know if you can hear the radio call, guys.
Cooler as the evening comes, and that will come as part of this doubleheader today between the Mets and the Phillies. It is Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all you moms out there. And as far as the Mets and Phillies go, well, pink accents all over with pink bats. We'll see the pink cleats, pink catcher's gear for James McCann today. Even a few of the Mets have their mother's names on their bats instead of their own. As Buck Showalter is meeting at home plate right now with the umpire.
All right, that's perfect.
Out there as well.
So once again, guys, the lineup is underneath scrolling with the pitcher matchup for game 1.
Goes through every detail and grounds rule at each ballpark, but this one, I would imagine, will be a little shorter than the usual. The Phillies have yet to take the field. We'll give you the lineup for the Mets, who are 19-9, one of the best records in baseball. Right now, the best records belong to the Dodgers.
I'm not going to lie, that Mother's Day gray hat looks perfect with all gray jersey and pants.
So they have a chance to get to a dozen games.
I like that. The Mets are basically wearing all gray today. I love it.
With center fielder Brandon Nimmo. Francisco Lindor is the shortstop. Lindor is batting second. Third hitter is left fielder Jeff McNeil. Pete Alonso is the DH today. Alonso is batting cleanup. The fifth batter is third baseman Eduardo Escobar. Dominic Smith is at first base. Smith is hitting sixth. Starling Marte in right field. Marte bats seventh. The eighth hitter is second baseman Luis Guillorme. And James McCann will catch Max Scherzer for the first time this year. McCann is batting in the number 9 spot. Scherzer on the mound for the Mets.
All right, guys, don't forget 129 people in the stream before game 1. I wouldn't be surprised if we hit over 300 today throughout the 2 games. So our goal today, get to 200 likes. So it's up to you guys to do that. Let's get those likes out early so the stream can stay at the top of the YouTube search list when people search for Mets and Phillies. Let's go.
As he puts together a lineup for a team that is now 11-15 on the year. And And you will lead off Kyle Schwarber today. Schwarber is in left field.
Yes, like, share, and brush your hair. Even though I don't got a lot, so I can't do that. Sorry. No, they only wear the black uniforms on Friday night's home games. We're gonna keep the black at home. It's got some magic in it right now.
The eighth hitter is first baseman Johan Camargo.
All right, guys. So it's still on commercial on SNY. I do believe if you're not in the area of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, or Philly, or surrounding area, it is the free game of the day on MLB.tv. So if you want to watch the game and you can't because you don't have SNY, you're not in the areas of Philly or New York, you can watch it on MLB.tv because it is the free game of the week or of the day. So you have that option as well. So guys, we got baseball back finally. I mean, even the Yankees. If you're a baseball fan in New York, you're ready to watch the Yankees if the Mets weren't playing. All right, guys. So Brandon Nimmo's ready to go.
Pink and white on the front of the cap for the New York Mets. JT Realmuto wearing his pink catcher's gear. Brandon Nimmo stands in on the left side against the righty Kyle Gibson with the play-by-play. Here's Howie Road.
All right, thank you very much, Wade, and happy Mother's Day. As the first pitch of the game to Nimmo was over for a
Yep, we're a pitch behind, guys.
From Kyle Gibson, and it's 0-1 to the left-hand hitting Nimmo. Brandon 1 for 5 on Thursday night, batting .253. He's got 3 homers, 9 runs batted in. He has homered against Gibson, one of his 2 hits and 10 at-bats. The 0-1 rides down and in, a cut fastball. And it's 1-1 to Nimmo to be followed by Francisco Lindor and Jeff McNeil. I think we might be in agreement on this, Wayne, that the Phillies...
It's very windy in Citizens Bank right now. You see the jerseys flapping all over the place.
Here's the 1-1 on the way. Fastball in for a called strike, 90 at the knees, and it's 1-2.
Yes, it's one of the 3 uniforms they wear here at Citizens Bank Park, and 2 of them are better than the one they actually wear most of the time.
You don't like those classic pinstripes they wear, huh?
I like these. I like the powder blues.
I don't think anybody would complain if they went to these full time. 1-2 pitch, breaking ball lifted in the air to left field, slicing towards foul ground and out of play. And it's a few rows back behind the tarp. Alec Boehm, the third baseman, had given chase. Little eye.
All right, Brandon, we're going to count a little bit. Like he always does.
1 ball and 2 strikes. The wind right now pretty much blowing across at the moment, maybe angling in a little bit from right to left. That wind definitely did appear to take the ball into the stands. And for a while, that wind was blowing directly across from right to left. Now it angles towards home plate a little bit. But it is a pretty stiff wind on a cold day. The 1-2 is changeup outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Let's go, Brandon.
Gibson on the year, 2-1. This is his 6th start. His ERA at 2.93. And these are 2 of the stingiest pitchers against whom to hit starting against each other in Game 1. They only hit a .184 against Gibson, just .151 against Scherzer. 2-2 to Nimmo, having a good at-bat to get it started. Now time called as Brandon steps out. The third baseman, Alec Boehm, well off the line here. You can see a wrapper being blown in right towards home plate from left field at the moment.
All right, Nimmo got it to a full count. Let's go. What's up, Terry?
Nimmo right off the bat, getting the doubleheader. 3-2 to Brandon Nimmo. And that wrapper, which started out pretty deep in left field, has now made its way onto the infield grass, angling towards the first base dugout.
7 pitches so far for Gibson. And then Nimmo at bat to lead off the game. Perfect.
Nimmo chops it up the first base line, a foul ball. Wayne Kirby, the first base coach, just lets it go right through the 5 hole so that the first baseman, Johan Camargo, can toss it to a fan seated behind first base. You would imagine the crowd will continue to fill in throughout the early part of this first game. Originally, this was scheduled as a single game to start at 1:35, so we're going an hour earlier with a doubleheader. Payoff pitch. Nimmo fouls it back to the screen.
Nimmo working Kyle Gibson.
Complicating issue today.
Love
I
it.
shouldn't say, of course, you might not be aware of this, but somebody else threw a whole lot of money at MLB, so they said, sure, let's have a Sunday game that starts at 11:30 in the morning, which means that no one else was going to be allowed to start until at least 1:40 in the afternoon Eastern time, but the Phillies got dispensation today. Payoff pitch to Nimmo, pulled on the ground foul down the first base line. And
The black New York road uniforms are pretty good.
Phillies have a long
9 pitches so far in the Nimmo at bat to lead the game. Love it.
To begin a series with
Already making them work.
Who will be visiting the Mets when the Mets return home from this road trip, which will continue in Washington. The Mets are going to bust down after the second game today, and they'll have tomorrow off. So 3-2 to Nimmo. Gibson's already thrown 9 pitches, and here's number 10. Swinging a liner to second by Segura, 1 run away. But on a day,
at least he got 10 pitches.
Managers would like to wait as long as possible to start dipping into the bullpen.
He hit it hard though.
Nimmo forces Kyle Gibson.
Frankie got the pink bat, the pink gloves.
To get the day started. So 1 up, 1 down. Francisco.
I think he got the pink shoes as well.
And he got the big comeback. Really started.
No pink shoes today. Pink gloves, pink bat.
Home run. In fact, that home run broke an 18 at-bat drought for Lindor between hits. The rally started when Starling Marte beat out an infield hit, and then later he'd have the game-winning double. First pitch to Lindor, popped up foul. Outside third and into the seats on the second deck. And it's 0-1 to the Mets shortstop, who's hit Gibson very well. 15 out of 45 in his career.
See if Frankie, after that 2-run homer the other night, gets him going in this game quickly.
3 of them to the right of second base. Here's the 0-1. Up and in. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Looking at the Phillies defensively, they have Camargo at first, Segura at second. He's pulled over towards the
I agree, Bobby, 100%.
Stott is the shortstop. He's between third and second. 1-1 pitch. Lindor swings and misses.
That was an ugly swing by Lindor.
The third baseman is Alec Bohm, but right now he's pulled into the hole between first and second, right at the edge of the outfield grass. And in the outfield, it's Schwarber, Herrera, Castellanos, left to right. Real Muto catching Gibson. 1-2 to Lindor. Here's the pitch. Check swing, breaking ball. He went around on appeal.
He did not go around.
Bill Cuzzy, the
Jesus.
punches out Lindor.
No way.
And so Francisco down on strikes. 2 up, 2 down. And
well, it's getaway day for the umpires as well.
The umpires. Corey Blazer has the plate here in game 1. Jose Navas is at first. Mark Ripperger, the umpire.
Well, Lindor in 4 pitches. That was pretty quick.
New Jersey's Phil Cuzzy is the umpire at third. So 2 up, 2 down for McNeil. Jeff comes in 4th in the National League. In fact, 4th in the majors, an average at .348. Left-hand batter. The first pitch is taken down and in. A cutter. 1 ball and no strikes to Jeff. 1 home run, 10 runs batted in. He's had 11 multi-hit games, including Thursday nights when he went 2 for 3. He had a single and 7-run night. And again, he didn't have a hit there.
Lots of pick today.
They are not shifting against the field here, who has shown a willingness to work against that shift. Shortening up and slapping the ball a bit the other way. I was talking about that yesterday. As far as the choking up is concerned, he says he doesn't really feel he's choking up any higher than last year. The 1-1 line in the air to left, fairly deep and playable. Schwarber moving to his right, makes the catch, and that retires the side.
All right, guys, so Mets went 1-2-3 in the first. Not exactly what we wanted. Wanted to get off the ground early. What? That's okay. Could be worse. Could have, got out in 6 pitches, but he had 16 pitches in the first. After that 10 pitch at bat, McNeil and Lindor kind of went down quick. So, that inning, I thought it was going to be at least a 20, 25 pitch inning, but it wasn't. But we got the ace on the mound and Max Scherzer. Let's see if he can mess with Kyle Schwarber and Schwarber don't kill us this time. So let's see what Scherzer can do. He did give up 4 runs against the Phillies last time he faced them. And if you know anything about Scherzer, he was looking at this game right after he came out of that game against the Phillies the last time. So I think Scherzer is going to be dominant today, but again, in that ballpark, in Citizens Bank, I don't care how good you are, the wind's blowing right to left, so I'm assuming a fly ball that doesn't have to be well hit could be gone in left field. depending on if the wind changes or not. But at the moment, we're going to the bottom of the first. Mets-Phillies 0-0. Mets went 1-2-3 after a Nimmo 10 pitch at bat. Lindor and McNeil went down rather quickly, and they didn't even get him to 20 pitches. So 16 pitches for Gibson in the first, which is not terrible, but you know what? We'll take it. But let's see if Scherzer can come out and be the dominant person he needs to be. All right, guys, so Scherzer is on the mound. SNY is back on, so I'm going to put the radio call ready to go for the bottom of the first.
Let's be healthy.
Oh, we're on commercial and radio. What else is there? They're waiting on the TV, too. They haven't even started the inning yet.
Scherzer ready for work. And was he ever? No sooner did Kyle Schwarber have the third out of the top of the first inning in his glove than Scherzer was up the steps to the dugout, trotting out to the mound. Now he's going to face Kyle Schwarber, left-hand batter, and the first pitch is taken high outside, ball one. Scherzer is starting Schwarber with a curveball. Schwarber, as you know, has just pummeled the Mets in particular over the last couple of years, and he's hit Scherzer well, too. The 1-0 fastball of the knees, a called strike, and it's 1-1. Schwarber 3 for 8 with 2 homers against Max Scherzer. 3 infielders to the right of second. The overshift on against Schwarber. And Max into the overhead windup, the 1-1. Fastball popped up foul. That'll reach the seats behind home plate. Back on the second deck, and the count 1-2. Max Scherzer against the Phillies in his career has won 16 and lost 4 with a 2.60 ERA. Overall, he has won 15 straight decisions. The 1-0 pitch, 1-2 pitch rolled foul up the first baseline, so it's still 1-2 to Kyle Schwarber. And Max has not lost over 24 consecutive games started. He is 4-0.
Well, you know why Schwarber's up at the leadoff spot? To get more at-bats against the Mets because he kills them. That's why I can. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but that's what he's probably thinking.
Starts all over again. Third and whip, just 0.81 walks and hits per 9 innings against Max Scherzer, who's 37 years of age. Looks like he hasn't lost a thing. Here's the 1-2 pitch.
Check it.
Swing did he go?
He went.
On appeal to third.
He didn't go either, but obviously the third base umpire is he wants to get out of there quickly today, so he's ringing everybody up. So any check swing, you're gonna get called out. Oh, Jonathan, Mets won't last. Well, the Phillies are never gonna have to worry about worrying about lasting because they ain't going anywhere. That was a tough loss for you guys.
Batting 304 with 2 homers, 14 runs batted in. Will be next. The right.
I think it's gonna last, Jonathan. Maybe last year I would have said that to you, and I would have agreed, but not this year.
1-0. Max's fastball here over his first 6 pitches, 92, 93. That last one at 92.
It's fine. It's May. I understand.
To get loose today.
But I don't see the Phillies doing anything. I really don't.
Good tight slider.
I think they're a flawed team.
On Bohm with Bryce Harper waiting on deck. Max closing ends.
Honestly, I can't believe that the Phillies lost that game the other day. I couldn't.
Over 500 wins and losses. The 1-1 foul back to the screen. It's 1-2. Over the course of his eventual Hall of Fame career, Max Scherzer.
AJ, what's up?
4 wins against just.
Oh, I'll talk to you. Don't worry. I'll be here, Jonathan. Win, lose, or draw, I'll definitely be here. Don't worry about that. One thing about me, I take everything. I don't go hide because my team's losing. I tell you that. AJ, I am doing both games. And it is baseball. You sure about that? Every team's going to have that game. I believe that.
Experiencing orthopedic pain. Well, they've got specialists for that. Smith is at first with Alonso the DH, Guillorme at second, Lindor at short, and Escobar at third. Scherzer into the windup, the 1-2 to Bohm. Swinging a high fly ball to right.
Well, that wind is taking it.
The line, Marte, wind still taking it in the foul ground right
wow.
Against the side.
That wind is nasty today in Philly, that's for sure.
So 2 up, 2 down. It'll bring up
Yeah, you did exactly, Jonathan. Exactly. Yeah, AJ, you're raising that bed, actually. Oh, it is cold. I'm not. Obviously, I'm not there, but yeah. I mean, it looks windy as hell. So if the temperature's not, you know, high, then it's definitely gonna be cold there. Yeah, this weather sucks in the Northeast. I think Mets fans and Phillies fans can agree with that. Like, can we have a warm day with no rain? We get a cold day with no rain. Woo!
Future because of a sore elbow. The 2-0 pitch.
Right down the middle. That's gone. Woo-hoo! That's a shot.
Deep into the lower right field stands.
Right down the middle for Harper. Not where you want to put it.
Sixth home run of the year.
Woof.
And the Phillies
That was a
have
shot.
1-0 first inning lead.
That's the third homer that Harper
You
has
don't
hit.
want to give it. You don't want to leave that right there. You don't want to leave that ball right there for Harper. Look where that ball was on game day, guys. Middle in. That is the wheelhouse for Harper. But one thing about Scherzer lately, he's been giving up the long ball for sure. Hey, I appreciate the fans being here. I tell you that. There's a lot of fans that go and hide. But I rather fans show up when you guys are getting beat and stick around. That's the way I got to see it. I have more respect for fans that stick around and take a beating than not.
On Thursday night, he's back in the lineup. Right-hand batter, and Scherzer's first pitch, a fastball outside for ball one. Castellanos batting .308 with 4 home runs, 15 runs batted in.
Well, you know what? You got to hope it doesn't define you. I mean, your manager's ass is on the line, so.
Fastball called strike. 95 on that one from Scherzer.
Uh-oh.
Hardest pitch he's thrown here in the first inning, among the first 15. Outfield deep and straight away.
Oh, Jonathan, I can tell you what. Don't worry about that. Uh-oh. I think the wind's going to hold that up.
In front of the wall with a play, makes the
Well,
catch.
if that was July, that's a home run. All right, guys. So there we go. The Phillies take a 1-0 lead off of Bryce Harper 2-out home run, which was a shot to right field. That Castellanos ball looked like it was gone. But again, the wind, I'm not there, but you can tell. I don't know, Rafael, some people say they can, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I got it on full volume. I don't know if it's your side or not, but most people said they can hear it. So I'm sorry if you can't. But yeah, guys, that Castellanos ball was nearly a home run. I thought when he first hit it, it was gone. But again, with this shitty weather that we've had in the Northeast and the wind, the balls are not carrying it. Just not. Tyler, what's up? So, but that Harper shot was, I don't care what kind of wind it was. He was definitely going. So, 1-0 Phillies going to the top of the second. That's the one spot you do not want to pitch to Harper is middle in. He kills you every time. There's no doubt about that. The only good thing for the Mets, it was a solo shot. So, oh, it's all right, Rafa. You know what? I am talking over it sometimes too, so that might piss it off a little bit and mess with the speaker a little bit as well. So I apologize for that. I try to chat with you guys during the game as well while the game's going on. So, but I have no problem not speaking during the inning. If you want me to, I'll do that. But 1-0 Phillies, Harper, right field, home run. Scherzer's been struggling with the long ball. Other than that, he's been fine. Yeah, Frank. The pitcher for the second game is Chris Bassett. Yeah, Harper is fine right now. I mean, it sucks that he can't play the field, but I know his elbow is an issue right now. All right, guys, here we go. Going to the top of the second, and Nick Castellanos is showing a replay that he busted his ass coming around first base. So He tripped. All right, guys. So here we go. Top of the second. Mets are up. Alonso at the plate.
Bryce Harper's line-drive home run against Max Scherzer, his 6th home run of the year for Harper. And now Alonso, the designated hitter today, and he's had success in that role. 3 infielders to the left of second against him. Right and better. The first pitch by Gibson is taken outside. A slider, 1-0. Pete's on a 4-game hitting streak. He's gone 7 for 16, batting .269. 5 home runs, 21 RBIs. That's tied for 5th best in the league, but 0 for 9 against Kyle
And the
Gibson.
lockout, Joe.
The 1-0. Check swing. That's on the inside corner, a sinker, and the count 1-1. They say that Gibson's sinker has more sink on it this year than it's.
The one thing I like about Gibson is he's got it's like a 3/4 slider, and it's a sharp break. That's one thing that I know that we've seen in Phillies so much this year.
And the count 2 balls and 1 strike.
Gibson got a nice slider, but if he throws it for strikes, he's dangerous.
3% ground ball rate, which is what that.
But he looks on right now.
Among all qualified pitchers, only Framber Valdez has a better one.
Joe, I agree.
Here's
Mine
the
isn't here
2-1.
either anymore.
That's on the outside corner.
Mine has been 7.
It's a great ball
Unfortunately.
to be a sinker baller because it is a home run hitter's paradise, regardless of wind conditions
Wow.
or anything else. The ball is
I'm watching it on TV right now, guys. The wind is outrageous. The jerseys is just flapping all over the place.
Guy has the perfect makeup to succeed here at Citizens Bank Park.
Yeah, his sticker is his pitch. But I do like his slider, though.
Gibson, compact wind-up, left leg kick the pitch, and it's low, full count.
I'm going to tell you right now, it's a 3-2 count to Alonso. I wouldn't be surprised they're throwing a slider here. Slider outside is usually the pitch that you want to pitch to Alonso. Nope, try the sinker.
Again, angling it occasionally towards home plate. 3-2. Gibson ready to go. Here's the payoff pitch. Swinging a bounce.
We are off tomorrow.
Down the third base line. Past the watchful eye.
Absolutely, Jonathan. Absolutely.
Joey Cora on the third base coaching lines with Wayne Kirby at first for Buck Showalter.
It'll be interesting to see how the ball carries to left field today. The ball Castellanos hit was not very hard off the bat and floated all the way to the wall. Alonso gets one up down the line. He could go out pretty quickly.
3-2 the count. Now the pitch.
Woo!
And it's in there. Strike 3 called. He got him with
Sinker on the outside. He got him inside, went right back outside, and right on the black. Nice pitch.
Coming up. And our salute to service is presented by our partners at the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, who, along with the Mets Radio Network,
That's a nice pitch. Unhittable.
to U.S. Marine
That's an unhittable pitch right there.
Matthew Bowman. You can help heroes like Matthew at t2t.org. Escobar 0 for 4 Thursday night, batting .242. Switch hitter from the left side. Gibson deals, and a fastball high, ball 1. Escobar's power production a little lower than what the Mets had in mind. Remember, this is a guy who hit 28 home runs last year and drove in 90 runs. But to this point, he has just 1 home run and 7 runs batted in. The 1-0 pitch, swinging a pop-up behind second base. Now slicing towards behind shortstop, back to get it Segura to make the one-hand catch. And there are 2 away. So the second baseman,
the key to the game for both teams, don't hit it in the air. Because the wind is just, unless you hit it as hard as Harper, you're probably not getting it out today. That's for sure.
Dom getting the defensive start at first base today. 0 for his last 8. His average at .220 with no homers and 9 runs batted in.
Escobar does pop up a lot. That's for sure.
Will probably get everybody into both games.
He really does.
This doubleheader, one way or the other. First pitch on the way. Taken down the middle, a sinker for a called strike 1. Starling Marte, the on-deck hitter. Imagine Alonso will be back at first base in the nightcap. Herrera a couple of steps the other way in center. The 0-1 to Dom. Taken low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Mets have not had a base runner yet against Gibson. Mets have the
Philly Bun, I don't think the Mets are that hot. It's not like they haven't even swept the series yet. They've just been taking series. That's why when people like the Mets are hot, they're really not. They're honestly not playing as good as they should be playing.
Hits and damage done. Talk about keeping a line moving. The Mets have done that all season. The 1-1 way inside with a cut fastball, 2 balls and 1 strike. And I say all season, it's a month. The season started 1 month ago yesterday. Today will be the 29th and 30th games that the Mets have played. I mean, it's less than 20% of a full season. The 2-1 on the way. Swinging a ground ball to the right side. Waiting on it, Segura, the second baseman. He's got it. Throws to first in time. Side retired.
All right, guys. So going to the bottom of the second. Mets were 1-2-3 again. Again, Kyle Gibson has his sinker. His slider is looking good. He's pinpointing his fastball. That's what he's doing right now. And you know what? The Mets couldn't figure him out the last time they faced him. So far, it's just not looking good. But it is early. Let's see what's saying what. Yeah. Honestly, when it comes to the Mets being hot, honestly, the Mets won 7 series and split 1. They have not played great baseball. They haven't been on a hot streak, so to speak. I mean, I think the Mets' longest winning streak, I think it was 4 this year. I mean, and they never swept the series, so it's really not, that's why when people are like, oh, the Mets are hot, they're not. They just been winning series. There's a few times when they looked really bad in the series, but still took 2 out of 3. Is that sense of a good team? I guess. But I mean, the Mets actually haven't been hot, and they still have, what is it, a 5.5 game lead over the Marlins, and I think 7 from the Phillies. So, if this team gets hot, I want to see 7, 8 in a row. That's hot. 10 in a row, that's hot. The same way cooling off, losing 8 of 10, that's cooling off. So the Mets haven't really got there. They haven't really put everything together. 1 week it's all about the pitching, the next week it's all about the offense. They haven't put it together yet. When they do, they'll be scary for sure. But again, there's no doubt that the Achilles heel for this team is the bullpen. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, guys. So here we go. Bottom of the second. Phillies lead 1-0.
We go to the last of the second inning. Wishing you all a very happy Mother's Day. The Mets trailing the Phillies 1-0 in the opener of our doubleheader. Wishing you all a very happy Mother's Day. The Mets trailing the Phillies 1-0 in the opener of our doubleheader. JT Real Muto, one of a lot of Phillies hitters with bad numbers against Max Scherzer, leads off. First pitch, swing and a miss at a fastball. 0-1. Real Muto, a real good hitter, good hitting catcher in particular. Just 6 for 55, including 2 home runs against Scherzer. No overshift here, right-hand batter, and the 0-1 lifted in the air deep.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Mets have played a lot of good teams as well, if you really think about it. If you Philly fans think your Phillies is a good team, well, the Mets are playing a good team, and we played you a lot, more than anybody. We played the Giants already, too, which is, one of the better teams in baseball, so. Yeah, they played Arizona a couple of times, too, but.
Overall, the league hits just 205.
But even the Mets didn't even sweep them, so.
Let's have the 3rd best team ERA in the National League. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a chopper foul, going up the third base line, right off the screen in front of the Mets dugout. So the Mets pitching overall.
Well, the Reds have 4 wins this year. That's an embarrassment.
Again, we go back to all those 2-out, 2-strike big hits that the Mets have had. They've had a lot of reasons why they're where they are. 1-2 pitch, a fastball high 2-2. Where they are is with a 5.5 game lead in the division as we begin play on Mother's Day. One of the best starts in franchise history. 2-2. Now Scherzer, left leg kick delivers. Breaking ball is low. Missed with a slider, full count. Herrera on deck, Segura to follow here in the home half of the second. Now Scherzer with a glove in front of his face. Payoff pitch. Swung at
Nice pitch.
Strike three. Got him with a fastball.
Fastball
For the second straight inning, Scherzer
about belt, a little above belt high. Nice pitch.
That'll bring up Odubel Herrera. Hey, Mets fans, let's get real. Mike's Amazing Mayo and Mustard want to know if you're a real fan of the Mets, like Gavin Key from Mill Neck, New York. Just tell us why, and you could win a special broadcast booth experience at Citi Field. Register today at WCBS880.com/Mike's Amazing Real Fan. 1 out, nobody on. Herrera, pretty good numbers against Scherzer. Not many Phillies can say that. Left-hand batter takes the fastball for a called strike one. Herrera 16 out of 56 with 2 home runs against Max. 1-0 Phillies, 1 out, nobody on, last of the second. The 0-1, taken high, 1 ball and 1 strike by Herrera, who is starting for the 9th time this season. Would have been boring all likelihood, but the season got off the late because of an oblique injury.
Ethan, I will be live for both games. Game started at 12:35. No problem, Tori. No problem.
What does he do? He doesn't want to very far from the batter's box. He just doesn't like the ball.
Scherzer's fastball. He's not spotting it right now. Michael, the radio's not off. It might be you, buddy.
But in this case, he's finally getting a little movement as he digs.
Let me make sure everybody can hear it.
1-2 pitch, high and away with a fastball, 2-2.
We do have this the first time I think I've ever done a game here with the windows closed.
And it's still chilly in here.
I think there's
a draft
coming in, yeah. And it's cooling my laptop off, that's for sure.
We'll keep it from overheating, so there's that. I'm here to look at the bright side. Here's the 2-2. Check swing.
All right, well, there we go. Game day was a little bit ahead.
Third, strike 3. Now look from up here as though Herrera clearly went around. So Scherzer has struck out the first 2 here in the last of the second.
Yeah, it is about a pitch.
Segura will be the batter. Let's pause for station
okay.
WCBS Mets Radio Network.
Hear every Mets game, plus the news, traffic, and weather you need every day. Count on WCBS and WCBS-FM HD2, New York.
Howie Rose, Wayne Randazzo with you in Philadelphia. Gene Segura, the batter, takes the first pitch from Max Scherzer inside for ball 1. Phillies leading the Mets 1-0 on Bryce Harper's 6th home run of the year. It came with 2 out. Segura's batting in second. 2 out. For 1 run to the other way. He's hit it. Going into right field. There's a slider from Scherzer. Here's Segura. Just rolls it through the bacon. Pretty much right side of the infield. So, Segura now for 31 his career against Max Scherzer.
Well, he's not throwing that hard. Honestly, he's throwing 93, 94. It's not crazy hard. But he's sneaking those fastballs by him.
Segura's running. It's taken high for a ball. Can't throw.
All right, there we go.
Great throw by James McCann.
All right, guys. So James McCann threw out Segura to end the inning. So we're going to the top of the third. 1-0 Phillies. Again, I know the radio is muffled. Again, honestly, it's the stream because it's muffled on my end too. So, unfortunately, I don't know if it's the connection with the stream or what. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to cancel it and put it back on. Let's see if we get something a little better here. Because it is kind of annoying because it was even muffled on my end as well. So, let me just – I hear what you guys are saying now because I heard it. But let me see. What can we do? But I'm going to try to get it perfect, guys. Again, technology. It's annoying. Not everything. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to have to do that. How about if I don't do the radio call, you want me to do like a play-by-play, guys? I'm going to try to start it up again. I don't know if, but let me see. I'm going to try your speaker for a second. Give me 1 second, guys.
Power on.
Woo. That was loud. All right, so I'm going to try something new next time, but I do have a speaker that might be a little bit more crazy. But I'm going to try to do the radio call one more time, and we'll see where we're at with that. But I will try. Let's see if we get anyone. All right. Yeah, you can't win with technology sometimes, guys. It works, it's great for us, but sometimes it's not. I can try to put on the game, see if it works. If I get cut off, I'm sorry. But but let me see if I can put Gary, Keith, and Ron and see if you guys can hear it, all right?
And he shoots this one out to right field, and that's going to be down for a base hit. Castellanos over quickly to play it. And so that's the fourth straight hit for Marte, and the Mets' first hit in this game. Well, Luis Dior making to start at second base. His last start on Wednesday. His first time on the year at the third of his career. So he's struggled this year stealing bases. He's stolen 4, but he's also been caught 4 times already. Very different from his percentage last year when he stole 47. It was about 5 times per year.
Not much better than Real Muto, who's got a cannon as well.
Cannon. Chip cannon. One to Guillorme. Guillorme's hit well in this ballpark. 400 for his career in limited at bats. Everybody hits well in this ballpark. Oh, this is a beautiful park. Remember the game the Mets hit 8 home runs in this ballpark?
I'll try not to talk during the game, all right?
Marte is short late. And Guillorme hits one right to the bag. The step and throw by Stock for the 6-6-3 double play.
Well, damn.
So the Mets get their first base runner promptly erased on the double play. 2 out and nobody on.
Well, he's right there up the middle. So this direction, the ground ball up the middle.
So Gibson who specializes in getting ground balls gets one when he needs it. And James McCann.
All fair. I'm in love and war, Garrett.
But this is baseball. It's neither love nor war. Cut around the corner for a strike, and it's 1-1. Gibson, now 34 years old, bulk of his career with the Minnesota Twins. Went to Texas last year where he had his best season. Made his first All-Star game last year. And then traded to the Phillies at the deadline. Didn't pitch quite as well for the Phillies. Candidates went out to right, but right at Castellanos, so that retires the side. A hit, and nobody left. Middle of the third, 1-0 Phillies.
All right, guys. So we are going to the bottom of the third. Mets still didn't get nothing. So what can you do? So what I did, I put another mic on towards the TV so we can get Gary, Keith, and Ron at the moment. I honestly don't care if I don't sound that good. I want to make sure the quality is good for you guys. But as of right now, at least I got my phone back. That's what's fun. So, yeah, again, Mets got into a tough double play there. So, unfortunately, the Mets didn't do anything there. But at least they started the hit. Well, not really hit, but get a little bit of a piece of Kyle Gibson. The no-hitter is gone. The perfect game is gone. So, we don't have to have Philly fans saying about that. But we have to wait and see if the Mets can score some damn runs here. You know, again, we know what our team is, right? We know what it is. The biggest problem with the Mets is if they don't bunch hits together, they usually don't score a lot of runs because they're not relying on the home run ball. Besides that Lindor home run against the Phillies the other night, it was mostly base hits and doubles that scored runs. So that's how this team scored runs, and they're going to continue to score runs that way because they're not a home run hitting team. So that's where we are at the moment. Once again, guys, let me know if you guys hear me well, because that's the important thing. So I just want to make sure you hear me well. If you hear me well, then the call should be well as well, good as well when the game comes back on. So at least we're a little bit in tune with game day. There ain't no much delays if you're watching it on TV. After that, well, that is true. It's not even that. It's just that the only power bat in this lineup right now is Alonso. So that's the issue that we're having. And, you know, if we don't bunch hits together, we're in trouble. And that's been the case. If they don't bunch hits together, they lose ball games. So that's where it is right now. So they come back from commercial. They're showing replay from the last game. So here we go, guys. Bottom of the third. Mets are losing 1-0.
Mets got 2 full days to sit on that win, and the Phillies had 2 full days to sit on what Joe Girardi called as tough a loss as he has suffered since becoming manager of the Phillies.
Those are the kind of wins that I know.
I think Escobar will come around for sure.
And it's very early, but we got a team that's 19-9. Those are momentum winners right there.
Camargo pops one up. McCann fighting the wind and can't quite get to it. The wind kept moving the ball further and further away from McCann, and he couldn't quite get there.
That's a tough play.
Oh, wait, Keith. It's May.
It is May now, but the wind was in. No, the wind was in May.
Yeah, it was.
Early May. Okay. I'll tell you. I'll stand corrected.
I know it's been a while since you've been here, so it's kind of hard to keep track.
The funniest part of that game, you said mayhem, is that it was happening so quick, you really couldn't say anything. You were like about to say something, and there would be another line drive.
They hit bullets, boy.
I mean, it was crazy. 29 pitches to 11 batters in that entire inning. And I talked about
Yeah, Dom's not
yesterday.
hitting well again.
He said they were so busy trying to figure out who was going to get up in the bullpen, how they were going to flip their defense. Popped up, and another adventure as Smith falls into foul ground and makes the catch for the first down. So Camargo's retired. I mean, because they had one game plan if they tied it, right?
Yes.
So they had Lou go up briefly in the bullpen, and then everything changed immediately once they took the lead.
Right.
And then they ended up taking the DH out of play by putting Dom in the field, so they had to figure out how to get him in the right spot in the batting order. So there was a lot going on, and Buck said, I didn't have the time to celebrate what was going on. We had decisions to make.
It was a great capture by our director, John DeMarsico, because all that
celebration on the bench. And Glenn Sherlock, the bench coach, and Buck had to say, oh, my goodness, we got to figure out what we're going to do here going to the bottom half of the inning. And Buck's mentioned in the pregame interview 2 days ago before the rain out that he would have loved to have gone down there and celebrated with the players. He said, but I had to figure out what that guy was going to do.
Gibson Stott at the plate, batting ninth in the order. And Scherzer moves his feet with a cutter, 1-2.
So the whole bench is like pounding on the padding, jumping up and down, and that's what they're doing.
Nice. Just missed inside 2-2.
So basically, Gary, when he pinch hit and took out the DH,
Well, first he pitch hit for Nito. So
Right.
now he's going to have to bring McCann into the game. But he wanted to put Dom in for defense, and Dom was DHing.
right?
So once you put Dom in the field, now the pitcher is in play. So you have to move that spot as far away as you can.
So far away, because the Diaz was going to come in the game. Exactly. So there was a whole lot going on there, and above my pay grade. But what I found interesting what Buck said, you can put the pitcher, insert him anywhere in the lineup.
If you double switch, same as
Right.
With the double switch we were accustomed to in old-fashioned baseball. Stott pops one up on the left side, and Escobar this time able to make the grab, and there are 2 out. There's your Coors Light beating the pressure.
I agree with that too.
All there, he caps it off.
It was quite a comeback. Extraordinary.
Yeah, I don't like the Mets cap this year either.
Mets came back with that kind of deficit in the ninth.
I think last year it was pretty nice. Everything just looks weird. It looks just one color.
Pinch hit 3-run homer in the 11th to win. It was Carl Schwarber. The other piece about that game that was interesting is that Dustin Hermanson was the Expos pitcher that day in '97, and he was working on a one-hitter through 8, and it really could have been a no-hitter through 8. The Expos had a young first baseman named Brad Fulmer.
Yeah.
They used him in left field that day, and there was a ball hit to left field that arguably could have been ruled an error, but probably because the inexperience of Fulmer in left, the official scorer opted to score it a hit, and it was a source of a lot of controversy as the ninth inning was starting, and then the Mets ran for 6 runs and made it irrelevant.
It'd be very hard to explain the game to you at the moment, but I'll do my best when I can.
Out his first time up.
It's interesting. Schwarber's approach when he hits, he kind of leans back like in a rocking chair. A lot of movement before the pitcher delivers the ball.
Just like that.
Watch him lean back at the waist. He's a very relaxed hitter. Quick bat.
Well, if you're Scherzer, clearly you're trying to.
No, I think this is the first time Scherzer and McCann caught.
Make sure you don't get it down and in.
We're battery mates this season, if I'm not mistaken.
Down for strike, exactly.
And McCann sets up inside, and Schwarber yanks another cutter foul.
49 pitches so far for Scherzer in the third.
I can't.
The 2 outs. Not a bad pitch count at all.
I think it's cold and it's windy and it's uncomfortable, and yet look at the crowd.
It's tough here in Philly.
I'm standing.
Yeah, Scherzer keeps throwing him that slider and he keeps on following it off.
When, the second game's winding down, but we're all here on fourth down.
I think all the mothers wanted to come to the game.
At least go up and in a little
It's
bit.
their day.
Seventh pitch of the at bat, and Schwarber gets a curveball and rips it into right for a base hit.
This guy kills us,
Tried
man.
everything, but then dropped the curveball on 2-2, and Schwarber winds up with a 2-out single.
Pitched Schwarber the first 2 times, Ronnie. Very respectful as he did. I mean, that's just good hitting right there. What are you going to do? Schwarber right now is...
Well, he does look a little rusty, so.
But he never could really get as consistent as they wanted him to be.
So he's aboard with 2 out, and now Alec Ball, who fouled out to right field his first time. And he shoots one through the open space on the right side.
Goddamn shift.
He's going to go first to third. So with the Mets shifting against Ball, he hit it where nobody was
I
playing.
hate the shift.
And the Phillies are first and third with 2 out with Harper coming up.
I just hate giving up one side of the infield. I just do not. Look at this. I mean, you can sail an aircraft carrier through that side of the infield. So inviting.
What I don't understand is if you're going to shift to the left side for a right-handed batter, why would you pitch on the outside corner where he can easily hit the ball the other way?
Scherzer's retired the first 2 batters. Retired the first 2 in
51
the
pitches for Scherzer.
Going to rocket into the right field seats for the only.
Got to be careful here with Harper.
This time he takes a big cut at a first pitch fastball, 0-1. Talked about it a lot when the Phillies were at Citi Field last week about how Harper's been so much more aggressive early in the count. Coming into the day, he swung at the first pitch almost 50% of the time. That's in the top 6 in the league. It's a very large change in approach from prior years.
Well, here's his 6th home run of the season in the first. That was a fastball, well tied down the pipe. And he cut against that wind there, and he crushed that ball. That's giving him the third base line, and I would too. Doesn't hit the ball down the third base line.
Changeup misses down, 2-1. Bryce Harper recently celebrated the 10th anniversary of his Major League debut. Rookie of the Year, 2-time MVP, including last year, for a team that really wasn't in contention.
So there's another Mickey Mantle. Mickey Mantle was his favorite player. We're up with a framed photo of Mickey Mantle, this veteran.
That's lined in the center field of base hit, and that'll bring in a run. Schwarber in to score. 3
Good 2 out piece of hitting for the Phillies.
Harper picks up his second run batted in, and it's 2-0 Philadelphia.
Phillies.
Well, who says
2 out hitting?
Can't bunch hits. Got on top of that ball, got in on him a little bit, but he's strong enough to muscle it.
They're not pitching him outside at all.
So Harper has
Scherzer's been
makings of a
pitching
big day.
in too much today.
Homer, RBI single in his first 2 at-bats. And now Nick Castellanos, who nearly had a home run of his own his first time up. He goes after a first pitch fastball, 0-1.
He looked like he was trying to shoot it to the right side as well.
Castellanos hit one to the left field wall.
Well, Nito catched him last time and he gave up 4 home runs. So I just think Scherzer's just missing his mark a little bit, missing his location. That's the problem.
Second, Harper at first with 2 out. Castellanos rolls over 1, and it's 0-2.
I don't understand the shift to 2 outs with nobody on. It makes no sense.
Ronnie, that gets a lot of the right-hand hitters out in front, but let him go with one hand, and he gets them to roll it over. Yep.
I think a lot of teams outsmart themselves with that stuff.
Castellanos just 2 for 15 against Scherzer. And Max trying to put him away and get through this 3rd inning. Couldn't get him to chase that slider in the dirt, 1-2.
Oh, there you go. A little below the belt, middle. And this pitch a little above the belt, and you can see he's a little tardy. But he's a very strong man.
And Castellanos chases that one for strike 3. And Scherzer's got his 4th strikeout, but 3.
Not bad. I mean, again, the 2 out runs always hurt. But again, I don't understand the shift to 2 outs. I never understood that at all. Just play straight up. You know, if you wanna like shift a little bit, a little bit more towards the hole or towards which way you want to go. Not the extreme shift where you keep the whole right side open. That makes no sense to me. But again, Scherzer needed to get out of this inning. But I mean, those balls are ground balls, so you can't really do anything about that. The shift is what it is, right? But I know the shift takes away a lot of hits, but in situations like that, I never understood why they shift on 2 outs with nobody on. It's a little odd to me, but it's kind of interesting though. But Mets losing 2-0. Harper got all the RBIs so far. Going to the top of the 4th. Mets still have time, but once again, besides that 7-run inning from the Mets, they've struggled to score over the last couple of games. And again, this is a team that needs to bunch hits together. You seen it the other night when they came back against the Phillies. Besides the Lindor home run, they bunched every hit together. They batted around the order. They got base hits after base hits after base hits and a couple of extra base hits. That's what they need to do. This is when that team, the offense, is going on all cylinders right now. Lane, I'm not sure if I'm going Friday or Saturday. I do have tickets. It's just a matter of me with work. Usually on the weekend it's kind of hard, so. But we'll see. I'll keep you guys posted. A lot of Mets fans don't like the negativity, and it's not negative. It's just stating the obvious. The Mets offense, besides that 7-run inning, have been struggling offensively. All right, guys, so we're going to the top of the 4th. Mets losing 2-0. Let's see if the Mets can get something going here. Got a bunch of it together, guys. I think a lot of times the shift has hurt us this year for sure.
It's all of a piece. Top of the batting order, Brandon Nimmo leads off in the 4th. Mets down 2-0.
I might think about going on Friday, Bobby. If I do, I'll let you know, and maybe we can have a beer.
Just one base runner in the first 3 innings today. Nimmo lined out to open the ball game, a 10-pitch at bat in the first inning. And gets curved ball. Then he checks the swing on. Hey, look at that! Phil Cuzzy said no swing. Ball one strike.
Very efficient first 3 innings for Gibson. Second time through the order.
Lindor on deck, and then McNeil. And Nimmo floats one into shallow right center. On comes Castellanos off the plate on the hop, and he falls down again. So Castellanos having a little trouble with his balance today. Took a header.
Unfortunately, I've been a Met fan for too long. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a Met fan that always thinks the worst is going to happen. So.
Wonder if he kept coming. He couldn't. Whoa.
Well, I'm 34, so
he's one of the,
as long as I can remember.
Players that tucks the back of his pant legs over at the back of the spike of his shoe.
By the way, nice bare hand grab as he was falling down. And note that part of the play.
All right, so that's a nice leadoff hit.
I've never understood that from a practical standpoint of like keeping your balance. Here's Lindor.
He's not keeping his balance.
Apparently not. On the dirt or the grass.
Maybe a bloop in the blast.
First time up. So Nimmo picks up the Mets' second hit. Keith, I know what you're saying about Castellanos if you'd come a little further, but that's
almost threw that ball away trying to pick off Nimmo.
Having Castellanos out.
No doubt.
He's not that gifted a fielder, and you look all around the field for these Phillies,
Chris,
and they just
again,
don't have a lot of those guys.
We're always in the back of our minds thinking something's going to happen.
Came into the day, the Phillies did 26.
I'll take a Frankie bomb, bloop, and a blast. How about that?
About where you'd expect.
I think even when he was introduced to the media after he signed, they were asking him about his defense. He said, "Hey, listen, I'm a run producer. That's what I do."
Lindor hits it down at first. Camargo with the step. Now the tag play at second, and Nimmo is out.
Nice play.
Beautifully handled by
Nope,
Camargo.
Phillies are making all the plays today.
Career start at first base, and he turns the 3-3-4 double play.
He's a right-hand thrower, and you got to worry about, look at the angle here. So Nimmo's got to come and tuck into the line. He should have come into the grass, make that first baseman throw around.
That was a nice double play. The Phillies are making their plays today.
Left field. It's not an easy play, particularly for someone with a lack of experience of Camargo.
Well, what's funny about Camargo is that because he's a middle infielder, he fielded with two hands. You don't see that usually with the big first baseman's glove.
So 2 double plays in the last 2 innings for Gibson, erasing each of the first 2 Met hits. And now Jeff McNeil will bat with 2 out and nobody on. Jeff gets a breaking ball and drills it to center, but Odubel Herrera is there to pick it off. And
All right, well, we thought the Mets would have had something going, but they didn't. Quick double play by Frankie. He didn't hit the ball that hard down the first baseline, but it was a nice play by Camargo to turn a double play, to start to turn a double play, and McNeil just flat out. So going to the bottom of the 4th, Phillies still lead 2-0. But, honestly, that's exactly what we were talking about. All right, Chris, that's awesome, buddy. Thank you. So, yeah, that's what we've been talking about the Mets. And it's not to be negative, but it's stating the facts. Just because the facts are negative doesn't mean I'm trying to be negative. It's just what I'm seeing, and it's obvious. Look back at the last couple of games. Besides that 7-run inning, the Mets have not been scoring because they haven't been bunching hits together until the top of the 9th the other night. So, you're not looking for the home run ball here because the Mets don't do that very often. So, and obviously with Gibson, he's a sinker baller who likes the ball on the ground. The Mets, what are they doing? They're hitting a lot of balls up in the air though, as well. So, the 2 balls that they hit hard on the ground was double play balls. So, they got to find a way. You can't wait until the 9th inning every night. Most of the time, it ain't going to happen. So, but again, it's still a lot of game to go. It's only the bottom of the 4th. They'll get into the bottom of the 4th. There's a lot of baseball left. But, again, this is the problem with Mets not actually, getting leads on teams because it hurts this team when they get behind. Because bunching hits together is like a dime a dozen. It doesn't happen every other inning. It just doesn't happen. And getting behind games, the Mets are a better team when they're ahead because you're not relying on the 3-run home run to get back in the game or take the lead. This team needs to bunch the hits together, and they're not doing that. And it's a little worrisome, because now the pitches feel like they have to be perfect, and that's not what you want to do when you have a team that is lacking home run power. All right, guys, so here we go. Bottom of the 4th, Phillies lead 2-0.
Stegmeister.
Oh, my gosh. Now, Frank told me that there are in-between game meals and that they're going to bring up pizza.
Gary. On the right side, just past the glove.
The shift
Smith
again.
in right field. Big Real
Jesus.
finding a hole, didn't hit it hard, but just beyond the reach of Dom Smith for the Phillies' 6th hit.
4 of them to the right side.
Maybe the game is coming back around. Starting to see some opposite.
That's 3 hits.
Bunching of
Yeah,
hits,
right between the shift.
All or nothing, strikeout or home run. Good old-fashioned, exciting baseball.
Well, I don't know if that's by design, but I do know that in a year where home runs are significantly down from last year and even more so from the record-setting pace of 2019, it would certainly behoove teams to try and figure out a different way to score. There's Odubel Herrera, who struck out his first time up. Takes the first pitch curveball for a strike.
Yeah, that's a good one to take right there. Outside corner curveball with some bite. I don't think I want to swing at that one first pitch.
It's already the 5th curveball that Max has thrown.
Oh, that wind is picked up again. Wow.
You can hear it in our microphones. It is just whipping in from right field. Herrera pops one foul back toward us.
And it's really ripping into our booth too, boy, folks. I'm telling you.
Now, come on, Keith. That's not truth in advertising. Come on. It would be.
Lindor's not worth $341 million. We all know that.
Windows open.
Well,
however,
we don't need him to be Mike Trout.
Keep the windows shut.
We need him batting 270, 25 home runs, 75 to 80 RBIs. That's what he is.
You know, we lived with.
I agree with. I think the momentum hurt us.
We can't risk losing.
Oh, without having the games back to back.
And Herrera strikes out.
All right, that was a good comeback by Max.
He's been fanned by Scherzer. 5 Ks now for Max. 1 out of the 4th. You realize that your absence led to all manner of conspiracy theories out there.
Really? I had no idea.
People have vivid imaginations.
Are you talking about Twitter? I don't really know.
Talking about the world at large, Keith, which is often substantiated by what you read on Twitter.
So stupid.
Segura. I'm just saying that there are a lot of people out there with a lot of outlandish ideas, and they all get voice in various platforms, and it can sometimes stir up a storm. So I'm just glad that you're back, and that everybody can just enjoy life with Keith again.
Well, I'm glad to be back.
1-1 to Segura, who punched a single through the right side his first time up. Here's Spectre Bubble high-speed pitch. Scherzer's had the high number on the gun, but it's been Gibson who's held the Mets completely in check through the first 4 innings.
Gary, Ron, and I think, Ron, you'll agree with me, it was really unfortunate that this system came in and kind of hunkered down over the Northeast, because a win like the Mets had the first game, those are momentum, and you want to play. Right. And
Keith is just talking about the momentum.
48 hours.
Soft toss by Scherzer. Well, I think it affects the team from that momentum standpoint you're talking about, but it probably affects Scherzer more than anybody else. Yes. He had to sit for 2 days beyond the day he expected to be pitching.
If anybody needed a day off, a 24-hour day off, it was the Phillies.
If anything, just not to have to talk about what happened, right?
Realmuto at first, he's running. Segura lines one to left. On comes McNeil. Can't deke Realmuto and plays it on a hop. He almost deked himself into letting that ball bounce by, but stayed with it. Segura's got his second hit. The Phillies have 2 men aboard with 1 out.
I don't think Realmuto knew where the ball was, because this was a straight steal, not a hit and run. Nice hitting by Segura there. See, it's a straight steal. He had no idea where the ball was, but he wasn't going to be able to go to third anyway.
Multiple dekage on that play.
Jeff was fortunate that ball did and hopped up high. I could have skidded.
That would be embarrassing. But you had McNeil deking in left and Guillorme deking at the bag.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to dive and miss it.
1 out for Camargo.
That's why I don't think he went for it.
He fouled out his first time up. So that's 7 hits.
Especially at the bottom of the order.
It's been a struggle for him.
It's the most hits he's given up in a game this year. Camargo turns one foul. A long time since Scherzer took a loss. 24 starts, 15-0. But even more remarkably, his teams have won each of his last 18 starts. So even his no decisions in that span have turned into wins. It's golf to shallow center. Long run in for Nimmo. He's not going to get there. It lands for a base hit. Realmuto will stop at third, and now Segura's hung up between second and third. Realmuto breaks for the plate, and now McCann will run him back. And Escobar puts
nice.
Tag, and now they've got another runner.
You got another runner hung up.
What is going on?
All right. The Phillies screwed that up.
So the Mets
they couldn't even get a man on third.
Phillies base running. Segura didn't look up coming
Woof.
around second to see that Realmuto was being held. And that led to Realmuto being tagged out.
Well, like I've always said, the Phillies never fail to disappoint. And it's Segura's fault here. His bad. He just overruns the runner. And you've got to know what the runner in front of you is doing. And nicely done by Guillorme. And well-executed run down here.
8-4-2-5 on the putout.
All right.
The second out.
Phillies helped us there, but we got to get out of the inning
Bryson
here.
Stott with 2 out and 2 on.
Got to be careful with Stout here.
And Stott turns one foul down the right side. Nothing about it.
Realmuto here on this ball, I can see him not being a little unsure if it's going to drop. But he got way down the line. If Minnow makes it, and Segura here does not pick up his runner, if he has no idea about there's a runner in front of him.
Stott carves one to the left for a base hit. Segura turns third. He's going to be able to score.
Another 2-out RBI.
Stott with a 2-out hit. The 4th hit of the inning for the Phillies. And they now lead at 3-0.
Well,
Stott snaps an 0 for 19 stretch.
you got to get out of that inning there. That's a bad job by Scherzer.
On a little cutter.
Cutter right down the middle,
just
inside.
Flares it into left.
Good piece of hitting.
And did Segura hit third base wrong on the cut? So if Keith and I were looking at each other, did he touch the bag?
The Mets do not appear to be appealing. So despite the base running mistake by Segura, Phillies get a run here in the 4th, and now here's Schwarber with 2 out of 2 on.
Yeah, but Gary, not despite, it would have been 2 runs if they don't have the base running blunder. I mean, those are things that can beat you.
73 pitches for Scherzer right now.
Those mistakes.
Frankie, how you doing? In the 4th inning. Not looking good for him.
Scherzer falls behind Schwarber 2-0.
It's hard to tell right there. He probably got it.
So he might have clipped the inside.
Yeah, Stott is pretty good.
Funny, you know?
He's got a nice swing.
He was determined to score. Good spot here for Scherzer behind Schwarber 2-0. And now 3-0 with Alec Bohm waiting on deck. It's a very uncharacteristic day for Scherzer so far. 7 of the last 9 Phillies hitters have base hits, all singles.
Pretty good,
Second
Frankie.
time
Pretty
through the
good.
order. 9 hits now in the game for the Phillies. And Schwarber swinging 3-0, fouls back a high fastball.
Yeah, why not is right.
Margo at second, Stott at first with 2 down. And Schwarber gets under one to center field. And then we'll wait for this one to come down, battling the wind as he goes. And that retires the side.
All right, well, it could have been a lot worse. If it wasn't for the Phillies base running, it could have been 2 more runs. So it could have been a 4-0 lead for the Phillies. So the Phillies added on a run there. Well, 2 runs. But once again, guys, the 2-out hits are killing the Mets right now. Killing the Mets right now. That's not exactly what the Mets want. They gotta continue to get out of these innings. You know, this is Scherzer. That's on Scherzer right here. You know, yes, a couple of balls went through the shift where if there was no shift, it would have been most likely an out. But again, with 2 outs, you got to get it done. You got to get out of that inning. So somewhat this game so far is Scherzer's just not pitching well. It's just that simple. But, you know, I feel like a broken record, but it's obvious. The Mets, when they get down, have a hard time or going to have a hard time always bunching hits together to get back into the ball game. You know, I don't want to make excuse for Scherzer. Yes, he hasn't pitched in 7 days, but guess what? You're a professional. I can assure you, throughout his career, he's had moments like this where he hasn't pitched for 7 days, either because of rain or he was injured or whatever it was. So, you know, he's just got to get it done. You know what? He's not the only one going on extra rest. So, you know, Bassett is. You can see a couple other guys are as well. Everybody's getting pushed back a little bit. So, you know, there's no guarantee. You know, it is what it is at this point. You got to get it done. And Scherzer has not. Kyle Gibson, even in the last game, pitched better than Scherzer. Again, it's going to the top of the fifth. It's a lot of game left. But, you know, the Mets' MO, bunch hits together, score runs. Can they hit 2 or 3 home runs? I don't know. It's not their MO. So we'll see. We're going to the top of the fifth. Phillies lead 3-0.
And download now. That's with a bigger hill to climb now. 3-0 as we go to the fifth. Alonso leads off against Kyle Gibson, who's faced the minimum over the first 4 innings. 2 hits allowed, 2 double plays, erasing each one. And Pete turns one foul deep down the left field side.
Just out in front of that pitch.
It's a long foul.
The wind now is almost blowing directly.
Well, Philly's bullpen sucks, but Kyle Gibson got 45 pitches in the fifth. He can go a long way.
Alonso caught looking his first time up. And he tries to hold the swing. And it's 0-2. Well, you can bring the ski cap.
What's up, Ryan?
Blanket. What you can do to stay warm like that, like this. Off the end of the bat to center. Gibble Herrera has it measured. Now has to come on. And
oh, nice catch.
Oh, wow. Well, Gibble Herrera on a calm day is an adventure in center field. On a windy day, he is a multi-part series.
Now, I will say this. He goes back, and now he's got on a blustery day like today, they had the tarp on the field. But the Phillies infield came out and took ground balls. On a day like this, you want to take your outfielders out. Hit
I didn't think he hit it that hard. I saw him going back near the warning track. I'm like, what is he doing?
Not one team came out.
Well, he got lucky there, but
balls to their outfielders.
the Phillies are finding the right spots at this point. Everything's going the Phillies' way right now.
Well, Gary, it's Mother's Day, and perhaps no mother has been more of a motivating factor to her son than Eduardo Escobar's mother. Eduardo grew up in extreme poverty in Venezuela. His father left the family when he was just a toddler, leaving Eduardo's mother to raise and provide for a family of 5 children all by herself. It was so bad as she tried to make ends meet that Eduardo actually started working, trying to help out when he was about 7 or 8 years old. But it wasn't enough. And one of the things that Eduardo's mother used to do, she was a housekeeper, and she used to take some food from the home and hide it away and have Eduardo come to the house where she worked just so that he could eat. And one time when he was either 13 or 14 years old, he can't remember exactly, he showed up to the house and he saw his mother crying. She was just so overwhelmed, so exhausted, couldn't do it anymore. And he made her a promise on that day that he would become a professional baseball player and he would take care of her so that she never had to work again. He said from that day forward, his mindset completely shifted. He did everything twice as hard. He said if he was going to take an hour of ground balls, he'd always take 2. And the thought in the back of his mind was always, my mother, my mother, my mother. Even to this day, that's his motivation, taking care of his mother and taking care of his family.
Gibson handles the comebacker and gets the out.
Mets are not doing nothing.
It's extremely inspiring, and you can say Eduardo is job well done. So 2 out and nobody on that. Dom Smith, who grounded out his first time up.
No, but again, this is the floor of this Mets lineup, as good as they can be. They're a team that needs multiple hits to get things done. And when you're struggling, you're not going to get multiple hits. It's pretty simple, actually.
We were talking before that Gibson didn't allow a run when he pitched at the City Field, but a totally different pitcher today than when he was at City. He never was in control, walked 5. He is spot on today.
In that game at City Field, he threw 84 pitches, only 47 for strikes. An entirely different kind of outing today. As Don hits one toward the middle. Nice play, Segura. He gets to his feet, fires, and the dirt.
The shift worked out for the Phillies. Well, everything's falling right for the Phillies today. They're doing a shift. It's right where the Mets hit him. The Phillies are playing a well-rounded game. Besides that base running blunder, they've played well today. The Mets look like the ones that lost after the Phillies came back. But, again, guys, this is the problem that the Mets are having. The lineup is lethal when everybody's hitting, or at least the majority of the lineup's hitting. When they're not, they struggle to score runs. You know, at least you see the Phillies, you know, they can have 2 outs. A big home run guy comes up. You can put a run on the board just like that. The Mets, again, Escobar hasn't been hitting. He's the other power guy we were talking about prior to the season. He's the guy that can hit 30 home runs for you, or at least 25. He's that other power bat. That's the reason why I liked Escobar in that 5th spot behind Alonso, because he's the extra power bat. But let's be honest, he has not done it. He has 1 home run this year. So, you know, that's really not exactly what the Mets are looking for as of right now. We need somebody. We need at least another power bat. And we talked about this during the season preview. The big problem with the Mets, you can't go up. The lineup's great when everybody's hitting. They're unstoppable when they're a bunch of hits together. When everybody, for the majority of the lineup, is hitting. When they're not, this has been the outcome. Again, I'm a broken record, but it has to be said. Besides the 7-run ninth, this team over the last, I would say, 5 games have struggled to score runs. You know, even during, you know, the second game against the Braves, the doubleheader, they only scored 3 runs. You know, and then the next day they got blown out. I love this team. I think this team is different, but you know, it's very obvious to see what's the problem with this team. They're not bunching hits right now, and guess what? They're losing. All right, here we go. It's bottom of the 5th, guys. Here we go.
Pitch swinging, dumps one into shallow right, and Phillies have yet
another hit.
There's been a lot of hard contact, but the Phillies now have 10 hits against Max Scherzer, Bohm with his second.
Yep.
Max is
Well,
not happy with
the
himself.
key of the
That was
game
a
can
door
hit them where they ain't, and that's what the Phillies are doing.
Slider just kind of got a bunch of them inside. You notice he's trying to change his luck. He took his sleeves off.
Interesting. Not that got any warmer. He's a little hot under the collar.
I think so.
Well, the Mets are playing a doubleheader today, so
10
normally
hits.
that would mean your starting pitchers having to go deep, but with rainouts the last 2 days and an off day tomorrow, as Harper lifts one out to left and over toward the line, McNeil, the wind grabs it and he stays with it.
This wind is crazy. Nah, no need to do that. You can still get 6 innings out of Scherzer, and that's the one big thing about this team, about these pitching staff. They might not have it, they might not be pitching well, but they can still get the 6 innings. And that would still be big, even though with the rest of the bullpen.
That mustache, you see, belongs to Stephen Nagosic, who was just called up today. Keith was commenting on the mustache before the game today, and I think Keith was giving it his seal of approval.
Oh, I think he's got the excellent brush.
So Nagosic is on the active roster.
See if Scherzer can have a quick fifth here. That'll help his pitch count out a little bit.
You can't blocks a slider in the dirt. Adonis Medina, who did such a great job, got his first big league win, where the Mets came back on Thursday, was actually sent down for the first game today, but he'll rejoin the team as the 27th man for the second game.
It's called roster manipulation.
Yes.
No, I just think that he's not sharp today, John. I think that's the only issue.
They added that extra man rule for doubleheaders.
Steven Nagosek is the pitcher that got called up.
Basically, the concept is if the doubleheader is scheduled in advance, then you can add the edge player for both games. But if it's a short notice doubleheader like this, where it's just a makeup for the day before, then you can only add for the second game.
Who are the masterminds of the Great Oz?
I think the theory there is that some teams, because of travel issues, might have trouble getting a player in for the first game. So to level the playing field, they only allow both teams to enter for the second.
I mean, like when the Mets had their AAA team in Las Vegas?
Right, remember that? Took 2 days to bring a guy up.
Brilliant.
I don't think it was planned that way. I think it was a game of musical chairs where the Mets were the last team.
Yeah, Todd.
Chair.
I mean, I don't know why they put Nagosek up. I guess because he's a long man. He could be a long man if need be. I guess that's why they did it.
They should have stayed in Tidewater.
So we'll see. But it's the extra man.
Two to Castellanos. With Bowman first and one out. And he chases a breaking
Nice slider by Scherzer.
Strikeout number 6 for Scherzer.
All right, well,
2 out of the 5th.
Here's been the problem for Scherzer this game. Getting out of the inning with no runs. 2 outs has been a problem for him.
His last 2 at bats. Change up in his last at bat to strike out. Hard slider here.
So let's see if Scherzer can get out of this. If he does, it'll be less than 90 pitches. If he gets out of it quickly, he might get a 6th inning.
So
yeah, then we got him off waivers.
Now Real Muto, who singled to right his last time up. It's very strange. Look down at your scorecard with Max Scherzer pitching and see all the hits. 10 hits in 4 2/3 innings. I mean, you're used to Max, giving up a home run here and there. You're not used to seeing him give up 7 hits in a 9-batter span, which he did in the 3rd and 4th.
I remember when I was a kid and you'd read the story on the box score, you could see they would commonly say that this pitcher who went 9 innings scattered 13 hits in a victory.
Warren Spahn went 9 innings, 12 hits on his way to his 20th victory.
I always thought that in order to use the scatter verb,
all right, 87 pitches for Scherzer with 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Oh, okay.
He gets out of this under 90 pitches, he will get a 6th.
You weren't really scattering them, right? You had to have at least a couple in some innings.
I always thought the scattered meant you didn't give up a lot of runs.
Right.
So you scattered them just
Right.
enough so
That's why
enough didn't come in.
Correct.
It's like thinking of how else the word scatter gets used.
Yeah.
Often in New York City apartments when you turn the light on. That's true. Bowman first with 2 out.
I got a few more for you.
2-2 coming. And Real Muto fouls it back. Uh-oh.
I hope your comeback's more than a day.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Max Scherzer. I just think he's just not finishing his pitches. I think he'll tell you that too after the game.
Pitch for Scherzer, and he just missed inside Real Muto, 3-2.
Not a bad pitch to go after.
Put Bowman motion. There's Tom going to play. He's going to hold the runner, going to hold. Leave that right side completely open for Real Muto, who had a base hit through the right side his last time.
I don't get it.
Bowman gets set to run. And Real Muto pops one up into shallow right. Backing up is Guillorme. Now chasing into the
Woo!
catch.
Jesus.
Win for providing a
My Lord.
circus atmosphere on a Sunday afternoon. 3-0 Philly.
It's freaking wind, man. But all right, the Mets finally got out of the inning with no runs scored. So again, that was a good bounce back inning for Scherzer. He'll probably come out for the 6th with somebody ready to go in the bullpen, just in case. Because Scherzer's going to go out there for the 6th. He's not going to want to come out after 5 innings. So let's the Mets get some runs here in the 6th. Let's go. It's about time. They got to score some damn runs. Excuse me. Just checking something really quick. So the Mets have a 7, 8, and 9. Marte, Guillermo, and McCann. Again, not looking nice. Let's see, Joe. What did you say? Yeah, he said it on the broadcast, Joe, about his long sleeve. He took it off. Oh, Gatorade, buddy. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. So, yeah, that's the thing. Like, again, you know how pitchers and most baseball players are superstitious, especially pitchers. But again, could the sweatshirt, the long sleeve he had on, I don't know. Who knows? But it worked. I guess you can say it. Oh, yeah. All these damn bots, I tell you. Amazing. Yeah, so that's the thing with that. Again, Scherzer looked a little bit better there. His pitches were a little bit more sharper for sure. The Phillies weren't exactly on that pitch. So once again, guys, we're going to the top of the 6th. Mets not really playing well, especially offensively. They're losing 3-0 going to the top of the 6th. Let's see if the Mets can do something here.
Watch Mom try to get on board here.
Son is very helpful.
That's wonderful. Now watch. No, don't. Oh.
Well, oh gosh. Starting Marte late.
See if Starlight can start this off here. Let's go.
Wondering if Fanatic's mother's name is Phoebe.
Oh, really?
Phoebe Fanatic. Starting Marte has one of the 2 hits for the Mets off Kyle Gibson, who's now has a 3-0 lead into the 6th. And Marte shoots one down the right field line, slicing away toward the corner and foul. And that's 0-2 to Marte. Your Indeed player resume: Kyle Gibson, 34 years old.
Fanatic is the best, though.
Missouri product, born in Indiana. First round pick by the Twins in 2009. 3 years after his opponent today, Max Scherzer, was selected in the first round by the Diamondbacks out of Mizzou.
See, he's a Libra. Very nice. Air sign.
I don't know if the air signs are good for a pitcher. I think you'd rather have an earth sign, ground ball pitcher. That's air sign for the guy who gives up a lot of home runs.
Definitely not a water sign.
Fire sign, that would be a lot of strikeouts.
It's maybe you want to be, yeah.
Giraldi Rodriguez first man up in the Mets bullpen.
Rodriguez is warming up in the bullpen.
Without even looking. Grounded over the bag. That's a
Yeah, it looks like a double, but down the line.
He's got his second hit of the day.
There we go. Good stuff.
He now has 5 straight
There we go. Come on.
A double, a single, a home
Let's
run,
go.
a single, and a double his last 3 at-bats on Thursday, and now a single and a double his first 2 times up today.
All right, guys, so
We are waiting for Marte to catch fire and get hot.
all right, nice at bat by Marte. Jolie Rodriguez is warming up in the bullpen. I still believe that Scherzer is going to start the 6th, though.
So the Mets get a runner to second base for the first time today.
See, nobody else.
Spark there.
This is when the Mets are good here, but it's the bottom of the order. Guillermo and McCann.
7 runs down to win as the Mets did on Thursday.
they tend not to ever doubt their ability to come back in games.
You know what they've done all year too, Gary, is it's important. It's when the opposing team scores a run, the Mets have been good at scoring the other half of the inning. Come right back and score back.
Urame bounced into a double play after Marte's single in the third. He lays off the cutter from Gibson, 2-0. James McCann on deck. Phillies have been getting good starting pitching, but two of their starters today placed on the COVID injured list. Zach Eflin, who was supposed to go to the second game today, and Zach Wheeler. They're headed out to the West Coast in Seattle tomorrow. That's line. Base hit in the field. Marte had to hold up, so he'll be stopped at third.
All right.
Guillorme following
First and third, nobody out. McCann's at the plate with the tying run. Could McCann hit a blast here to tie the game?
Was made possible by Guillorme.
They're starting to connect on Gibson right now.
Two cutters inside that were just missed that he took for got ahead 2-0. And then gets a pitch to hit 2-0. Marte, good base running. And there's your sinker.
Nice piece of hitting up the middle.
Missed with two cutters in. Well done by Guillorme.
So the Mets, who were held to 2 hits through the first 5 innings by Gibson, have back-to-back hits to start the 6th. And now James McCann will come to bat as the tying run. McCann lined out to right field his first.
Again, what are the Mets doing? Bunch of hits together, right? That's how they score runs.
Infield back at double play depth. Happy to concede a run to get 2 outs. And a first pitch
Hey,
slider to
I'll take a sac fly here. Get a run in.
It's a prescription for a big inning because you're getting the players at the bottom of the lineup on base to go to the third time around against Gibson.
Exactly. Third time around the batting order. Usually is not good for pitchers.
Lineup is now. That's hit down to third. Ground ball out at second. The turn by Segura.
Double play. But we got to run.
But the Phillies turn their third double play of the day. It's 3-1.
McCann hit that ball hard. You can't blame him there. He was playing the line.
Struck nicely. Just tough luck.
Yep.
McCann here. And a nice play by Baum. Nice backhand.
Hit it hard.
And a perfect throw. And a strong throw. That's just a big league double play.
Took the time to set himself, knowing he had McCann
again.
Chance to turn.
He hit the ball hard. That was just a nice play. Round the horn.
So Gibson
all right, we got to run. We're on the board.
Worked right to his strength today. 3 ground ball double plays for the most prolific ground ball pitcher in the National League. And Nimmo takes a strike. So no RBI for McCann. But the Mets do scratch out a run. Nimmo is lined out and blew the single to right, 1 for 2. Grant has now reached base safely in 19 straight games. Just continues to get on base every day.
Yeah, I mean, McCann hit it hard. I mean, nothing you can do there.
Pitches through 5 innings.
But he is known for double plays, that's for sure.
Joely Rodriguez was up, but no longer. And Nimmo takes a slider at his feet.
So Joely Rodriguez sat down in the bullpen. So Scherzer is definitely coming out in the 6th.
He said that the most important thing is to go deep in the game. So even though he's 2 runs in arrears, he still wants to go out there and give them as much as they can.
Well, I would argue that this is not like your normal doubleheader because of the rainouts and the off day tomorrow. And you got Bassett pitching the second game, not some kid. That's lined up the middle and a big hit for Nimmo, and that double play.
Well, that would have been 4 consecutive hits.
Third hit of the inning for the Mets.
Every ball has been hit hard against Gibson in this inning.
Let's check in with the studio. Gary Apple has a game.
67 pitches for Gibson.
Your local Honda dealers. Gary.
All right, Gary, Braves and the Brewers in Atlanta. Milwaukee had the bases loaded in the second inning, but Charlie Morton struck out Lorenzo Cain, and then he gets Jace Peterson to play out to center. So no score there. They're in the bottom of the second inning, Gary. And Keith and Ronnie, good to have you back, Keith.
Everybody's happy that you're back.
Girardi's on the phone right now, pulling the bullpen. So we'll see.
Ronnie, you mentioned that Nimmo has come a long way.
You know, Girardi got a quick hook.
And he has. nice at bat right there.
All right, let's see if Frankie can get going here.
So now Lindor bats, tying right up the plate, the 3-1 game. Francisco struck out and grounded into a double play. And he rockets
Oh, yeah.
deep right
Stay
field.
fair, baby.
Over toward the corner. Castellanos can't
Off the
get it.
wall.
It's off the wall. It
Go,
comes down.
go. That's our 2 runs.
It's the second. It's an RBI.
There we go.
Francisco Lindor to cut the
That
Phillies
ball's
lead to
out of the
3-2.
park if there was no wind.
On a different day, that's a 2-run homer, but with the wind blowing hard into
Come back. Here we go.
Lindor gets it off the wall.
Every ball this inning has been hit hard. Third time around the lineup.
Again, I know that it's not an easy play for Castellanos.
That was it.
Hanging slider. And you're right, Gary. That's into the teeth of the wind. And you got to wonder if Harper gets there.
I do have to say,
Low on the wall.
that's a home run any other day.
Oh, reads it nice. He didn't hesitate. He made the proper read.
All right, let's see if Jeff McNeil can bring him in.
Cotham, the Phillies pitching coach, out of the mound to talk to Gibson as the Phillies quickly get the pitcher up in the bullpen.
All right, come on. Again, we're bunching hits together. That's how we score runs.
Gets up.
4 hits in this inning for the Mets.
4 hits and a
Yeah, it
5-out
sucks McCann hit into a double play, but he hit the ball hard.
play that was well struck in its own.
Again, base hit here ties the game.
So the Mets getting much better swings in this 6th inning against Gibson. Now the tying run at second with 2 out, and Jeff McNeil the batter. McNeil hit it hard his last time up, lined out to center field. 0 for 2 in this game. I think when Lindor hit that ball, he thought it was going to be a home run. Then he realized with the wind he was going to have to break out of the box, and he did.
It's all right. Base hit here ties the game, guys.
He's dancing off second as Gibson delivers. And this is inside of McNeil, ball 1.
Let's go.
Here's one of those games, Gary, where you're 0 for 2, and now you've got the pitcher where you can hurt him. And what better redemption?
Stop playing right behind Lindor so he can't get too far away. Still dancing. And McNeil hits it hard.
Ah.
Shoots foul.
Just foul.
Now Camargo's hugging that line as well.
Damn it.
Well, everything coming off the Mets bats in this inning is Will.
One part. What's up, buddy?
Starting with Marte hitting one down the line for a double. Guillorme a bullet to center field for a base hit. McCann with a hard hit ball into a double play. Then Nemo and Lindor scorching base hits. Now a hard foul from McNeil. He hits one foul. And it's 1-2.
He's staying inside on Jeff with that cutter. Is that a cutter or a slider, Ron?
Cutter there, yeah. He's had a good one today. Again, you said the 2 he threw to Guillorme, key to that bat. Guillorme taking both of those off the plate. Probably the same pitch that McNeil
kind of a comeback.
Yeah, 'cause it's off
They're
the plate,
trying.
It's on foul.
So now you think you can go away, but you're leaving the whole left side of the infield open for McNeil to hit a little ground ball to the left side and get an 2-out RBI single.
One, 2 coming from Gibson. And he gets
Ah.
McNeil to bite on the slider.
That was a nice pitch by Gibson to get out of that there. But the Mets scored 2. We're right back in the ball game. Again, that McCann double play hurt, but he did hit the ball hard. So there's nothing you could do there. Bone made a nice play. I mean, he had to backhand it and throw it around the horn. And he had to throw it to second, make a perfect throw. He had time because McCann was running. It was a nice play. You know, he was playing the line, so he didn't have to make too much of an effort besides the backhand. But we're back in the ball game here, bottom of the 6th. 3-2. Scherzer is coming back out for the 6th. So, again, even though Scherzer's struggling, great pitchers keep your team in the ball game for exactly this reason. The Mets are slowly coming back. No home runs, but they bunched hit together. It's exactly what we were talking about. So, I mean, it looks like I don't think Gibson's going to come back for the 7th. not the way the Mets were hitting them. You know, Girardi usually has a quick trigger when it comes to his starters. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see a bullpen arm here going in the 7th. You know, the Mets are going to have 4, 5, 6 in the 7th. So let's see if Scherzer can get a nice quick inning in the 6th. Get our boys right back out there on offense. Once again, guys, 172 viewers right now. Don't forget, hit on that like button, guys, so we can get the stream out to more people. Again, we're here all the way until Game 2 is over. So we got a long day ahead of us. So come, enjoy, have fun. Happy Mother's Day to everybody's mother and grandmother and everybody else. So let's get it done. I'm feeling a little bit better about the team because it looks like they're starting to get a couple of hits, bunching a couple of hits. Marte is hot, but Scherzer is on the mound for the bottom of the 6th. Let's see if Scherzer can get out of this quickly and get our offense back up at the plate and get those runs in. All right, guys. So 3-2 Phillies, bottom of the 6th.
Second, third time through the order, he really goes after guys with all his pitches from pitch 1. And I asked him about it. He said the reason why is that at this point in his career, his fastball is established before he steps foot on the mound. And he knows that guys are going to want to jump that fastball. They don't want to get to 2 strikes against him. So he has to be prepared to throw everything right off the bat. That wasn't the case early in his career where he would start to hold some things back.
Nice stop by Dom Smith at an offbeat hop.
Nice play by Dom.
Never left the batter's box, and he's retired on a neat pickup by Dom Smith.
All right. It was hit hard, but right at Dom. Dom made a nice play.
Got down on a knee nicely, Dom.
Dom is just smooth at first base.
Got to the bag himself.
What happened to Herrera? He didn't run it out. I know he didn't run, but did he fall? Did he get stuck? Or did he just choose not to go?
I think he thought it was a line drive.
Okay.
And then once he realized that it bounced, it was too late for him to get on his horse.
There's Gene Segura, who's 2 for 2, and he lays off first pitch.
Ken, I don't know how I'm in and behind. You're listening to the TV broadcast, so I don't know what you're looking at. Hearing, Tom. Oh, Ken, sorry.
Well, Segura pops one up. On comes Marte. Out goes Guillorme. It's Marte all the way.
All right, quick 2 outs.
2 quick outs for Scherzer, who on that ground ball to Dom Smith got his first ground ball out of the day. Certainly not the first ground ball he's gotten, but a lot of ground balls have found holes. Of the 10 hits against Scherzer, went back and 7 of the 10 have been softly hit. Joely Rodriguez back up in the bullpen, but Max has a chance for his first 1-2-3 of the afternoon after his team got him 2 runs. You talk about shutdown innings, usually refer to when your team gets the lead, but here, get a couple of runs, get your team right back up to bat with a quick hit.
We'll see how large that lost.
Hopefully it's not a long game. We got another one to play here.
The base running blunder. Was it the 4th?
Well, just imagine last year or the year before, it would have been 7 inning doubleheaders.
And then Realmuto had stopped at third, and Realmuto took it and tagged out the rundown. It was on the hit by Camargo, who's at the plate now.
Yeah, but it's still nice to see Scherzer go 6, though. Oh, Ryan, I can't stand them. I hated the 7 inning doubleheaders.
I'll tell you what it means. Your team feels like the momentum now is in your dugout. And if you don't give up a run, you keep that momentum. That's how it feels when you're on the bench. That the tide has turned now. It's your game to win.
And is that a real thing, or is that just a psychological thing?
Psychological.
Robert, I'm taking a chance.
That's how it felt.
The radio call was a bit muffled.
It's going to happen.
So I'm trying to the TV broadcast, so it's no guarantee that I'm not gonna get cut off here. Not saying I'll get cut off the stream, but they could copyright the stream. I'll know at the end of the stream, but I'm trying it.
Bryson stopped. The number 9 hitter would be next. And Camargo goes down swinging. And it retires the.
Now that's an ace right there. saw his guys picked up 2 runs for him and did a 1-2-3 bottom of the 6th and took care of business, getting his offense right back onto the field, at the plate. That's exactly what you have to do as a good starting pitcher. Your boys get you some runs, you get them right back out there. Don't let the other team get any bit of confidence. You got to take that confidence with him. First clean inning of the game for Scherzer. Obviously, he's done. He threw 99 pitches, so he is done for the day. So, if depending on if this game goes extra innings or not, but we got 7, 8, and 9 for 3 bullpen arms. So we'll see what it is. See if the Mets can come back and get things going. We got 4, 5, 6 coming up. See if Lonzo can come up and boom, tie up the game right here. That's exactly what we want. Again, it seems like the bat starting to get together. I don't think Gibson's coming back in this ball game. I'd be shocked if he is, because every ball that was hit hard in the last inning. And Girardi was quick to get to the bullpen phone, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's quick to go to the bullpen and take out Gibson, even though Gibson pitched well. But you know what? Girardi's known for making that quick switch and taking out the starter. So that's what Girardi does. That's his MO basically. But we'll see. Maybe he'll leave Gibson in and have a bullpen arm ready. We'll see. Again, all we got to do is bite away at the lead. We're only down by 1. Again, Mets didn't do it with the long ball once again. So, once again, nice bunch of hits. Oh, we got to tie the game at least to get him off the hook so he can keep his 0 losses in all those games in a row. All right, let's see, guys. Here we go. They're showing Mets memories right now. Bartolo Colon.
Deep left field. That goes up there. Back near the wall. It's out of here. Bartolo has done it. The impossible has happened. This is one of the great moments in the history of baseball.
6 years ago yesterday.
All right, guys. Gibson is done.
And no pitcher will ever do that again.
Dominguez is on the mound for the Phillies, so Gibson is done.
Alonso leads off against Sir Anthony Dominguez as we go to the 7th.
Let's go, Pete.
Now Gibson, after giving up 4 hits and 2 runs in the 6th, out of the game after 72 pitches, and Sir Anthony in.
He's one of the best pitchers.
I agree, Angel.
Bullpen. Great stuff. Throws hard, good hard slider.
He just struck out and fly to center, 0 for 2.
All right, Dominguez is wild right now, 3-0.
Escobar on deck. Dominguez, his only Achilles heel is that he jumped out floating strike zone. He's got a lot of moving parts when he comes to the plate.
And he walks
All right, 4-pitch walk. Here we go.
The 7th inning.
Here we go.
Gibson went 6 innings, not
Started off well. Here we go.
Dominguez retired.
Again, Girardi got the big hook, the quick hook with when it comes to Gibson. He was pitching well, but that one inning scared Girardi. I mean, if you're a Phillies fan, you know Girardi got a quick hook with his starters. He always does. He did it with the Yankees. He's doing it with the Phillies. MTA prodigy. The impossible can happen again. All right, guys, here we go. Leadoff walk, Escobar at the plate, 7th inning. 3-2 Phillies.
Where's that Stott? That's
Stott. Bohm went on the other side.
I know your Bohms from your Stotts. And Dominguez finally throws a strike. Escobar has a base hit in his only career at bat against Sir Anthony Dominguez. Three infielders on the right side. And Escobar takes it down. Ball to strike.
Yeah, we need Escobar to get going here. He's been struggling.
Dominguez having trouble throwing strikes at 7 pitches, 6 of them out of the strike zone. I think that would prompt a visit from his catcher, but Real Muto staying put for the 2-1 to Escobar. And that's up and away.
All right.
Now it's 3-1. Dom
Here we
Smith
go.
waiting on deck.
The small rally.
Fans getting a little restless here in Philadelphia. They saw their bullpen give away a huge lead in the last game the Phillies played on Thursday. The Phillies had a 3-0 lead today. It's 3-2. The tying run is on first, and it's 3-1 to Escobar. And that's
Ball 4. Here we go.
Tying and lead runs are on base. Back-to-back walks issued by
Let's go.
Dominguez.
Here we go.
You were talking about either the pitching coach or the catcher going out there, Derek. Why you have to go out there? He missed every pitch in the same spot, so he hasn't made an adjustment. That'd be a simple thing to go.
Here we go.
Stop.
I feel it, guys. I feel it
Get your
coming.
runners on base.
I don't know what, but I feel it.
Visit. And the Phillies will start milling around at the bullpen, and Jose Alvarado will begin to loosen up. Now, this is one of those situations where if you didn't have the 3-batter rule, you would have had Alvarado up to start the inning to pitch to Dom Smith. But now you've got
All right, we got Dom Smith up with a righty on the mound.
for Smith, and
First and second, nobody
choice for
out.
the Phillies, but
Bunch
let
those base hits together.
Dominguez face him.
We love a Dom bomb,
They play their
but
infield.
I would take a base hit here.
Positioning for Dom. If they're going to leave the left side of the infield open. You see Dominguez's fastball runs away from the left-hand hitter.
All right,
he
they're
can't be on
shifting
the
him.
outside corner.
3 men on the
Don't
right
get over
side.
it, just
Bohm
try
is
to
playing
get
like
it
the
in
shortstop
the shift.
position,
Look at that
a
big
little
ball
bit
short.
in between third and short.
And Dom ignores the first one. And
Another
again,
ball.
sells
Here we
it
go.
away for ball 1. Dom has
Don't
taken
give him
2 balls
anything.
in this game. Segura made a
Look in
terrific
your
play
zone,
on his
middle
moment
in.
toward the middle his last
If
time.
it ain't there, don't swing. With a hot Marte on deck. Come on, Dom. You can't swing at that.
88 miles an hour, and Dom waves out at 1-1.
Can't do that.
You can do for a pitcher when he's struggling with commanded fastball, make him spin one in there. That sometimes will get you back on playing.
Dom calls one foul down the left side. They'll go out of play 1-2.
Come on, Dom. Yeah, I don't know why Dom's swinging that spot.
Gibson
You got to
with
look
6
in an
on, 2
area
on,
where
6
you know
hits,
if you
no
want the
walks,
ball
3
there, that's
strikeouts,
where you
and
swing.
72 pitches
When
and out.
the pitcher is struggling,
Dominant for the first 5 innings.
look middle in. Why would you swing at that? I don't get it. But all right, let's see if you can stay alive here and get it done.
With 2 strikes on a hitter, too.
1-2 coming. And Smith goes down swinging. And that's the first down. So nice comeback by
Terrible
Dominguez
piece of
with
hitting
all
by Dom.
fastballs to strike out Dom Smith.
Well, the pitch that Dom had to hit was the 2-1 fastball down away that he fouled down the left field line. He comes inside with the cutter here. Really ball 3. Tough to lay off. Dom on top of the
This
plate.
year, Dom, he's been getting more playing time, hasn't been hitting.
So now 1 out of the red hot
Until he had
start.
the pressure of
Marte
getting
steps in.
sent down.
Marte has hits in each of his last
That was a
5
terrible at
appearances.
bat.
And he takes
Now you're going to
the
give the
first
confidence to Dominguez right now.
Marte single to right in the 3rd, double down the left field.
All right, let's see if Marte
Sixth
can get it done. He's been hot. 2 for 2.
Alonso the tying run at 2nd, Escobar at 1st with 1 out. That's batting in the 7th down by a run. And Marte shoots one off the fist to foul ball. That's 0-2.
We're making this easier for
Now that
Dominguez here.
Dominguez has found the plate.
He's good. It's pretty tough, yes. He's got good stuff.
For 8 of his first 9 pitches out of the strike zone to Juan Alonso and Escobar, but now he appears to have found the range. Marte waiting on the 0-2. And
Whoa.
goes to the backstop, and Real
Wow.
Muto did a great job to prevent the wild pitch. This is just great quickness.
How did he catch that?
Not even close. Shades of Bull Durham.
Watch out for the ball. 1-2 coming. And Marte goes down swinging. So
Jesus.
Dominguez bounces back for back-to-back.
That Dom
balls
at bat
with
gave
back-to-back
Dominguez confidence.
strikeouts.
For a good up and in fastball running.
Both batters, Smith and Marte, were eaten up by pitches in.
Well,
So Marte's string of 5 straight hits comes to an end. And now the Mets in danger of wasting those first 2 walks. Guillorme had a base hit to center field his last time up. 1 for 2 on the day.
what's up, Ted?
Luis takes a fastball down the middle for a strike.
Outfield defense, opposite field.
Again, 2 at bats weren't good at bats for
In the gap,
against
right
Dominguez.
Field, center field over. On the infield, fairly straight up.
Guillorme has a hit in his only career at bat against Dominguez. Slider misses down, and it's 1-1. And Guillorme swings and misses at a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Now it's
Jeez.
1-2. An adventurous 20 pitches for Sir Anthony Dominguez. Now he's got an escape hatch. 1-2 to Guillorme. And he has to move his feet. 2-2.
That's the pitch against the left-handers. He likes it's his out pitch if he can get it over.
James McCann would be next. Two on, 2 out, 2-2 to Guillorme. And that's outside.
Woo.
Ball 3.
All right. Nice at bat by Guillermo here.
Dominguez runs to full. Now that'll mean an automatic start for Alonso at second and Escobar at first. Fairly guaranteeing that Alonso will be able to score on a base hit to the outfield. Three-two coming. And he flicks one
All right,
foul.
staying alive.
Across the plate for ball 4, but keeping the at-bat alive. We know Guillorme can foul off some hard pitches.
I think you got to pick a side in most on Dominguez. You got to think that most of the pitchers are going to be middle of plate away. Try to take that cutter in. Hard to do.
3-2. Struck him out. Wow, what a comeback by.
Well, that was a crappy inning for the Mets. That was terrible, guys. That was terrible. Again, you had Dominguez on the ropes there. Couldn't find the plate. Dom took ball 1 and then swings at a ball, let her high, which, again, you play baseball. If anybody plays baseball, they always tell you when the pitcher is struggling, you look at one zone in particular that you like to hit the ball. Anywhere else, don't swing. I mean, after that pitch, Dominguez looked amazing. He found the plate, and he already has nasty stuff. You know, you give him credit for finding it after that Dom at bat. But Dom had a terrible at bat. Dominguez got that confidence, and he got nasty stuff. And you know what? He mowed him down. He made Marte look silly, and he blew past Guillermo. That's exactly what happened. But you have to give credit to Dominguez there. It was a nice piece of pitching after he walked the 2 batters. He got a little bit of a break from Dominic Smith, and he took full advantage of it. And you have to tip the cap to him. But, you know, first and second, nobody out. You at least got to get a run home in there. You know, ground ball here to the other side. Maybe you get a runner to advance, but that sucked. Can't get everything, but you know what? Listen, we've all been clamoring for Dominic Smith. Everybody wanted Cano gone to get Dominic Smith more playing time. Well, guess what? Dominic Smith has been getting a lot of playing time since Cano's gone. What is it? What has it been? about a week now. It's been a week now. Dom basically played almost every day. If he was either first base or DH, he's been playing. And besides the game, where he wasn't sure if he was going to be on this team or not, or sent down to the minors, it's terrible. You know, he's been bad. There's no doubt about that. And, you know, it turns out to be the same issue when you get back to Dom, you know? Again, I worry about Dominic Smith. I'm worried about him. You know, I thought he was going to be good. You know, more playing time. You know, people wanted to give that to him. You can give him to him, but you could see that he's not right at the plate. And then he get more playing time, and he's still struggling. But they're showing all the fights that the Phillies had with the Mets and throwing the balls against each other, you know, at each other's heads, at our backs, back and forth. It's a rivalry, that's for sure. So we're going to the bottom of the 7th. Still 3-2 Phillies. Again, you got to give the credit to Dominguez for sure. You know, he was looking lost, and you know, it looked like Dom gave him that bat there. You know, I know Dom was anxious. You can tell. You know, he was ready to, you know, swing as hard as he can, but swinging at a ball, let her high, is not exactly what you wanted to see there. But Joey Rodriguez is coming in for the Mets, the left-hander. So see if he can do well in this inning and try to get the offense back up there. We'll see. Here we go, guys. So we're going to the bottom of the 7th, 3-2 Phillies.
Great. It's going to have to get work for just about everybody in the bullpen today, because with 2 days off the last 2 days and another day off tomorrow before they start their series in Washington on Tuesday, there's not enough work to go around. Ruff's got to figure all that out. He said, it's only something. It's either your bullpen's overworked or they're underworked. It's never a perfect formula. Game 2 of the doubleheader today. Start about a half an hour after the first one ends. Chris Bassett goes for the Mets. Lefty Christopher Sanchez comes up to pitch for the Phillies. Mets have seen him a couple of times in relief this year. This will be just his second big league start. So now Joely Rodriguez picking up for Max Scherzer. Bryson Stott leads off for the Phils. Stott on an RBI single.
Oh, I agree, Michael. Dom deserves his spot.
Difference in this 3-2 game.
I agree, but there's no doubt he hasn't been good this year, except for what? One game this year?
Yesterday, when Didi Gregorius went on the injured list with a knee injury. Stott takes his fastball for a strike, 1-1. You know, your mom's in the building for that. So we're on the Stott.
So another off day tomorrow. How many big league meals can our booth have in a week?
I don't know what's killing him.
Just have another one tomorrow in D.C.
I know Keith's trying to maintain his new lifestyle.
Yes.
SNY on their dime.
3-1 style with Schwarber and Golden to follow. Don't want to be walking the leadoff hitter on a one-run game. And Stott bounces one foul, 3-2. Max Scherzer threw 101 pitches over 6 innings, 3 runs, 10 hits, no walks, 7 strikeouts, 1 home run. So his rather incredible streaks are on the line. 24 straight starts without a loss, 15-0 over that span.
65 strikes out of those 101 pitches.
And 18 straight starts where his team has won. Both those are on the line.
Nice
takes a
pitch.
fastball for strike 3 call. Joely Rodriguez keeping that ball at the knees, and he strikes out the first man he faces.
Good pitch right there down the way. Stott kind of open, doesn't really stay in, steps in the bucket. He's going to have trouble with left-hander. That had played, too.
That's a tough at bat for lefties against Rodriguez.
He's a slinger.
He really slings it across his body.
It'd be no fun.
But the one thing about Joely is, and it's really true for Chase and Shreve too, they don't throw breaking balls to left-hand hitters. It's all fastballs, and in his case, a changeup, in Shreve's case, a splitter, which is pretty unusual for a left-handed reliever. Schwarber is 1 for 3 at a base hit back in the third. And he takes a fastball.
Oh, he might be ready, Joe, but again, I don't think he's needed. I mean, Beatty's a third baseman.
The backside
So-
of the left-hand hitter, too. It comes across his body. And he's got a good arm.
2 balls and a strike to Schwarber. Most people, they twiddle their thumbs. The fanatic, that's the equivalent. Line to right field, and Schwarber's got another hit. Get it over the line.
Once again, Schwarber kills us with a base hit.
For his second hit.
This guy just sees orange and blue and just goes crazy.
You gotta throw to the seams. That's the soft spot.
Nice at bat by Schwarber.
So that's 11 hits now for the Phillies. Their first hit was a Harper home run. The next 10 hits have all been singles. And there's Alec Bohm, who has
Yeah,
two
he
of
just
those
placed it
singles
in the
against
wrong
Scherzer.
spot. It was middle in. That's the wheelhouse for a lefty.
Dumped one into shallow right his last time up. And he takes fastball for a strike.
That 2-1 fastball should have been on the outside corner. That would have probably been a better pitch, but can't always throw a perfect pitch.
Rodriguez acquired right on the eve of the season from the Yankees in exchange for Miguel Castro. Castro's doing well for the Yankees. Rodriguez doing well for the Mets. And it's 0-2 to Bohm.
But you see 2 landing spots here. The one to your left, camera left, that's where Gibson and Scherzer step. Look at where he steps. That's clear, almost like 2.5, 3 feet. And it looks like he's going to throw it in the Phillies dugout. But it ends up over the plate.
You got to be very strong to come across your body.
He's barrel chested.
Yep.
A strong kid.
And he strikes
Nice
out Bohm
pitch.
with an up-and-in fastball. Bohm had no
Again,
chance
Rodriguez
to
has
run
been
back.
getting better and better
So
against
2
right-handed
strikeouts
batters.
in the inning for Rodriguez.
Very, very good against right-handed batters lately.
Driver on the majors presented by Audi. It's the season debut, streaking and struggling. Hey, the Reds won a game yesterday. Can we put them in struggling still? Of course, they also lost a game yesterday.
So they're 4-24 or 23?
4-23, and that's correct. The A's have lost 8 in a row after trading so many of their good players. The Brewers are streaking, so are the Dodgers. Dodgers swept a doubleheader from the Cubs yesterday, including another brilliant performance by Clayton Kershaw. Here's Harper. You know how the Reds won yesterday, right?
All right,
The Pirates
let's get Harper here.
catcher, Roberto Perez, got hurt, and their backup catcher, Andrew Knapp, the former Philly, had already been ejected, so they had to use Josh Van Meter, who hadn't caught a game since he was 14, and the Reds got a 7-run inning with Van Meter behind the plate. That's how they won. Finally won a game.
That's always the fear. Back in the old days, they had 3 catchers, and that was always the fear with 2 catchers that, if they both go down, you're in trouble.
Terry, you don't have a left-hander in the not pitch to Harper.
In this game.
That's the whole idea of Joely Rodriguez in here. You had three lefties out of 4. You got to leave the lefty. You ain't going to walk Harper to pitch to a right-handed batter when Rodriguez is better against lefties.
Stick a glove on your finger, and if you catch bats flying your way and foul off the 15 pitches in a row, why wouldn't he be able to catch?
He can run to the backstop. He could be a catcher.
That was the Bob Uecker formula. There goes the runner, the pitch outside. Schwarber steals the base standing up. He got an enormous jump for his second stolen base of the year.
He just going to take a chance on when the pitcher breaks from the bell.
Must have something on Rodriguez for him to leave that early.
So a runner in scoring position for Harper, a 2-2 count. And Bryce dribbles one foul.
I feel as a left-handed pitcher, you cannot allow in this kind of game stolen base in front of Harper. by a Schwarber.
In
A
front
base stealer.
anybody.
A base stealer, yes, but not Schwarber. Can't allow that to happen.
Now Ottavino is up in the Mets bullpen. If Harper gets on, we'll probably see Ottavino to pitch to Castellanos. 2-2 from Rodriguez, and Harper fouls that one away.
Rodriguez is leaving that pitch up.
I think the reason that Schwarber took off so early is that the Phillies have a tell on Rodriguez. They know when he goes to the plate and when he's going to go to first.
Or, left-handers are easier to steal off of because if you're not a base stealer, you can just take a chance when they
that
break the
Schwarber
throw.
stolen base could
And I think
become
that's what
costly.
Schwarber did.
Gotta be careful here.
Again, the 2-2 to Harper. First a look at second. Nobody covering with Schwarber out to dry.
If Lindor was covering second, he might have been
Right
out.
to the bag until it was too late.
Fortunately for Schwarber, he had no idea to steal third. He was able to get back.
Seventh pitch of the at-bat coming to Harper. And he struck
All
it
right.
out. Came all
There
the
we
way
go.
in to get Bryce Harper.
Good pitching by Joely Rodriguez. Going to the top of the 8th. The score still is 3-2. That is a nice piece of pitching by Rodriguez there. Did what he needed to do. Hey, again, Rodriguez has been a lot better. After, his first couple of outings were a little shaky. He was predominantly a guy who faces a lot of left-handed batters. And that he's been good against them. But lately, Showalter has been giving him a little bit of a leadway of facing right-handed batters, and he's been doing decent with them as well. So, again, the Mets, Scherzer came in the 6th, gave a quick 6th. 7th inning was taken care of by Rodriguez. Mets scored 2 runs in the top of the 7th. See if the Mets can just get on the bullpen of the Phillies. The Phillies bullpen, they're a little shaky. They still got that game in the back of their mind as well. Rafael, I don't know if to go with 3 catches. Again, they're not going to bring Alvarez up unless he's playing every day. You're not going to have a young kid sit on the bench 5 times a week. You're just not going to have it. You have to have Alvarez play every day. If that's the case, bring him up. But you're not going to sit McCann every day because you're paying him. Nito is the backup. So Alvarez is going to get 1 start a week. It's not what you want to do to a young player. You got to keep him down. If somebody gets hurt, different story. Then Alvarez might be able to come up. But you still got Mazika. That will probably come up, to be honest with you. But you don't want to rush Alvarez. For what reason? The Mets are in first place. They're playing well. I understand, McCann hasn't been good hitting-wise or Nito. But, again, if they play really good defense, I'm not going to go crazy with it. But they usually find spots where it's a big bat in the game that might hurt us. But still, and Dom's got to be careful. There's another, Mark Vientos is there, so I know he hasn't been playing well this year. But sooner or later, Dominic Smith's going to lose playing time. All right, guys, here we go. Top of the 8th, 3-2 Phillies. Ken, I don't know what you're listening to, but everybody seems to have the right thing on. Everybody hears the same thing with the in and over. So you're behind somehow.
Sure,
I don't know.
Okay, after that Ranger loss.
So Alvarado is in for the Phillies.
Yes, I think he took this one much better.
They had a good second period.
Yeah, yes, they did.
Well, I blame myself for this one.
Uh-oh. Why? Because you hung out with Ron?
Yeah, I mean, the entire point of sports is that if your team is hot, you stay in one place. And Ronnie and I were texting as the Rangers were coming back, and he said, hey, you want to come watch the 3rd period with me? And I said, yes. And then look what happened. And we did agree, Ron and I, as I was leaving yesterday,
Yes.
he said, we will never watch another Rangers game.
Wow.
But he wasn't crying or anything. He took it like a man.
They didn't cry?
No.
Wow,
Well,
that's impressive.
After I left.
Jose Alvarado into pitch. Mark Canha pinch hitting for James McCann.
All right, McCann's getting pitched for.
That's down by a run. And Canha takes first pitch fastball.
McCann's
Strikes
pinch
out
hitting.
for ball 1. Jose Alvarado personalizing his hat.
I love you, Mom.
Very nice.
See, now you like Jose Alvarado that much more now, right?
Too.
Because he loves his mom. In for a call strike, 1-1 to Canna. Nimmo and Lindor to follow. Canna played the opening game of the series in left field. He had the bank shot off the leg of Corey Knebel in the 7-run ninth inning. Alvarado's still not Dom's favorite guy. Just so you know. And Canna lays off the slider, and now it's 2-1.
It is a little bit interesting putting Kana in the pinch hit for McCann, though.
2 runs and 6 hits.
You know, yeah, you need a base runner, but at least McCann could step into one. I mean, McCann can too, but Ken is an on-base guy, so I guess that's what Buck is thinking right here. Get on base.
Could occasionally lose the strike zone. 2-1 to Canna. And Mark takes a rip at the fastball, and it's 2-2.
Wicked fastball.
Canna 0 for 2 in his career against Alvarado. There are his numbers for the season.
This is usually when Canna becomes a very difficult out. When he has 2 strikes on him.
The Mets have been an outstanding 2-strike hitting team this year, and Canna's been a big piece of that. 101 miles an hour from Alvarado, and it's 3-2. Nimmo waits on deck. Three-two from Alvarado. And it's on the inside corner. He got him.
Takes a fastball on the inside corner.
Came at him inside corner, belt tied.
So 1 out. Philly relievers now struck out 4 Mets in a row.
So on base was Shane. Where do you surprise a hitter who's got a good eye inside
Nice
with 2
pitch.
strikes, right?
Very nice pitch.
Great pitch. It's 99 on the black.
They're tough 2-strike hitters because they're protecting the plate. So when you're protecting the plate, folks, you're going up the middle. So you're going to cover the outside corner in the middle of the plate, but you're most vulnerable end.
So now Nimmo's already got 2 hits today. 2 for 3, and the one time he was retired was a line drive right to the second baseman. And Alvarado works him inside at 100 miles an hour, ball 1. Drew Smith up alongside Adam Ottavino. Probably Ottavino if the Mets are still behind. Smith if they get tied or take the lead. Smith has become that important in the pecking order in that Mets bullpen.
He's earned it.
I mean, really, if you think about it right now, it's become
Wow,
Diaz,
102.
Lugo,
Woof.
Smith.
Yes.
He's the third. I mean, he was not the third guy going into the season. You had Bay and Ottavino were probably both ahead of him, but he has earned it. Now Alvarado behind on Nimmo 2-0. Lindor on deck, who has bedeviled Alvarado. And now 3-0 to Nimmo.
All right.
Brandon's not going to give him any help.
He's got to be taken here. And look at the defense on Nimmo, the shortstop playing right up there. No shift whatsoever. Your classic infield setup. That's what happens when you start going the other way.
3-0. And he takes
All right, here we go. Go for it.
That's up the time we're on the board. So that is 8 straight Met hitters who have either walked or struck out. And the Mets could use a third true outcome from Lindor.
Jerry's Familia is it warming up in the bullpen for the Phillies.
Lindor doubled off the wall to drive in a run his last time up. And against Alvarado in his career, Francisco is 5 for 8. So he gets his first right-handed at bat of the day. So just 227.
I like Lindor in this spot. Right-handed? I like him better right-handed here.
That career success against Alvarado looming.
5 for 8 against Alvarado in his career.
So far this season,
5 hits.
Nimmo at first represented the tying run, and Alvarado checks in on him.
Winds changed just a little bit. It might help a little bit to left field right now.
Yep.
Michael's calling it.
Right-hand batter than the left-hand hitter, that's for certain. The ball that Lindor hit his last time up probably goes out on a windless day. It was off the right field fence. Lindor has 5 home runs this year. 1 as a right-hand batter. Jumps back from that fastball, so that's 5 in a row out of the strike zone for Alvarado after striking out Canna. That's no to be patient with Jose Alvarado. Jeff McNeil, the on-deck hitter. Familia getting ready for Alonso, who's 2 batters away. Lindor ignores inside. Right. Now it's 2-0. So that's 6 straight balls from Alvarado, and Real Muto is going to run it back.
Again, this is another spot here where it's got to be your pitch. Pick a zone where you want that ball to be, where you know you'll swing. If not, do not swing. Let him throw a strike.
Got a hitter's count right now.
Cotham's trying to rework his magic. He had it with Dominguez.
You're revisiting the 7th inning when Dominguez walked the first 2 hitters and then came back to strike out the next 3. Here, Alvarado started his inning with a strikeout, but now a walk and a 2-0 count to a guy who has owned him.
All right, Terry.
And so big pitches to make here. Plate umpire Corey Blazer gets out to mound, says it's cold, guys. Could we break up the meeting?
You would think, though, Alvarado's got a pitch, even if he's wild, through McNeil. And then Familia for Alonso, one would suspect.
So that's the big pitch for Alvarado and Lindor. Do you jump the next one after that pitching coach's visit?
No, let him throw a strike.
Right, throw strikes.
And Lindor takes a strike. Looks like a fastball, 2-1.
Looks like Lindor was taken all the way in that one. Interesting.
It's all right. You're probably going to get the same pitch here that you were going to get 2-0.
Nimmo with a short lead at first. 2-1 to Lindor. And Francisco bounces one foul outside third. It's 2-2.
That was a nice pitch.
There on the 2-1 count.
Nice slider.
Well, it seems as though every season we're putting up a similar graphic about the Phillies bullpen and how much it has struggled. Certainly the Mets contributed to that with their comeback on Thursday and trying to do it again today. Two coming. And Lindor pulls that one foul. Another slider. Got ahead of it.
Just thinking for Joe Girardi.
That was a nice pitch and nice way to stay in the at-bat by Lindor. That was a great pitch.
And he used it early and often.
Well, it helped that he had number 42 at the end of games.
Yes, it did.
You know, with the Jeff Nelsons and the David Robertsons and all those guys that they had. There was certainly plenty to go around.
That was the pitch right there. He missed it.
So he was really top of the gun today.
You know, one of the best
that was the pitch right there.
Many years was Betances.
Just lead on that pitch.
Guy.
6 pitches deep into this at bat with Lindor. Alvarado has another one to make. Nimmo at first carrying the tying run.
Alvarado does not have much of a move.
It's like you were saying before with Joely Rodriguez, lefties are either hard to run on or the easiest to run on.
And Brandon would not run. He does not.
Hasn't attempted a stolen base yet this season.
No, he has not. And this is a guy he probably, if he wanted to, he could.
Again with 2-2. Inside, a full count to Lindor.
Do you run him, run?
I would not.
I would not know because Brandon scores on a double with his speed.
I would not.
You don't want to strike him out, throw him
This
out.
guy's a strikeout pitcher if he throws a strike.
Agreed.
And we're looking across the diamond to Joey Cora to see whether he's running or not. 3-2 with one out. Not going. And Lindor bounces
All right.
foul. Just got a piece
Another
of it.
nice slider,
Good
but
slider right
Lindor
there.
fouled it off there, staying in the bat.
Alvarado, he wanted out. Lindor hung in there, stayed in the at-bat.
Lindor is such a better right-handed
Second
hitter.
season with the Phillies
He has more of a
after
level
years in
swing
Tampa Bay.
right-handed.
He established himself quickly as a
All right,
big
Frankie, let's go.
nemesis. This will be the ninth pitch of the at-bat to Lindor. And he struck him out.
Nice
Down with
pitch.
a slider. 2 down.
Nasty slider.
So the last 9 Met hitters, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts.
Breaks down out of the strike zone.
And
Damn.
so the innings left to Jeff McNeil with Nimmo at first and 2 out. Jeff is flying out, line to center, and struck out.
That was a good pitch, Ella. That ball started right down the middle and just dropped off the table. It's a good pitch. It's hard to lay off that pitch.
Margot was going to play behind Nimmo. You can't do that. Probably asking for guidance since he doesn't play over there a lot.
Infield spread out against McNeil. It's amazing over the course of the last few weeks to see how teams have first shifted and then not shifted against McNeil in the course of series. It's like we have these numbers from the last 3 years and they tell us this. Oh, he's not that guy anymore.
Well, they've had a whole month to look at and see what's been going on.
Yeah, but a lot of teams don't go just off recent history. They go off greater history. And they have to be coaxed to change their minds.
I like to stay in the present here.
Well, that you're a forward-thinking guy. And everybody shares that proclivity.
Yes, Michael, I am.
McNeil. Alonso would be next. This is going to be Alvarado's last batter either way. Nimmo at first and 2 out. And McNeil takes a knee-high strike, and it's 1-1. Hard-working inning for Alvarado. He's already thrown 21 pitches.
Come on, Jeff.
It's been about an hour since the Mets put a ball at the plate. This Lindor's double off the wall in the 6th. Last 9 hitters have all walked or struck out. And that's a call strike to McNeil right on the outside edge. And now it's 1-2.
McNeil didn't like the call. According to the strike box, it was a strike. And a good one, a good spot, good location.
Cool in the water.
It's got the corner.
JD, we're losing 3-2, but top of the 8th. Nice pitch on the black.
Strike.
It's 101.
1-2 now to McNeil.
How does he bother?
Because the bench tells him to throw over. That's why.
Oh, the catcher's giving him the thumb over. One or the other. But he's got absolutely a minus move.
I mean, unless he's holding something back, what you've done is you've told the Mets that you have no move, if you didn't know already. 1-2 coming. And that's low with the slider, and it's 2-2.
Plus, he's a guy when he goes home, Gary Alvarado. He lifts his leg. You can tell right away and break from the belt, and you're on your horse. You got an easy pillow to pilfer.
If Nimmo had any confidence at all in his ability to steal bases, he would have been at second base a long time ago.
Exactly.
Schwarber stole a base against the lefty. 2-2 to McNeil. And Jeff Dotson's one on the right side. Segura makes the play. That retires the side.
Damn it. Well, Alvarado was nasty, that's for sure. Throwing 102 and had a nasty slider. He located his fastball, and that always sets up the slider. So we're going to the bottom of the 8th, 3-2 Phillies. Roberto, remember talking about your Rob. What's up, buddy? Hey, everybody's giving up. Don't give up. Come on. Yeah, Roberto, that's the thing. We were talking about that earlier in the game. Before the Mets got the 2 runs. The biggest problem is that if they don't bunch hits together, they're not scoring runs. And that's the issue in these situations. Like, Alonso is the only guy who's like, okay, this guy can hit a home run. Oh, we can get a 2-run homer here. With each one of these guys up, I didn't expect a home run here. I didn't. I either expect him to make it out or get a base hit. I don't expect a home run from a lot of these guys. There might have been 1 or 2 moments where I was like, okay, I have a feeling he's going to hit a home run here. I don't feel it a lot of the time that this team's going to hit a home run. I don't. And it sucks. But, I like a team like this, but when you don't bunch hits together, the Mets usually don't score. You seen it, what they did in the 7th. They bunch hits together, they score 2 runs. They don't bunch hits together, they don't score. Let's see. I mean, you gotta have confidence the team comes back. Somehow they find ways, Yeah, I'm not worried about the Cy Young race right now. I'm worried about the wins and losses. All right, guys. So Nito is in as catcher. Obviously, kind of pitch it for McCann. McCann is playing left field. Ottavino is in for the Mets relieving. So here we go. Bottom of the 8, guys. 3-2 Phillies.
8th man up in the 9th inning.
In the 3rd spot, field spot.
Adam Ottavino coming off a dreadful performance, pitching on a 3rd straight day against the Braves. Will try and bounce back.
Tough one against that Atlanta where he gave up 3 runs. Need a big 0 here from Ottavino.
Nick Castellanos is over 3 with a couple of strikeouts today, both against Scherzer. First pitch slider out of the strike zone from Ottavino. Scherzer went 6, allowed 3 runs and hits, 7 strikeouts. And Joely Rodriguez struck out 3 in the 7th, so 10 strikeouts in the first 7 innings for Met pitchers. Castellanos fouls back 1-1. Corey Knebel, whom the Mets beat on Thursday, is up for a save opportunity for the Phillies.
No, right, I understand, but there's no guarantee that Alvarez will come up and beat a power bat that he is in the minors. You never know.
Castellanos lays off the slider to JT Realmuto on deck, and then Odubel Herrera. There's Knebel, who had been perfect in save opportunities until Thursday's game. Castellanos reaches for the slider and pops it up. Retreating as Guillorme to make the grab. 1 out.
A little different, though, for Knebel. In the last game, he had the kind of rushed in a game that he probably thought he was never going to have to pitch in. That's a good point. He's known for about an hour and a half that he was going to be needed in this game.
I mean, even after Lindor's 2-run home run, it's a 7-3 ball game right now,
So that's why I thought Alonso's double right after Lindor's home run was as important a hit as the Mets had in that.
You're right about that, because home runs tend to be rally killers. It sounds counterintuitive, but
they put 8 hits together.
That's around. Muto takes a slider for a strike. Coming up tonight at 11 o'clock, it's Geico Sports Night. It should be done by then. Of all the action from today's doubleheader, Rangers trying to wipe off the sting of the loss last night. And we're talking football in May. Geico Sports Night tonight at 11. Realmuto's 1 for 3. Well, if you're sitting in that Phillies dugout and the ninth inning is looming, and you just had a team drop a 7th spot in the ninth inning on you the last time you two played, does it have any carryover effect? Are you back on your heels at all?
Yes, I looked at it just now with the no-hitter against the Yankees.
You have the confidence in your closer. He was perfect until Thursday night. And, the problem is if a couple people get on, then you start to, looks a lot like,
here we go again.
Yeah.
Yes, I've had that feeling many a time.
Nice pitch.
Ball by Ottavino to strike out Realmuto. 94 up from Adam, and he's retired the first 2. Don't forget, second game comes up about a half an hour after the first one ends. Chris Bassett goes in the nightcap against lefty Christopher Sanchez. That's Christopher with only 1 H. At the beginning, so near the end.
Okay. Let's go.
Here's Odubel Herrera with 2 out. Dom Smith made a terrific stop on his pull-and-one hopper his last time up. Slider at his feet for ball 1. It is cold out there. Temperature's up to 56, but with that wind still howling, there's a high discomfort.
I agree, Michael.
To another Herrera. Gene Segura will be next. On the latest Mets pod, Mets pitching coach Jeremy Hefner joins the show, getting an inside look at what's helped Tyler McGill and Drew Smith make huge improvements this year. Subscribe and listen to the Mets pod, available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Ottavino behind 2-0. And Herrera pulls one on the ground. Dom makes another
what a play by Dom.
from his knees. It's dropped by Ottavino, and Herrera is safe. Well,
Jesus.
Dom Smith again took a hit away from Herrera, but Ottavino got there plenty of times, simply dropped the throw, and that'll be an error on Ottavino.
Throw a little bit low, but still should have been made. It should have been caught. Kind of a low throw. And that's definitely an error earned right there. That's not a bad throw at all. My mistake. It was right there.
he was upset that he missed the ball, but you got to get out of the way because of a certain player.
You got to do some PFP, man.
Spike in the Achilles.
Assist for Dom. And
can't give this team extra outs right now.
The inning for Segura, who's 2 for 3 today.
So that throw was a good throw. My mistake there. Just flubbed by Ottavino.
And that was a fairly close play with Odubel not sliding back in.
Odubel, you never know what's going to come from him.
And waiting to see if the Mets are going to challenge that call.
They're thinking about it. Nope.
But they decide not to. Segura 0 for 4 against Ottavino. And he dribbles one up the line, and that's a foul ball. Segura seems to get 2 hits every game against the Mets.
He's at his best, too, and he's hitting the ball to the right side.
And yet the Mets shift against him.
Although Diome moved about 3-4 steps to his left or right on the diamond.
Makes more sense. Way to Segura, it's 1-1. Segura's a 2-time All-Star. He's not been a big power hitter in his career, but he's got 99 home runs. So the next one will be a milestone for him. Johan Camargo waiting on deck.
Did Gary Cohen really need to say that right now?
The one he hit need against the Mets to win a game against Diaz, right?
Yes.
Backhand play by Nito, throw to first, and Herrera gets back. Ottavino trying to work around his own error here in the bottom of the eighth and keep it a one-run game. Wary of Herrera, who has yet to try to steal a base this year. The slider well out of the strike zone. It's 3-1 to Segura. Buckhead Ottavino worked 3 straight days earlier this week. The first 2 he was impeccable, and the third one was elusive for him. This one's been kind of middling. 3-1 coming, and he missed for ball 4. Herrera was running. It didn't matter. Segura draws the walk, and now there are 2 men on. So an inning that appeared to be at an end, prolonged by the drop throw. Ottavino then walks the next batter, and now Camargo with a chance to get some insurance in for the Phillies with 2 out and 2 on.
A good matchup for the Phillies here. Sinker ball pitcher in Ottavino, the low ball hitter in Camargo.
Well, that error could be costly here.
Playing with runners in scoring position.
6 for 15 in RBI situations. Another one today. First walk allowed by Mets pitching today. So now Camargo bats with 2 out and 2 on. And that breaking ball gets in for a strike, 0-1.
I don't know, when he said it, I'm like, uh-oh.
Segura's
going to hit his 100th home run, but he didn't.
Hoskins held out of the lineup because he's struggling and because he's always struggled against Max Scherzer. 1 for 26. So Hoskins will play the second game instead against Chris Bassett.
Seems like Ottavino don't want to throw his fastball right now.
Alonso is DHing in this game. Has plenty of time to get ready for his at-bat. Leading off in the ninth against Corey Knebel. So must-get hitter, though, for Ottavino. It's up and away to Camargo, and it's 2-1.
And again, Gary, that 4th inning, that lost run the Phillies had with the base running blunder, it was 4-2 ball games, a little more comfortable than a 3-2 ball game.
But you got to keep it 3-2.
Unless they have another 7-run rally on. Little flare behind short, and back goes Lindor to get it.
Oh.
And that retires the side.
All right. Last licks for the Mets. 4-5-6 for the Mets. Can the Mets come back off of Knebel again? We'll see. Stick around. All right, guys. So, Mets last licks, top of the 9, 3-2 Phillies. 4-5-6 for the Mets. Again, we all know Knebel was one of the 2 pitchers that gave up that big 7-run rally for the Mets to come back the other in the last game. Can the Mets come back again? It's only one run this time. I'm thinking, look, you're going to have confidence, right? This team has showed us they can come back twice this year in big deficits, right? Against St. Louis and recently against the other game against Philly. It's possible. You know, we don't need 7 runs in this spot. These damn bots. I swear to God, it's insane. We'll see. We'll see if they can come back. Well, Familia's not coming in. Knebel is. So, again, the Mets did hit Knebel the other game. So, again, that doesn't mean nothing. It's always the next day. You could be terrible one day, the next day, and the next game you'd be great. So, especially with relievers. Well, I mean, Familia is not their closer, so I don't see why Familia would be in here. So, Familia would have came in if it got a little fishy when the Mets decided to swing at everything and give the pitcher a break there. But we'll see. I think the Mets have a good shot here. You got 4, 5, 6 here. Obviously Alonso can beat you with a home run. This is a spot here when Alonso's up and like, okay, I can see a home run here. It's very limited in this lineup, but I can see a home run here. Escobar has been struggling. I would love to see Escobar turn it around here and do some damage. So here we go, guys. Top of the ninth, 4, 5, 6 for the Mets. Phillies lead 3-2.
Pete Alonso will get the first crack at Corey Knebel as we go to the ninth inning. Mets down by a run. After sprinting in the ninth inning to an unlikely victory in the first game of this series, Mets got to sit on that for 2 days. So did the Phillies. And now Knebel, who suffered the blown save on Thursday, goes right back to it.
You're really going to see two pitches from Knebel. You're going to see a fastball across the top of the zone and a curveball that comes out of that same spot.
All right. Let's see if the Mets have another comeback in them.
Number on the bottom is not pretty. First batter he faced when he came in on Thursday was Mark Canha, who banked one off Knebel's leg. And Knebel said afterward, if he just let it go, would have gone right to Gene Segura, and they would have turned a double play, and the game would have been over. But that's the stuff of which rallies are made.
That's right.
So here's Alonso, who's 0 for 2 in a walk today. Career against Knebel, he's 2 for 3. First fastball.
Now, I know Alonso's thinking in his mind a blast here, but you also got to be smart and, take the base hit if you can get it here.
Who combined to walk 3 in their 2 innings.
Can't be overly aggressive here.
But the Mets haven't had a hit since the 6th. They've had just 6 hits in the game. Pete almost falls over chasing a fastball.
Okay, he didn't listen.
I think Pete was looking middle in. Tried to launch one there.
Jesus, Pete.
It swung out of his shoelaces.
Jesus. Come on, Pete.
It's a big, powerful swing.
Pete's 0 for 2 in a walk today. Escobar on deck. Dom Smith behind him. And Alonso takes the whole plate umpire.
That was the pitch.
That got him good. Corey's called a good game back there today.
Got some attention from the Phillies athletic trainer. And that one really stung. His crew chief, Phil Cuzzy's coming down from third to see if he's all right.
Oh, that's a ricochet.
Woof.
Off Real Muto's helmet and right into the mask of Blazer.
And the side of his face.
Ouch.
What's that shot?
Well, that was the pitch to hit for Alonso right there.
He's going through that right now.
You got underneath that
Makes the
pitch.
throw here. Can't throw because the meeting is going on at home plate. And apparently Blazer passes the test. Federation of Masked Men. They can commiserate.
Yeah.
All right, Pete, you gotta be careful.
Iron Mask.
I believe Knebel has a slider, so you gotta be careful here.
Leading off in the ninth inning with the Mets down a run. That's a 4-2 in one-run games this year. 1-2 coming. And a curveball out of the strike zone and out of the mid of Real Muto.
Now, we've talked about Pete with 2 strikes going to the opposite field, and Segura at second base is playing up the middle. The whole right side of the infield open to Pete.
It's notable that the Phillies are just 1-5 in one-run games this year, including that series opener Thursday. And Alonso that time chased one and was fortunate to get a piece of it to keep the advantage.
That was way outside, and he kept that bat on that ball.
And cutting.
Well,
Keep
I guess you got to protect the plate there, but that was way off the plate. But you're protecting there, so
These situations.
you got to do what you got to do to stay alive.
Inside, up and enters on Pete here.
And he chases one for strike 3. So Knebel fans Alonso, and that's the first out of the night.
He wanted it set up in, Ron. Yeah, the last 2 pitches he wanted in, and they cut coming out of the
And
stand
Knebel lost,
all the way across the
didn't
plate.
even hit his spot.
So now 1 out.
And Pete went fishing.
Phillies will shift their defense for Eduardo Escobar. Bohm moves over to the right side in the triangle.
And Bohm on the grass at third base.
Escobar's 0 for 2 and a walk, and he gets a curve for a strike, 0-1.
Good leadoff curve right there. It's stuck over there. Bohm's over in right field.
Escobar has had 3 career at-bats against Knebel. One of those 3 a home run. And another curveball. This one misses, a ball on the strike. Escobar has only 1 home run through his first 97 at-bats as a Met. The wind is certainly not in his favor, blowing hard from right toward left. Takes a cut and misses, and it's 1-2.
Good up and in fastball.
Knebel has not given up a home run this season for his first 11 appearances. Now he's ahead on Escobar, 1-2, down Smith on deck. And Escobar gets a curveball and pops it up. Stott waiting for it. 2 out.
Yeah.
So Knebel has set down the first 2. And thus the Mets are down to their final.
Well, Dominic Smith is also due. So
Dom is 0 for 3 today, 0 for 7 in this series. Knebel struck him out in the midst of that 7-run rally on Thursday. Struck him out for the second out of the inning, got him with a curveball. Again, they put on the full shift with Stott playing it on the grass at third against Dom. And he takes the fastball inside for ball 1. Dom was at 2 ground balls to the right side and struck out in his 3 at-bats today.
Dom's going to try to pull one to go deep and tie it up. He's going to have to hit it against the teeth of the wind. Left field's going to aid him with this wind.
Swings on the curveball, and it's 1-1.
Just get on base, get up in front of Hot Marte, get him to the plate. He's got a good breaking ball. It's almost a 12-6. Yeah.
It's a Greg Olson curveball.
It's a good call.
One to Dom. Now the curve, this was pulled down to first, a foul ball. Margot was playing right on the line, so if that was fair, it would have been the end of the game. But it was just foul.
all right, Dom, come on.
1 strike to play with. The icy Philly fans hoping for the last out, the even series with another game to play after this one today.
It's been a while, last year.
1-2 coming from Knebel to Smith.
Dominic Smith asked for time and stepped out, and now Knebel steps off. 1-2 count.
Come on, Dom.
Throw the curveball for a strike. You can bounce it.
Here's the 1-2. And he struck him out with a high fastball, and the Phillies with 3 hitless innings of relief.
Well, that was a crap performance by the Mets. Again, all you Dom Smith fans, he's got playing time. He's done nothing. Escobar, same problem. Guy's a pop-up machine. But the Mets had opportunities. They just didn't get it through. So Phillies win 3-2. I don't know what Dom was swinging at there. That ball was eye level. that was a bad pitch. Jesus. So the Phillies win 3-2. Again, the Mets have not been scoring runs. This is a game you got to win. This is the game where Scherzer kept you in the ball game. Wasn't great, but he kept you in the ball game. The bullpen came in for the Mets and took care of business, kept them at 3. But besides that 8 runs, well, let's be happy we won that last game. I tell you, we would have been on a 3-game losing streak, but we were not. We still got a chance to take the series here. Definitely got a chance to take the series here with Bassett on the mound. Again, you know what? Besides that base running blunder by the Phillies, they played a good all-around ball game for the most part. Their bullpen came in, did the job. And you got to tip your cap to them. It was a good job. It was a good job by the Phillies today. Again, when we had Dominguez on the ropes, Dominic Smith was up, and he turned that Dominguez. It turned all around. Come on, Ken. You don't have to be a jerk to everybody now. But that was a good performance by the Phillies. Besides that base running blunder, the Mets had multiple times at bat where they had a chance to score some runs and they didn't. The Phillies bullpen shut them down. But we're waiting for game 2. It'll probably start around 4, I would think. So I shall be here until the game starts, and then we'll have another game in a cold-ass Philly, which is, just as cold-ass New York. All right, guys, have a good day. Yeah, no money. You see the lineup. I mean, don't get me wrong. Not a lot of people are hitting. I mean, Marte was hitting for the most part. I mean, Alonso went at bat. I don't know what he was swinging at. But Dominic Smith, again, he's a fan favorite. For what reason, I still don't know. A guy who had a 2020 season, which was just as good as Conforto, but people couldn't wait to Conforto to get out the way. But Dominic Smith, everybody loves Dominic Smith. And Dominic Smith's getting the playing time, and he's done nothing. Does not have a home run on the year yet. It kind of sucks. Look, I'm rooting for Dom. I really am. He's a really good player. He's great defensively. But, again, how many more times are you going to put him in the middle of this lineup and he does nothing? I mean, the game always finds you, as they say, right? Either the ball finds you or when you're at the plate, you're in a big spot. The big spots have been finding Dominic Smith. And besides the game where there was a pretty good chance he might have got sent down to the minors, that was the only game he had this year that was very good. And it sucks because there was always a debate. Dominic Smith should be playing every day. Dominic Smith should be DHing every day or whatever. You know what? Sooner or later, a lot of people don't like J.D. Davis either. Again, J.D. Davis hasn't been playing good. But you could say the same thing with Dominic Smith or with J.D. Davis, as you said with Dominic Smith. J.D. Davis hasn't been getting playing time. So why don't you give him a chance at DH, right? If everybody wants to give Dominic Smith a chance, give J.D. Davis a spot where he actually performed in a full season in 2019. I would do that. And it's bad because you got Smith, you got Escobar in the mix, and they're just not playing well right now. So we're going to wait to see the lineup. Obviously, you're going to see Canna, you're going to see Nito. I wonder Pete's going to play first. I doubt Dominic Smith's going to play this game. I think J.D. Davis is going to get a start. Yeah, I don't like McNeil hitting in the bottom of the order. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. But again, why is Dominic Smith a good player? I just don't understand. Like, can people explain to me why Dominic Smith's a good player? I just don't understand. He was hurt in all of 2019. Can't blame him there. Injuries happen. Came back, hit a home run, walk-off, last game of the year in 2019. 2020, great year. There's a lot of guys that had great years that are garbage in baseball right now. And where is Michael Conforto? Even if nobody wanted to sign him because he had a bad year last year, but he had a great year in 2020, just as well as Dominic Smith had a great year. I don't understand. 2021, full season. Nobody wants to look at that. Dominic Smith played every day. Ken, you gotta see. Here's the problem with you, Ken. I like you, but here's the problem with you, Ken. This is the problem. Great, 19 wins. That's wonderful. Got what, a 5-game lead right now on the Marlins. Rafael, I'm staying off of game 2. The biggest problem is what you're seeing. You can critique a team. You can critique a team. Ken, just because you don't like to say nothing negative doesn't mean it ain't true. Dominic Smith is awful. Absolutely awful. This is going on a year and a half now. You know, it's kind of ironic that the one moment when he had the opportunity of going down, he plays well. I like Dominic Smith, but I just don't think he's a good offensive player. Great defensively. That's probably what kept his ass on this team. Obviously, Cano's garbage, so that's probably the other reason why he's on this team. But I guarantee you, if Cano wasn't on this team and there was a person who had to go down, Dominic Smith would have went down. Even after the game he had. But the good news is, Ken wants me to be positive, so I'll be positive. We can still win the series, right? That's what we're looking for, right? Win series, take series, all is well. We got Chris Bassett on the mound for the Mets. Waiting for the next lineup, which will probably come up in about 10 minutes or so. I'm just waiting for it to see if anything pops up. Let's see. Yep. We're not, obviously the line, but not going to be that crazy. Oh, wait, no. Okay. Something popped up on MLB, so I was just wondering. Well, I wouldn't say Cano influenced the offense. I mean, a guy doesn't produce. What does he tell him? Hey, get a hit. I doubt that. Lane, you're gonna see Connie. You're gonna see Davis. I would think McNeil will be playing second. Maybe Marte will DH. I don't know. It depends because I know Buck said that he wanted to get Marte off his feet on the field. So I can see Marte DHing. His bat is a little hot. So you can put him at DH there. But Lindor is probably going to play. Alonso's probably going to play. I'm curious if Escobar is going to be in the game. Maybe, I don't know if J.D. Davis will DH or play third base, but we'll see. Nito will definitely be a catcher for sure. I'm not gonna beat up Buck for. I don't think he made any bad moves, honestly. I mean, what is he can do? The guys didn't hit. You know what I'm saying? You just can't. You can't blame Buck for the guy not hitting. Well, Muckman, we had Canada bench because he's gonna play game 2. That's why. Now, again, the reason why Marte has been at the bottom of the order is because he started to produce He started to get hot. So you don't want to move him out of that spot where he feels comfortable at the moment. Well, yeah, but how many games did Dominic Smith play? He played what? 12 games, 13 games? Yeah, again, I don't care about 2020 because you can't bring up a stat in 2020 for Dom, and then for another player, because it doesn't fit your narrative, you can't bring up another player. It just doesn't make sense. Again, can we throw 2020 out? It was 60 games. Again, I can guarantee a lot of guys a lot of people in this chat right now who couldn't wait to get rid of Conforto had a better year than Dominic Smith, but people couldn't wait to get rid of Michael Conforto after his 2021 season. Dominic Smith had just as bad a season. So, and Dominic Smith played every day. So, again, I'm worried about Dominic Smith. Like, I honestly thought he would be a really good offensive player. That's why when people said, when we got the DH, I would like to see Alonso DH more and put Dominic Smith at first, because obviously Dominic Smith's better than Pete Alonso at first base. Alonso has gotten a lot better. But if Dominic Smith's not going to hit, there's no point putting him at first base. It doesn't help us. Defensively, yes. Offensively, no. Oh, I don't know. I mean, we got a guy on the mound, Christopher. Let me see who's playing the next game. Pitching next game. I forgot that pitcher's name. Just give me a second. Let me just find the game. Oops. All right, there we go. Game 2. All right, I'm just gonna share my screen real quick. Christopher Sanchez, that's who's pitching for the Phillies. It was supposed to be Ranger Suarez, but I don't know why they did that. I don't know if he was on short rest or what. I don't know, but it's going to be Christopher Sanchez. So, again, he has a 5.40 ERA. I mean, the Mets should hit him. But, who knows? Procrastinating. Dominic Smith is not a great player. All right, Arthur. Okay, saving Suarez, that's not a bad idea. I understand that. But I am a little surprised by Dominic Smith, though, because, I mean, if there's something to critique right now in this lineup, it's Escobar and Dominic Smith, honestly, right? I mean, 1 home run by Escobar, no home runs by Dominic Smith. Those are 2 guys that, well, over the last week, Dominic Smith has been playing every day, either the DH or on the field. And they haven't been performing. And let's be honest, the runners have been on base for those guys lately. And they're going to find you in spots like that. It's just, baseball is just quirky that way. It works like that, right? But, Scherzer got his first loss. First loss since May of 2021 for Scherzer. Again, didn't have his best performance, but kept the Phillies to 3 runs, kept the Mets in the ball game. Oh, there's someone that terrible swing by Dom again. Thanks. So once again, guys, now is the time to get all your questions in, your opinions, or whatever you want to talk about, we will talk about right now until the lineups pop up and we know what time the game is going to start. Throw on some hockey, see what's going on with the hockey games. I guess the hockey game is over. Thought there was one. I know the Bruins are playing. Maybe I missed it. Or maybe ESPN. Oh. All right, well. Guess some basketball. All right, Frank. Have a good day. Yeah, I think Dom's sitting in it. I mean, you never know. Dom Escobar might sit in this game, and the bots are back. But yeah, it's obvious that Dominic Smith. I don't know what if it's his the way he's swinging the bat, what he's standing, is he dropping his arms? You know, there's a lot of things that can go into that. Well, the big thing offensively with the Mets, again, we talked about this over and over again. This team is not relying on the 2 or 3 run home run. They're relying on 2 or 3 hits or 4 hits. They're bunching up hits, and that's what they need to do. They're not doing that. So look, I think this game is going to start around 4:10, maybe. Let's see. All right. Yeah, it looks like 4:10 probably. Seems like a good thing. All right, Ethan. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, guys, I don't think anything's coming right now. Yeah, no bats are coming right now. Unless they make a drastic move and get some, somebody down and send the bat up from the minors. Who? Vientos, who's struggling in the minors? Again, Yeah, I still think Escobar's gonna be a difference maker in this. No, Meaty, thank you, buddy. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I do think. Yeah, I do think I feel like Escobar's still gonna be a big part of this lineup. He's just not doing it right now. It's 29 games into the season. All right, Ken, we get it. Relax. Jeez. Yeah, I don't agree. I don't see what's the difference between playing first base and DH. He's playing every day. He's getting at bats. Right? That was everybody's idea. Right? Dom is not playing well because offensively because he wasn't getting playing time. He's getting playing time. He's played the last week. He played almost every game ever since Cano got DFA'd. Again, it's a week. He could turn it around next week. He could be really good. But, there's been no power from Dominic Smith at all. Let's see. What lineups we got? Anything? Well, the Phillies lineup is up. Let's check the Phillies lineup. Oh, no. Well, it didn't pop up yet. Popped up on my phone, but not on here. So let's refresh it, and we'll go from there. But he's getting playing time now, and he's still struggling. So, so why don't JD Davis get a chance? There we go. There's the lineup. All right. Need a little bit of refresh. All right, guys. So the Phillies lineup is on right now. Is up right now. So Kyle Schwarber's leading off, playing left field. Alec Baum batting second, playing third base. Bryce Harper DH and batting third. Castellanos cleaning up batting right field. Reese Hoskins batting fifth, playing first base. Gene Segura, second base, batting sixth. Bryson Stott, shortstop, batting seventh. Garrett Stubbs, catcher, batting eighth. And Roman Quinn, center field, batting ninth. So basically everybody's playing in this Phillies line except Hoskins, Stubbs, and Quinn are in the game for the game 2, waiting for the Mets lineup. Yeah, Progressive, I'm not going to give him a break. Here's the problem. The same people who are clamoring for Dominic Smith to get at bats, that's why he's not playing well, is the same people that are killing J.D. Davis of why he's striking out all the time. It's the same thing. Again, Dominic Smith had how many at-bats last year? Probably over 450 at-bats last year. How did he do? What was his excuse last year? I don't understand. That's the problem with Dominic Smith. All right, we got the Mets lineup up. Should be coming up just now. It came up on my phone, so another refresh. Oh, yeah, it's not that I'm worried about the team. The team's going to do fine. But you can critique a good team. You know, that's the problem with some people in this room right now. You can critique a team that's good. You know what? Name the best team in baseball. I guarantee you want to pick the Dodgers, we'll pick the Dodgers. I guarantee you there's Dodger fans that are critiquing their team right now. Just what you look at things that are causing your team's problems. Just because you're good doesn't mean you have no issues. And that's the other reason he was injured. Yeah, you know what? Give J.D. Davis an opportunity. You know, if you're going to have Dominic Smith DH, if Alonso's playing first, Dominic Smith's not doing it at DH. Put J.D. Davis in. Give him a week of at-bats. Give him 20 at-bats. See what he does. Can't be worse than Dominic Smith at this point, right? Well, here we go. Mets lineup is up. I'm going to put it up right now. All right, so here's the Mets lineup. Brendan Nimmo leading off, batting second, center field, playing center field. Mark Hanna leading off, batting second, playing left field. Francisco Lindor, shortstop, batting third. Pete Alonso playing first base, batting fourth. Eduardo Escobar, DH, and batting fifth. Starlin Marte, right field, batting sixth. Jeff McNeil, batting second, batting seventh, playing second base. J.D. Davis getting a start, batting eighth, playing third base, and Tomas Nido catching, batting ninth. So again, what I see Bucks doing is trying to get Escobar going. That's what I think. He has not moved him for that fifth spot in a while. Well, I mean, I didn't mind that trade. I know why a lot of people didn't like it, because they thought Dom was going to be a really good player and play well for us. But, you know, Eric Hosmer is lead the league in hitting right now. Again, not even 50 games yet, so I'm not going to go crazy, but he is playing better than Dom right now. Yeah, guys, I know we need a catcher, but we're not getting one right now. I tell you that. You're going to have to deal with what we have at the moment, guys. Andrew, I'm assuming it's going to start like around 4:10. That's what I'm thinking. Whoop. Try to break my remote here. But that's what I think. Yeah, they're not bringing up Alvarez. Unless Alvarez is going to get playing time every day, they're not bringing him up. Believe me, all of us probably want him up, but no need to rush him when the team's actually playing well.
This walk of faith, it's a solidarity walk.
Let's see. I was watching the basketball game. I didn't have SNY on, so. Yeah, 410, 415 probably. Once again, guys, if you haven't pinned on that like button yet, please do. We're here for game 2, so we're going to be here a while. Probably until somewhere around 7:30 or so. So hit up that like button if you haven't yet and get that stream out to more Mets fans, more Philly fans, some baseball fans. Have some fun in game 2. Oh, Andrew, there's one thing I already can't stand the Phillies. Look, I can watch basketball. I'm not a crazy basketball fan, and let's be honest, my Knicks are far from the playoffs. So I watched maybe about 20 minutes of the NBA playoffs. Yeah, but the way the Mets see Alvarez, you're not gonna not start him every day. I mean, he's your number one prospect. You're gonna play him every day. Obviously as a catcher, he's gonna not play once, twice a week. But if he comes up now, you got 3 catchers. All right, you say I don't think Nito has any options anymore, so you can't send Nito. Then you have to DFA him, and then you're not gonna play Alvarez over McCann every day. You're just not gonna do that. At least not right now. Long day, guys. Long day. Volcano, I do like football. Yeah. Buck's gonna give everybody an opportunity, but the one person who hasn't got really an opportunity has been JD Davis. Give him a week of at bats. See what he does. If he's just as bad as Dominic Smith, well, you got to go day by day with these guys. A momentum killer? No. I mean, you're going to lose a series at some point. So when is the key? I mean, you're not going to win every series. It's nearly impossible. Yeah, RM, I agree. Yeah, Alvarez he's going to be a September call-up. If he's still playing well, he'll be a September call-up. No, Andrew, I hate the 7-inning doubleheaders. I couldn't stand them. The only people who like 7-inning doubleheaders are not real baseball fans. Well, okay, so you're saying Dom only has 54 at bats, so he's got 40 at bats. So then, if you say Dom doesn't have enough at bats, then JD Davis doesn't either. So you kind of flip what you said, and you kind of prove the point that I just made. Yeah, I'm surprised Haldeman hasn't been called up yet. Brendel. He was the one that opened up some eyes in spring training for sure. But I don't know what he's doing in the minors right now. I'm not going to say I checked it because I did not. But maybe he's not performing well right now. Ethan, that's funny. I know everybody X because I'm New Yorker, Giants, Jets. Now I'm a Cowboys fan. Well, I don't. I actually I thought replay was going to be decent for baseball, but it's an absolute, shit show, honestly. Oh, so Hold'em has been good. I don't know why they're not bringing him up. I'm not sure. Yeah, Todd. Well, you know what it is too, because it's all national broadcast. It's not like Mets have SNY, Yankees, yes. Baseball is regional, because football is nationally watched, and you can turn on 5 and you'll see a team that is not from your city. So I grew up in the '90s. My grandfather used to watch me on Sundays, and he was a big Cowboy fan, and there was no other game that was going to be on except the Cowboy game. So I got stuck watching the Cowboys all the time. My dad's a Jeff fan. He was working, so I just gravitated towards the Cowboys, and that's what happened. I'm not doing football. That's for sure. Even though football is probably a lot easier since it's once a week, but baseball is my number one sport. I love baseball. I could talk all day about baseball. You don't do a stream for 8 or 9 hours during a lockout, basically talking about nothing, because the lockout was doing nothing at that moment and sticking around. You love baseball, and I'm not going to do football, though. So a lot of people ask me that, though. It's interesting. See, a 49ers fan. I know a lot of Steelers fans. Obviously, Cowboys and Steelers had a lot of rivalries back in the day. All right, guys, so let's give me like a 5-10 minute break right before the game starts. I'm going to put up game day and a little bit of music. I'm just going to get a drink, maybe a bite to eat real quick, and I'll be right back. right, guys, I'm back. Chris Bassett's walking to the dugout right now. So, again, probably 4:15. Going to start. Just had to get an apple. All right, guys. So, waiting for the first pitch. Christopher Sanchez is in the dugout right now. Again, 4:15 looks like it's going to be start time. So, we'll get that up and running as soon as it starts. So, again, obviously the Mets have the pitching advantage in this game 2 for sure. But let's see if the Mets can put some runs together. It'd be nice to have a nice, easy going victory of like a 6-0 win, right? Yeah, look at me. I got my salsa and my apple. I do have some pasta waiting for me, but I could have if I get that pasta going, you ain't gonna see me for an hour. So procrastination, I can't because my mother's not here. Lemon lime. That's what I got. Right there. Nah, I just got really blonde hair, unfortunately. I got dark hair and blonde hair. I always had it. It's weird. There you go, RM. That's not a bad way to go. Some wings and some 7-Up. Granny Smith. You can't go wrong with Granny Smith. Nobody, my girlfriend does not like Granny Smiths. I don't know if I like her anymore. Like, how do you not like Granny Smiths? She's like, oh, I like my Macintosh. I'm like, you're boring. All right, guys. So they're giving up the lineup cards at home plate. Looks like it's going to start at 4:15. Maybe a little bit later. I know. Granny Smith might be the end of it. All right, so we're going to listen to Gary Keith Duran right before the game, guys. All right, so here we go.
Press box PA here at Citizens Bank Park that the game would start at 4:10.
Yeah.
Oh, they lied.
We have Steve do the open for the second game. Gives us a chance to get our scorecards ready, maybe grab a bite to eat, little things like that. But because they changed the start time back to 4:10, now there wasn't enough time for Steve to get in position to do his open. So we came here.
Yes.
And we opened the broadcast, and now it's just about 4:15. And that's when the game is going to start.
Supposed to start at 4:10?
My slice of pizza.
Obviously, it's past that now.
Open, but we tried our best.
We had sandwiches brought up, and I have to tell you, the sandwiches were pretty good.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I couldn't wait for them.
It was a Jersey Mike sandwich, and it was a Italian hero, and it was not bad.
I wish I had the patience to wait. I dipped into the pizza. I was hungry.
Was it good pizza or
It's
not?
okay. It's serviceable.
Okay. Did you have a little ice cream chaser?
No,
Frank's the one?
They said they ate at Jersey Mike's.
No, he's still there. No ice cream. How can we be here and not have a cheesesteak?
Oh, look at that. Because
What's in it?
I mean,
It's a little caloric.
I was happy with the sandwich I had. Let me just put it that way.
Okay, good.
I won't have dinner tonight. I'll say that.
Well, you have to get to D.C. tonight, don't you?
But the what?
Are you going to D.C. tonight?
I'm going with you. You're
Well,
driving.
I'm going to D.C., so that means you're going to D.C.
Yeah, you're stuck with me.
So by the time you get to D.C., it might be late for dinner. It's Christopher Sanchez, who starts game 2 for the Phils.
It's going to be interesting to see how long he can go. He's had some appearances of 1 2/3, 2 2/3 he had against the Mets. In fact, on April 12th.
Still waiting, guys. So Christopher Sanchez, the lefty, is on the mound.
Lineup for the Mets for game number
So
2.
the game's about to
Davis
start
gets
in a minute or two.
Eduardo Escobar
Here we go.
will be the DH. Marcano, who's sat in game 1, will play left field and bat second. Tomas Nido will catch. So the only Met position player not starting either game is Travis Jankowski, who I'm sure we'll see by the end of the day.
And the defense for the Fighting Phils. Stubbs gets the start behind the plate. Hoskins back in the lineup at first base. The other three are playing both ends of the doubleheader. Schwarber, of course, in left field. Roman Quinn gets a start. In center field, the speedy switch hitter.
Always go with your first instincts on the game times, boys. He said 4:15, and it's 4:16, and it's about time to put
And counting.
There you go.
All right, guys, here comes the first pitch.
All of us when this doubleheader is going to end today, so it's very important each minute.
Brandon Nimmo leads things off against Christopher Sanchez. His first pitch of the game is outside.
I don't know what you're talking about, Ken.
We are back underway. Nimmo had a couple of hits in the opener today. 3 for 8 in this series. Has now reached base safely in 19 consecutive games. And he lays off, and Sanchez gets the fastball at the knees for a strike, 1-1. Christopher Sanchez, 25 years old. First came up in the Tampa Bay organization, traded to the Phillies the winter of 2019-2020. And he gets the breaking ball in for a strike, 1-2.
Tall, lean, got a nice arm action, long arm action, Sanchez.
Sinkers, sliders, and changeups from Sanchez. And he misses with that sinker just off the plate. The home plate umpire, Shane Livensparger, not giving it to him, 2-2.
Another I love you, Mom, there. And by the way, your mother's out there. We're second game. Happy Mother's Day.
And that sinker misses below the knees, and now it's 3-2. So Nimmo works a full
Once
count,
again,
leading
another
off
full
1-2.
count for Minimo.
First at bat in the first game, Nimmo saw 10 pitches before lining out against Kyle Gibson. Normally, that's a pretty good sign. It turned out to be. Gibson pitched really well for 6 innings, and the bullpen backed him up with 3 hitless innings of relief. 3-2 coming to Nimmo, and he takes strike 3 calls, running out a walk. But that time, Sanchez got the call from Shane Livensparger and a strikeout to start the game.
Jeez. Same pitch you call the ball, now a strike.
Borderline pitch. Borderline. Might have been low.
Well, especially after he called the other one that was a strike low. That's what Nimmo was going under.
So here's Marcano, who appeared as a pinch hitter in game 1. Struck out against Jose Alvarado. 1 for 5 in this series, hitting at .329. He takes the sinker low and in for ball 1. First pitch officially was at 4:17. So turns out Steve could have opened the broadcast after all.
I don't think he had anything.
Oh, are you kidding me? He was waiting all day.
Oh,
That's like
was he?
a big deal for Steve. He gets to open the second game with a doubleheader.
Oh, it's a huge thing for him.
It's not like the Rangers were playing or anything.
Mustn't be that big.
He's pouting. He didn't get on.
He's
That's what
eating. He's doing what we did between games. Once they called off the jam, he went right for the Jersey Mikes. It's a call strike. That's 1-2 to Canna. Francisco Lindor waits on deck. Well, the Mets had swept their first 2 doubleheaders of the year. against the Giants and against the Braves before losing the opening game today. Now try to avoid getting swept for the first time in a couple of years. That's at 14 doubleheaders last year and never got swept. They swept 4, split the other 10.
Jersey Mike's not bad at all.
Last year in his first go-round with the Phillies. Now his second big league start. And Canada hooks one to left center field, cutting across is Quinn, and he'll run it down for the second out.
Whole different kind of defensive player in center field for the second game. Quinn is good. He can fly. He's kind of out of the same mold.
We can definitely do that, Michael. One of these months.
Can run.
I'm assuming it'll probably be a weekend for everybody. It might be easier.
Jankowski has had so many injury problems that have set him back. So now 2 out. Here's Lindor. Francisco had an RBI double in the first game, and he hooks this one.
There we go.
For a base hit.
2 out single by Lindor.
Not wasting any time against the left-hander. Lindor with a first pitch single comes with 2 out.
He jumps on towards the end of the bat a little bit. Pulls that one in the hole.
So that'll bring up Pete Alonso, who's not Eduardo Escobar. He is, however, the first baseman in game 2. He is. Okay, we got the right.
See if Alonso can hit one out of here. Let's go. Come on, Pete. Make up for last game.
Guys just jumping ahead. They're just predicting the future. They think that Escobar's going to bat in this inning. Pete trying to make it that way. Takes the fastball outside. For
Joe, he was getting annoying. It was stupid.
Like,
Like, what are you talking about? We heard the umpires like 27 times. And then he's messing with my boy Ken. It ain't happening. Come on.
The team have really struggled against left-handed pitching this year. For all of their successes, the Mets are 2-4 when a left-hander starts against them. Good cut right there. You see the numbers on Pete, who should be
Yeah, I could do that, Mike.
straight lefties. Not so far, though. Lindor at first with 2 out.
Alonso's starting to pull off a little bit on the balls outside.
You're going to have to get it going.
Come on, Pete.
In a month at least, because that's when you go to the West Coast. You're facing Kershaw, Urias, Mackenzie Gore, Sean Manaea.
Riddle and Martin.
Kershaw with 7 shutout innings again yesterday against the Cubs.
A little bit high, and it's 2-2 to Alonso. The already graphically displayed Eduardo Escobar would be next.
And Sanchez doesn't throw really that hard. 93, 94. Pete should be able to catch up to this no problem, but he's been pulling off of everything.
25-year-old Christopher Sanchez stares down Lindor at first. And Alonso rockets.
Get out, baby.
Left field.
There we go. That's a bomb. Yes, 2-0 Mets. There we go. That's the way to start the game. Who called it? Who called it?
That would be Strafen.
Ella, you called it. That was a shot to left field. Good start, guys.
Got one downstairs.
This is what we wanted the first game. Get ahead of this team.
6 home runs for Pete. RBIs
Good job, Pete.
22 and 23.
Now that's a nice at bat. Stayed back on that ball. Whew.
And there's your contact ball. Down, middle.
Nice.
Pete loves it.
Now see if Escobar can get going.
And now Escobar rolls one
damn
out to the
shift.
second baseman. Segura throws him out. Hitting
All right.
over, but Pete Alonso's 2-run homer gives Chris Bassett an early
Now that's a way to start the game. And the bot comes just in time. Ella called it. Bobby, that's a nice 2-run homer right there to give Bassett a lead early. Again, the Mets play so much better when they're ahead. I know you can say that about most teams, but this team is definitely a team that needs to play ahead. They, especially with as good as their pitching is, you got to play ahead. So it's nice 2-0 lead for Bassett. See if Bassett can dominate the Phillies today. Win another series. That'll be 8 series in a row. Or 8 series wins of the year and still no series loss. We got to keep it at that. Ken, the Mets not on TV? Really? I'm watching it. You playing with me, Ken? You playing with me? Once again, guys, you're just tuning into the channel. This is Game 2, Mets versus Phillies. Phillies won the first game 3-2. We are here until the end of Game 2, so it's 2 games in 1 stream. So if you're right here, you're just tuning in, don't forget to hit on that like button. See if we can get to 200 likes during the stream. I don't know where we're at right now. Let me check. I think it was 111 right before the game. Let's see. What do we got here? So we're at 113. Let's get that up a little bit. Let's see. We'll try for 150. Between 150 and 200. Let's get it done. All right. So Phillies lineup is shown on SNY. Obviously, I told you the lineup before. Bassett on the mound. Let's see what he can do. Chris Bassett, Mets lead 2-0, bottom of the first.
And in St. Louis, and since the beginning of 2020, he's 6th in all of baseball, ERA 2.86.
Yeah, Brando. Take it off. Leave it off.
This will be his first.
Yeah, Joe, because we're going to play 3 games.
Phillies. Bassett's getting his first time around against all these National League East teams.
Yeah, I don't know what's Escobar's problem right now.
Phillies in the lineup
I don't know.
who have faced Bassett before.
He's in the middle of that lineup.
Against him.
It's hurting.
Schwarber had a couple of hits in the opening game today and stole a base.
See if we can get this damn guy out.
3 for 8 in this series. Mets so far have kept him in the ballpark. That hasn't lasted very long lately against Schwarber. 12 home runs in his last 13 games against the Mets. Bassett coming off a loss against the Braves on Monday, but he pitched well, kept his team in the game, and wound up getting charged with 3 runs over 7 innings.
Yeah, exactly. 2 rainouts, and then August 20th is going to be that game that got made up. I know because I'm going to that with the 7 line, so that's how I know.
He has been exactly.
All right, see if we can get this damn Schwarber out here.
When they made the trade with Oakland. And Schwarber pops one up in foul ground. That'll sail out of play. 1 and 2. Alec Boehm on deck. Then Bryce Harper.
Joe, I can't eat pizza right now. I got a nice bowl of pasta waiting for me.
In the first game of the doubleheader. The Phillies had not started 0-4 in May since 1961. Wow. Gene Mauch's first year as the Phillies manager.
They had a tough year that year, right?
That was the year of the collapse. No, that was 64.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said 64. 61.
Oh,
yeah,
61.
61 was Mauch's first
Chris.
year. Yeah, they weren't a very good team back then. Nope. So it had been a long time since the Phillies went 0 for May. And it took them until May the 8th to get their first win. Schwarber fouls it away. Alec Boehm would have swung the bat very well in this series. Reading on deck.
Can't go wrong with a Big Mac.
7th pitch of this at bat to Schwarber. Bassett misses down. 3 and 2. All the teams wearing their special Mother's Day caps today. Gray caps with pink insignias. Lots of other pink paraphernalia all over the yard. If you haven't called your mom yet, now's the time. 3-2 coming. Swing and a miss.
Nice
Got him with the changeup. Good job by Bassett to strike out Schwarber for the first out.
We got him out. Yes.
Well, he's got many strengths, Chris Bassett. But I think one of his biggest assets is that he can throw any of his 5 pitches on any count.
So 1 out and nobody on. And now Alec Bohm. Bohm with 2 hits in each of the first 2 games of this series. Batting .315 for the year. Swing through the fastball from Bassett, 0-1. Little chopper over the mound, tough play, and McNeil will have no play. Well, infield hit for Alec Bohm, his 5th hit in this series.
Well, Bohm's been red hot and got totally jammed there, and finds a hole. I shouldn't say finds a hole. There was no hole there, but just a little bleeder.
It's the first time that they're seeing the little miscommunication between Lindor and McNeil. They're talking it out now.
Talking is good.
Not much of a talker except here.
It's part of the job description.
That's right. There's Bryce Harper who's homered in each of the first 2 games of this series. First time this year he's hit homers in back-to-back games. Not much doubt about that one. 4-1 on Thursday night.
It already sounded, John.
To right center, almost to Ashburn Alley. This one will pop up.
Whoa, way up there.
And it should stay in play for Nito. 2 hands, 2 outs.
There you go.
Better catch everything with 2 hands today. That wind is blowing.
It'll be highly recommended.
So Bassett makes quick work of Harper for the 2nd out.
There's the defense, Alexis defense. Nito behind the plate. JD at third base. McNeil back to Segundo Base. Alonso at first base. Cannot back in the lineup in left field.
Ronnie could have done that.
Well, I kind of missed the beat there.
Here's Castellanos, 1 for 7 in this series. He had a rough go of it in the first game. Almost hit 1 out his first time up that the wind knocked down, and then he struck out twice and popped up. Also fell down twice, once on the base paths and once in the outfield.
You had to
All
bring
right,
it up.
Joseph, that's awesome, buddy.
He's trying to recount his full afternoon. That was a first pitch slider, 0-1.
His uniform, he changed his uniform top because the pants still have the dirt from the fall, but his shirt was dirty as well, so he changed that out.
I never changed my uniform for a doubleheader.
Really?
Only my undershirt, my T-shirt.
Curveball off the plate. It's 1-1. I don't think I've seen another player wear an oven mitt at the plate.
Yeah. Who wore it for the Mets last year that got hit on the hand? Was it JD?
Like that?
Well, similar
Well,
with
a pad on the back of the hand, maybe, but not
the big
something
mod.
that large. I can't imagine how that's comfortable swinging the bat. Curveball hooked into left field, falling fast, and it's in for a base hit. Ball pulls it at second, so a couple of soft hits against Bassett in this first inning. Bohm's infield single, and now a little flare by Castellanos.
Castellanos, you can get him out in front like that. We see him swing like that on the bat. That's an off-speed breaking ball. But this just didn't get away enough.
They've had a lot of bloopers today, that's for
He
sure.
will fish.
So 2 aboard for Rhys Hoskins. His first at bat of the day. He went 0 for 4 in the series opener, hitting just 187 for the year. Facing Bassett for the first time. 2 out and 2 on. And a first pitch curveball misses for ball 1.
And Scherzer.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. You can
So
pull
it was
on
a
one
good
here.
run. 24 straight starts without a loss. But it was just not his day. A lot of soft contact wound up beating him today. Was able to limit the damage to 3 runs over 6 innings, but 10 hits, and a lot of them were the very soft variety.
We said it many times. When he is not starting a game, he is on the bench and cheering for his squad. You like to see that from one of your stars.
Max
Come on,
was
Chris.
asked between games after the first game loss about sitting for 2 days,
Where
waiting
was that
for his
pitch?
start, about the weather conditions.
That pitch is right down the middle.
Hey, I don't make excuses. It's my turn to take the ball. I have to go out there and perform. That's
Look
it.
where that pitch was on game
I'm
day.
not talking about anything else.
Right down the middle.
That's what you expect.
And you know what?
Jesus
That's
Christ.
end of conversation, end of interview. That stops it. 3-0 to Hoskins, and he takes it on the corner for a strike, 3-1.
And he calls that a
Boy,
strike.
you got all
Jesus
that
Christ.
professionalism. Read the John Harper piece. It's on SNY.TV. It's
My God.
fantastic about people
Amazing.
along the way that have helped him.
There's a lot of great stuff in that interview. I liked him recounting his days as a high
Come
school
on, Chris.
quarterback. He started as a freshman because he had a great arm, but he said, I couldn't play football. I couldn't be a quarterback because I had too much tunnel vision, which is great as a pitcher, but as a quarterback. I sliced down the line by Hoskins, and it goes
Foul
fast.
ball.
I thought that was fascinating. Right?
I don't know how. I don't know how that was in the strike. Look at that pitch.
Limit your vision to
Outside corner. Let her high.
and that's it. Football, you have
Jesus
to be able to see the whole
Christ.
field, and he just didn't feel he was capable of doing that.
I don't.
His basketball skills, how his coach made sure they played defense.
He said, if you think I'm intense playing baseball, you should have seen me play basketball.
And that he wasn't a can't miss product. He went to
All right, Chris, let's go.
Missouri.
Come on.
He didn't even pitch really his
Get out of
freshman
this.
year.
21 pitches so far for Bassett.
Which wouldn't surprise you either. Bowman Castellanos will be running with 3 and 2 and 2 out. Bassett's 22nd pitch of the inning. And Hoskins swings.
There
This
we
is
go.
strike 3.
All right.
So
Good
Bassett
pitching.
finishes off the inning with his second strikeout. Now, hold on. Was time called?
Oh, they called timeout.
Apparently, the third base umpire, Jose Navas, who was the young umpire on this crew, signaling that time was called.
Jesus.
They called a balk, I think, because the runners moved up, right?
Oh,
They called a balk on Bassett.
must have been, because the run is in, and the runners have moved to second and third. So it's now a 2-1 game.
Wow.
Excuse me.
It's still 2-0.
Right, still 2-0, but the runners moved to second and third.
Wow.
Okay, gotcha. Did not see a balk. All right, so it's still 3 and 2 to Hoskins. That last pitch did not count, and now Nito goes out to talk to Bassett. Let's watch, because
They're going to show the replay now.
Well, it'd have to be, did he stop before delivering this pitch to Hoskins? I thought he did.
What is that? You kidding me?
That's a bad call. That was not a balk.
That's not a ball.
Wow. And it was the first base umpire because
Was
looked, you saw where Bassett looked.
that's Mark Repliger. And how would he be able to tell? He's got Bassett's back to him. And now
All
he
right.
strikes out
Now we
Hoskins
struck him
for the
out.
second time. Now the inning is over.
Wow.
Scherzer's hot. Buckets.
All right, guys. So they wasted another pitch from Bassett on a bullcrap ball call. It didn't hurt us offensively or with a run, but I mean, that pitch, that was a strike. It was right down the middle. And then a balk, which he didn't balk. He came to a stop and then he threw in the ball. I don't get it. This is ridiculous. But we're still leading 2-0. Top of the second. Mets coming up. Don't forget, guys, hit on that like button, guys. I know there's some people out there that are just hanging around, chilling, relaxing on Mother's Day. Take a second to hit on that like button. We get this stream out to more people. Let's have some fun. for the final game of the series today, so we can sit back, enjoy, hopefully, another Mets series win. Yeah, I think Scherzer might get nuts, guys. Once again, has anybody seen Anthony around? Anybody talk to Anthony? Because he did win the baseball giveaway, but he hasn't emailed me as of yet. Again, let me check before I sound stupid. Yeah. I don't think he sent anything yet. Yeah, he didn't send nothing yet, so we got until Tuesday. And then William wins as the runner-up. The umpires are just terrible. I don't even know about the inconsistency. I just think they're terrible. Like, I honestly think they're bad at their job. Spring Bear, thank you, buddy. Like, I get the first or third base umpire make the ball call when there's a runner on, but I don't know. All right, guys, so we're going to the top of the second. Mets lead 2-0. Marte up.
leads off against Christopher Sanchez. Marte takes a fastball for a strike. Well, this conversation's been going on for a while between Max Scherzer and Francisco Lindor in the dugout. I don't know if they're talking about the balk or something else.
Remember, Francisco was said when he had the microphone on him that Max likes to argue.
It's not a bad thing.
No.
Skips away from Garrett Stubbs, 2-1 to Marte with Jeff McNeil on deck, and then J.D. Davis for the Mets in the second. That's got a 2-run homer from Alonso in the top of the first.
I don't think the umpires want to go home or go to their next destination.
I don't know if this is going to be more of an opener or a real start for Sanchez. He was a starter in the minor leagues, made 17 starts in AAA last year for Lehigh Valley, but had been working as a big league reliever this year. Faced the Mets most recently on Sunday last week. Top foul, 3-2 to Marte.
He's really been their long man this year. When their starting pitching is faulted, he's been the one that come into games.
This was to have been the day for Ranger Suarez to start for Philadelphia. He fouled. But with the rainouts, they pushed back their rotation, and so it was going to be Zach Eflin to pitch the second game, with Suarez going tomorrow in Seattle. Then Eflin went on the COVID injured list, and then so did Zach Wheeler. And so rather than bring Suarez back to pitch Sunday, they decided to use Sanchez as the 27th man, because if they had pitched Suarez today, they wouldn't have had a starter for tomorrow. So it's all a matter of how you're allowed to use your roster in double headers, that they decided to go with Sanchez rather than Suarez in the game today. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does.
Sometimes I confuse myself. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming to Marte, and he golfs one of the air foul. Over comes Hoskins, called off by Segura, and Segura makes a nice play. 1 out. This Mother's Day, join MLB and Susan G. Komen in the fight against breast cancer. Scan the QR code displayed on your screen to learn more and donate. So long at bat, Marte retired. 1 out on the top of the second. And here's Jeff McNeil.
Jeff took an 0 for the first game. A rare 0 for.
With one ball hard lining out to center field, but otherwise a frustrating first part of the day. McNeil hit third in the order and played left field in the opener, hitting seventh and second base against the lefty in the nightcap. And McNeil takes a strike. Jeff began the day fourth in the National League in batting. He's dropped a little bit with his first game performance.
They have two of the top players, Machado and Hosmer, same team.
Machado's just been incredible. Braves won today. They beat the Brewers for the second straight day, 9-2 behind Charlie Morton. It looks like he's back on the beam, 5 scoreless innings today.
Well, that game that Morton pitched against the Mets, he couldn't get his curveball over early, and then he found it in the middle of the game. And it looks like it's carrying over into his next start. Carried over, I should say.
And McNeil takes a strike, goes 2-2. The Cincinnati Reds won for the second straight day.
Michael, are you putting words in my mouth?
Colin Moran had 2 homers and 6 RBIs for the Reds today. He really is, Keith. He loves you. 2-2 coming. That's in the dirt, 3-2.
What do you say? It's only human.
Well, good for him.
Speaking of big Keith Hernandez fans, you see whose nephew hit a home run in his first major league at bat last night? A-Rod's nephew, Joe Dunnan, called up, first at bat, third pitch, home run. Hooked down to first, easy play for Hoskins, and McNeil retired 2 out. Your fans are everywhere here.
I don't know about that. Where are my enemies?
Hidden, very well hidden.
It's not good.
Here's J.D. Davis. J.D.'s had 1 at bat in this series, and it was a huge one. A pinch hit double in the midst of that 7-run ninth inning on Thursday.
See what JD can do here. So Jeff is a little crazy guy.
Great communication on this team, if you've noticed. As the season has progressed, a lot of talking going on amongst the teammates, and that's a good thing. That's a positive.
This is just like Max, though. He doesn't like to sit down in between innings as well.
And he doesn't pace quite as much.
See, all that stuff is great. All that is just good stuff.
2-0 to J.D. with 2 out and nobody on. And Sanchez falls behind him 3-0. The Cleveland Guardians beat Toronto again today, 4-3. Andres Jimenez went 1 for 3. He's hitting .347. .347. I knew he was going to be good. That's ball 4, and JD's on with a walk.
Los
So the
te vaya. Let's go Mets, buddy.
Coming up, and we check in with Steve Gill. Steve, we're really sorry that
Nah, it's only Mother's Day hat. Everybody got the same hat,
That's all I
so
can ask for. Is it
it looks very odd with the all gray.
I feel like I got it from you, so now I feel better. Chris Bassett, I was talking the other day about these conversations that he has with Max Scherzer, and said he loves talking with Max because it helps him see a different perspective on the game, and they can really bounce things off of each other. And he said that after his last start, he came into the dugout and he was going over with Max and talking about his approach to hitters, and Max just looked at him and said, no, that's the wrong approach. You're doing it the wrong way. And just kind of, he said he wasn't going to tell me exactly what was said.
Exactly, Anthony.
Sometimes when you're out on the mound, you don't see things a certain way because of tunnel vision, and then you take a step back. You have someone of Max Scherzer's ilk who can talk to you about it, and it opens things up a little bit for you next time out.
Steve, you got a scarf on down there. How's the weather? Is it cold down there?
How's the weather inside that booth with the windows closed?
Very,
Oh,
very
Burkhart's
comfortable,
better.
Steve, as a matter of fact. You?
Not great.
It's
Not great for May 8th, boys.
It's a little chilly down there.
What'd you say?
Is it a little chilly down there?
You could say that. This is no good.
I will say this, Steve. The way you're rocking that scarf, you could be trying out for some fashion magazines.
Well, you know what? Can we get something on my sneakers here? What do you think? There you go. Garrett, what do you think of these? I know that you've been a little surprised by the fact that these white shoes are now in fashion.
I'm just wondering how warm they are today, like today.
Listen, pain is beauty sometimes.
Wow.
You're covered if you ever become an RN.
Alan Suriel
Oh,
is the
probably not a good
fantastic
percentage.
interpreter here with the Mets. He's been critiquing my fashion. He's been teaching Gary that this, in fact, has come back into style. So Keith maybe needs to update you as well.
You're in the perfect place for it because, Harry Callis wore white shoes every day of his life.
Right.
And, this is where Harry reigned. They weren't quite the same fashion as your white shoes, but I'm figuring you'd fit right into the country club with those.
Well, you know what I prefer?
They are
Especially
funny.
with the gray hair now. If I can grow out the wings, I've got a little Paulie Walnuts from The Sopranos going on, too. I've got his look.
to Nito with Davidson first, and Nito goes down swinging.
And Nito strikes out.
Second strikeout for Christopher Sanchez.
Our catch is horrible offensively. All right, guys. So we're going to the bottom of the second. 2-0 Mets on Alonso's 2-run home run to left field. Well, so far so good. At least we got the lead. But Bassett did throw over 20 pitches in the first inning, so he's got to cut that down to at least do 6 to 7 innings here. But he's a bulldog like Scherzer. He will get through 6 somehow. Yep, everybody's welcome to this stream. Mets fans, Philly fans, don't matter to me. Michael, I can't. Copyright issues. Again, I don't even know if this is going to be, because there was problems with the radio stream. There's not 100% chance that my stream is probably going to get copyrighted from the TV broadcast. I don't think so, because I am turning off the sound during commercials, but they do have their own advertisement during the game that they say stuff, so that might copyright it, but we'll see. If it doesn't, well, we have new ways of doing things. Some days it'll be the radio, some days it'll be Gary, Keith, and Ron, and we'll see. Not bad to have options. Barefoot, it is a New York channel. It's the Mets channel, but anybody can come on here. All right. Bottom of the second, 2-0 Mets.
It's Chris Bassett. That's with a 2-0 lead. Segura's had his usual go of it against the Mets. 5 hits and 7 at-bats in this series. Doesn't matter who's on the mound for the Mets. They just can't get Segura out consistently. Bryson Stott on deck, then Garrett Stubbs for the Phillies, and Segura shoots one foul, and it's 1-1.
Oh, that's cool, Barefoot. Todd, I don't know. Maybe 10 years ago? 8 years ago?
Spread out against Segura.
It was like 2013 or something like that, right?
Inside 2-1. Could you enlighten me about what those last two signs were? Because those were not familiar to me.
I know. I'm trying to figure it out myself.
Give them all 5 fingers and then the thumb and index finger. Popped up the line of foul ball, 2-2.
Maybe it's simple math. 5 + 2.
That's 7.
He's got about 7 different
I was
pitches.
going to say, what do you do with 7? Well, he's got the 4-seamer, the 2-seamer, the cutter, the slider, the curveball, the change. That's 6. That's easy.
Yes.
All right.
On that one.
That's his slider at 72 miles an hour. Then he's got that curveball that he'll throw that'll dip into the 60s. And that That slider misses, and it's 3-2. Well, he's got a lot of swings and misses against his breaking stuff this season.
But it's his slider that's been the most effective. Batters are 4 for 31 against that slider coming into this game.
Come on, Chris.
Already his third 3-2 count to the first 6 batters.
It's all good, Michael. No problem.
Back to the barricade. Impressive tools.
I guess they include the cutter in Corbin Burns' breaking balls, right? They have to.
And I'm sure with Bassett as well.
Yeah. See, I would pitch Segura in with 2 strikes. So I think he likes to go that way.
Drives this one out to right, chasing Marte back, looking up, and it's out of here. An opposite field home run for Gene Segura, his 3rd home run of the year. Yes, indeed, he likes to go that way. That cuts the Mets lead to 2-1.
Good point by Ron. They keep on pitching him on the outside corner, and he always goes the other way. You got to pitch him in.
Deuce against the Mets. New pitcher he's never faced before. Takes him deep first time up.
Well, up in the strike zone, too. He stays level on the high ball above the waist.
And a milestone for Gene Segura. That is his 100th career home run.
The difference here is this one, Keith, caught more in the middle of the plate, and it also was the 3rd fastball in a row.
Michael, we were talking about that earlier. We tend to agree with you.
Stays in. Now watch just the level swing. And the follow-through is level, and that's why that ball was a 2-iron off his bat.
Bryson Stott fouls off the fastball. It's 1-1.
The way the wind is, you feel like that's the only way you can hit it out to right field. Right?
It's like when the wind was blowing in at Wrigley, the only ball you could hit out of the ballpark was that line drive. They cut through the wind.
Well, Harper did that in the first game today. And now Segura. Stott fouls off the cutter, and it's 1-2. Stott 1 for 3 in the opener, drove in a run with a base hit in the 4th inning. They gave the Phillies their 3rd run, and that proved to be just enough in a 3-2 win. That fastball fouled back 95 from Bassett. Bryson Stott from Las Vegas, like Bryce Harper. Harper advocated for Stott to be added to the roster this spring. Made the team out of spring training, but then was sent down before being recalled yesterday. Popped up into shallow left. Lindor takes charge of it, and that's the first out.
And Stott's got a bit of a long swing.
So 1 out, now Garrett Stubbs. Stubbs filling the role of backup catcher with the Phillies this year. They had Andrew Knapp in that role the last few years. Knapp is now in Pittsburgh. He was the one who got thrown out of the game yesterday, necessitating the Pirates using their emergency catcher. Stubbs takes a strike. Stubbs, USC product, who was drafted by the Astros. He's had just 10 at-bats for the Phillies, and he pops one up. Alonso back. McNeil calls him off, and McNeil's got it 2 out. All-time Philly leaders against the Mets. Not surprising to see Mike Schmidt's name and Steve Carlton's name.
Everybody forgets about Ron Reed. We were talking about Ron Reed, their first game. Played in the NBA. Was with the Braves in that 1969 year. He was a starting pitcher. Went over to the Phillies, and they made him the setup man to Tug McGraw. And just had a nice career here.
Nick Nelson is up at the Phillies bullpen. Christopher Sanchez has given them 2 innings. A lot of pitches, 42 pitches in the 2 innings, so that might be enough for the spot starter, and the Phillies are going to have to go deep into their bullpen today. Unlike the Mets, the Phillies do not have a day off tomorrow. They go to Seattle to open a series tomorrow night. Pulled on the ground down to Alonso. He'll handle this one
All
himself.
right, nice play.
McQuinn. So Bassett, after giving up.
All right, gave up the home run, but that's okay. Still got 2-1 lead. Yeah, Didi got hurt. I think it was a leg injury. Not serious, but I think he's out for a little while. Definitely need more runs on the board for sure. You know, especially in this ballpark, considering the fact that, you know, this ballpark gives up a lot of runs, you know. No run is safe. I think no lead is safe. I think we all know that. So once again, guys, we got 124 viewers right now. We had consistent all day today. It's been a lot of fun with you guys. Going to the top of the third, Mets lead 2-1. If you're still hanging out with us, I appreciate it. You know, it's not easy on Mother's Day. You know, take out your mom. I know some people don't. I don't have a mom anymore, but again, you know, a lot of people have things to do, so I do appreciate you guys hanging on this Mother's Day Sunday. So I do appreciate it, hanging out with us with the doubleheader. Again, it's not easy sticking around for, you know, 5, 6, 7 hours watching a game on YouTube and watching me blab my mouth around, but I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. Hopefully to win another series, right? That's why we're here, right? Have the Mets, root on our Mets win another series. That's the most important thing. So we still got a long game left, so you guys know what to do. Still haven't hit that like button yet. Guys, what are you waiting for? Just hit on that like button. It takes 2 seconds. But I feel confident the Mets are going to win this game. I don't know why. I just feel confident the Mets are going to win this game. I don't think it's going to be, you know, I wish the Mets had scored 10 runs and we don't have to worry about the game, but you know, that's what I think. So just so everybody knows, if there's any members in the stream right now, remember, Anthony has until Tuesday at 10 a.m. All right, I'll tell you next thing, guys.
Like that,
Game is on.
You're dropping it on him with a 10-year-old.
Los, bye, thank you, buddy.
Third against Christopher Sanchez, who's going to continue on at least to begin this inning, and he hits Nimmo.
All right, that's it. Hit by pitch. Let's go.
That is plunk number 23 for the Mets, leading the major leagues.
Whoa, you got to see it unconscious. Difference is there was 237 in the first game, and it went down to 127. So technically, it's not more.
Just turned his shoulder into it.
But it's funny how it works with the views, though. You see 127, but it's a matter of people showing up for more than 10 seconds or 20 seconds is counted as a view. So it could be, you know, when I end the stream, it'll show me like 7,000 people watched it during the stream. So it's crazy how it works.
Phillies have the right-hander ready in the bullpen. But
all right, come on, Mark.
Billy Girardi not ready to make a move yet. Got the switch hitter Lindor on deck, and then Alonso, right-hand hitter. So figured with Nelson ready that they'd bring him in at this point, but apparently not.
Cheers with us also.
Center's first time.
Ryan, let's get this series.
Three infielders on the left side, the right side completely open for Canna. And Mark takes a fastball for a strike, 1-1. Christopher Sanchez, big lanky lefty out of the Tampa Bay organization. Phillies still have not figured out what his long-term role is going to be, whether they want to groom him as a starter or as a reliever.
Woo.
They gave him this opportunity today.
Let's go, Mark.
Here's expect a mobile high-speed pitch. Surprising to see Bassett at 96.
Yeah. Well, and see, Sanchez, I think he's got a real good sink on his fastball. His changeup plays. I haven't seen any good breaking balls yet.
Canada takes the sinker outside.
Nice
It's
hit.
3-1.
Nice at bat so
Francisco
far for
Lindor
Canada.
waiting on deck. Sanchez has thrown as many as 65 pitches in an outing this year.
Look at that right side of the infield. My word. Nobody's there. It's vacant.
Drop a hummer through it. Here's strike 3-2.
I mean, I love Connor taking pitches and all, but it seems like he always gets the 2 strikes in his at-bats.
Make it happen. You got a guy who can handle the bat. Just hit the ball to the right side of the infield. You got first and third.
It's the way your Cardinals used to play. Oh, that one thrown
Oh,
away
threw that
by
ball away.
Sanchez, and Nimmo thought about going, but Hoskins hopped right on it, and Nimmo wisely went back to the bag. Sanchez spiking the pickoff throw, and fortunate that ball did not result in Nimmo being at second base.
Watch the quickness of Kirby. Oh.
Let's go Mets, Steve.
Nimmo at first and nobody out. 3-2 to Canna. And Nimmo not going, and Canna fouls it away. I'm a little surprised, too, that he wasn't running.
Cut him loose here. So if he's holding his hand up like that, does that mean full count? I mean,
Nobody out.
outs. Okay.
I wonder if he missed a sign that he was supposed to be running. Maybe that's why he was smiling.
Hercules Unchained. Let him go.
Not going. And Canna drives to the left center field. Cutting across is Quinn, and he runs it down.
Damn it.
Quinn with a terrific speed. Made that look like an easy play. It was not. 1 out.
A little too much hang time on this one.
Hit that hard, man.
Hit well, but Quinn, you can see all the way on the other side, shading opposite field, easily gets over to make the play.
And it looks like that's going to be all for Christopher Sanchez. He goes 2 1/3, and Joe Girardi will take the baseball and hand it over to Nick Nelson. So Sanchez gave it 2 0.
All right, guys, so there's going to be a pitch and change. Nick Nelson coming in for the Phillies. This was basically a bullpen game for the Phillies. So it's expected, but already a right-hander is coming into the game. So you're going to see Lindor come back over to the left side, Escobar coming over to the left side when they batted right-handed against Sanchez. So we'll see if that causes Lindor to go back into his slump, but we'll see. Yeah, Michael, I would like to see a little more hit and run too, but you got to understand too. I mean, Connor's more of a, he'll put the bat on the ball type of guy, but again, Nimmo gets terrible jumps off of first base. Like, he's just not a base stealer. I know it's a hit and run, but you got to get good jumps too. You don't want to strike him out, throw him out either. So, but Nimmo's just not that guy, unfortunately. But yeah, that was a nice play by Quinn. He's fast. He's a good defensive player for sure. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Michael. That's the interesting thing with Connor. Like, it always seems like he gets the two strikes. I know he says he feels a lot like he gets like more relaxed with 2 strikes, but I don't know. It was a situation, I think, the other night against the Braves when he took that pitch right down the middle at the 3rd strike. I don't know. It just seems like it puts – I mean, if he likes the pressure or he feels comfortable, it's fine, but it's a little risky, though. The pitcher can make a nice pitch and then, get you looking in strike 3. Or makes a nice pitch and you strike out swinging. I mean, he's always in a lot of good hitting counts. 3-1, 2-1. And then look what happens. But I mean, if he likes it, he likes it. We'll see. All right, guys. So we're still in the top of the 3rd. Guy on first, 1 out. Francisco Lindor up. Nick Nelson on the mound for the Phillies.
In innings, and he's had 4 straight scoreless appearances.
Comes and face Francisco Lindor with a runner at first and 1 out. Mets up 2-0 in the third. So Christopher Sanchez went 2 1/3 in his second big league start. 51 pitches, 2 hits, a walk, 2 strikeouts, a hit batsman, a home run. And Lindor takes the first pitch changeup out of the strike zone for ball 1. Lindor had a base hit batting right-handed against Sanchez, now batting lefty.
The numbers so far, Nelson. Good fastball. His out pitches his changeup.
Nimmo at first with 1 out. Lindor gets a changeup up and away, and it's 2-0. Alonso waiting on deck. He homered his first time up today. Well, not his first time today, but in this game, yeah. It's so confusing sometimes.
Come on, Frankie.
Into shallow left. And the left fielder, Schwarber, staggers but makes the catch. 2 out. Can I tell you something?
Not a good swing on a 2-0
The
count.
Phillies are a challenged defensive team. I don't think there's any question about it. They could do worse than to play Roman Quinn in center field over there. I think it makes a huge difference in the overall look of their team. Now, I know Quinn hasn't hit much in his career. He's had injuries. Like, the Phillies let him go. He was with the Marlins in spring training this year, and they released him. But I'll tell you what, it's a whole different look for their outfield when he's out there.
He's already made 2 plays that might not have been made.
All right,
Here's
here comes Pete.
Alonso, hit one halfway back in the lower deck in left field his first time up. His 6th home run, now his 23 runs driven in. Nimmo at first with 2 out. And he gets a fastball.
Oh, yeah, that's what I got.
Center for a base hit. Nimmo trying to go first to third. Quinn's throw comes in.
There you go.
So Alonso is 2 for 2. And the Mets
Nice at bat.
the corner is for Eduardo Escobar.
All right, here's another spot for Escobar here. Nice spot to get things going.
Nice hitting, Pete. Fastball up down the pipe. Ball that you can pull or go up the middle. Pete looked like he was going to go that way. Drives it out there.
So a chance for Escobar.
Really nice to see Escobar get a 2-out hit here.
Eduardo's had a rough series so far. He's gone 0 for 8 after grounding out his first time up in this game. Nimmo at third, Alonso at first with 2 out. And Escobar takes a changeup for a strike, 0-1. Next in this series are 5 for 15 with runners in scoring position. Escobar has had very few opportunities to drive in runs this year. It's kind of a strange thing. He swings right through the fastball from Nelson, and it's 0-2. 97 from Nick Nelson.
Well, especially since he's in the heart of the order, but he's usually behind Alonso, and Alonso's got most of the ribbies.
Alonso has 23 runs better than Escobar has 7.
Well, he's had a different look today, like more of a bemused look on the bench. Not angry.
Well, that balk call against Bassett, I think, knocked everybody sideways. Fortunately, it didn't cost him a run, but it was weird. And it came out of nowhere. 0-2 now to Escobar. And Eduardo socks one out to center, but Quinn right there waiting for it. And that retires the side.
Yeah.
So the Mets...
Damn it. I don't know. Hit it off the end of the bat. I don't know. Escobar's just been struggling with runners in score position. You heard it. 7 RBIs this year. This is not a guy you want behind Alonso right now. You know, you could put McNeil there. You could put Marte there. I mean, I don't like Marte in that spot. I like Marte in the front of the lineup. You know, 2-hole. I mean, maybe switch it up a little bit, you know? You know, put Kana behind Alonso. Something like that. But you can't put, you know, the same way Showalter moved Marte down in the order when he was struggling. Maybe you got to put Escobar in like 738 spot. Get him going a little bit. I mean, I'm surprised because, you know, you saw Buck Showalter put Marte 7th and 8th in the last week of games. and he started to get hot. You got to do that with Escobar. Put him in a less pressure situation in the bottom of the order. Get it going. That's what I think he should do. Because, I mean, we talked about this in the season preview, if you guys hung out during that time. We talked about it, right? We thought Escobar was going to be one of those RBI guys, right? That's what he was, driving in runs. That's why he was perfect. And we all agreed that he should be behind Alonso. It makes perfect sense. But if you're struggling, you can't keep on leaving it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, 20 of the 29 games, I think Escobar's been behind Escobar. Maybe more than that. I mean, that's not something that you want to actually, continue to leave there. You want to give protection to Alonso, but if Escobar is not producing, you got to move him. At least 7th or 8th. Just to get... Yeah, Michael, he's a 30 home... Well, he hit 30 home runs, once? Maybe twice in his career? But again, he's a 25 home run guy, but he's an RBI machine. That's what he was his whole career. All right, guys, so bottom of the third, top of the order for the Phillies.
Bassett.
2-1 Mets.
After first pitch changeup and misses 0-1. Schwarber struck out his first time up. Schwarber 3 for 9 in this series. Mets so far have kept him in the ballpark in these 3 games. And the curveball, he's able to hold up on the swing and stopped it. Ball and strike. Now with Bohm on deck, and then Bryce Harper as Bassett starts his second time through the Phillies order. Gene Segura took him deep to lead off in the second. That's with a 2-1 lead on the strength of Pete Alonso 2-run homer. And Schwarber fouls one away, and it's 1-2. Lowest ERA since the start of 2020. With 5 guys ahead of Chris Bassett, who was an all-star for the first time last year.
Large sample size.
Large names on that list. I just saw a note that makes me happy and sad at the same time. You will not be hearing Baby Shark in a big league ballpark again, at least until somebody else adopts it. Gerardo Parra announced his retirement.
He's a good extra player on your bench. Lots of energy. He'll always have 2019.
I mean, that year he became a folk hero for the Nationals and their fans. We're going to D.C. for a series starting on Tuesday, and he thought maybe at some point Parra would make another return there, but apparently he has reached the end of the road. At the same time, the road is not yet over for one of our favorites, Juan Lagares, who just re-signed with the Angels to a minor league deal. So Juan's going to get another chance. Fouled by Schwarber, and it's still 2-2.
He played a lot last year because Trout was out, injured.
They got so many pieces this year. Seventh pitch of the bat coming to Schwarber. And he hits one in the air along the right field line. That may fall in, and it will for a base hit. Let it hop by Marte, and it'll hold Schwarber to a single. This little parachute that fell into the right spot for Schwarber.
Wow.
And he's got a leadoff hit in the home third.
Schwarber's just swinging a good bat right now. It was a good pitch on his hands.
Good pitch. Can't do nothing with that.
Into right field. Little cutter in. Got in on the label, but he's so darn strong. The field was out in the outfield. Almost made a run for that ball.
He's trying to make a Manny Machado play. Now Machado plays back in that.
Yeah, that's the issue with the guys. I mean, sorry, the guys. Escobar.
Here's Alec Ball. Bounce one over the mound for an infield hit his first time. And Bassett picks off the outside corner. Nothing.
I could see him not hitting home runs early, but he's not driving in runs. That's the issue that worries me. Yeah, there's been a lot of blue hits in both games so far for the Phillies.
Takes his slider down. That's 1-1. Chris Bassett, a 16th round draft pick coming out of the University of Akron. facing Alec Bohm, who was the 3rd overall pick in the draft coming out of Wichita State. Different pedigrees. They end up in the same place at the same time.
I remember when I talked to Bob Melvin, the manager of the Padres, but it was Bassett's manager in Oakland, said that things didn't just happen for him. It was a lot of hard work, a lot of figuring out what was the best version of himself to be successful in the big leagues.
Talking to Bassett during spring training, he said the worst thing that happened to him was that when he first was signed by the White Sox, his role model there was Chris Sale. And he wanted to be Chris Sale. And of course, nobody could pitch like Chris Sale, or at least very few people can. It took him a long time to figure out how he could be the best he could be, as opposed to being more like Sale. Chopper, tough play. J.D. Davis can't handle it. And everybody's safe. Not sure where J.D.'s play would have been had he handled it cleanly, but Bowman's aboard again with another soft hit or error.
That could be an error here because that play was at first base. He makes that play, he's out. That's got to be an E5.
Damn it.
Charge an error. And Ball gets down the line okay, but can't give him a hit on that. So 2 aboard for Harper with nobody out. 2-1 lead for Bassett, looking tenuous. Pop fly single and an error, putting 2 aboard. Harper retired on a foul pop-up the first time up. And Bassett crowds it with a cutter, ball 1. Harper's 4 for 10 in this series with 3 extra base hits, a double and 2 home runs. Schwarber at second, Bowman at first, and nobody out. Lindor staying right near Schwarber as he takes his lead. And Harper takes a strike. 1-1.
Yeah, the hits are crazy, but that's an out if Davis makes the play. There would have been a man on second with 1 out. I don't know if he was rushing to try to turn 2 or what.
The wind is calming. Still blowing, but not as gustily as it was. Fouls off the fastball.
Don't throw that pitch again. He missed that pitch.
Oh, nice. Bryce Harper, now 29 years old. First overall pick of the draft in 2010. Rookie of the year. 2-time MVP.
Just wants one more thing at least to put on the back of that baseball card, right?
Well, he was with a team that won a World Series right after he left. I'm sure Walter knows that feeling. Team wins the World Series right after you leave. Twice. 1-2 coming. And the curveball rolls around the plate.
Just missed outside.
It is not a sunny day.
MLB Joey, what's up, buddy?
Sunglasses at the plate. Castellanos on deck. I mean, those are some major sunglasses. 2-2 from Bassett. And the curveball struck.
What a pitch.
Throw back to second by Nito. And
what a curveball.
Lindor thought they had him. He thought he had the tag on the back of.
So they think they got him at second base, too.
And he wants the Mets to look at the replay. Nito with the snap throw after Harper strikes out of the curve for the first out.
I think Lindor's foot might have been before the bag. It might have kept Schwarber off the bag.
I think he got back. Here's the slow curve just made Harper look bad there. He's safe.
See his foot, though?
Oh, put his hands on its palm.
Okay.
And no challenge for the Mets.
All right, we got 1 out now with the strikeout.
That's the first out. Schwarber remains at second, Bowman at first. And
Yep, exactly. MLB Joey.
Castellanos reached.
All right, here we go, guys. Come on. Good double play ball here.
Left field his first time up in this game. And gets a fastball, drills it out to right center, but overcomes Marte to run
Nice
it down.
Nice play.
Starting Marte, who loves to
Run that
play
down.
over in the gap in right center, and that paid off for him. Picking off that line drive from Castellanos for the second out.
Nice play.
Gapping cost them on the ball Schwarber hit to start the inning, but paid off on that ball.
2 down. Let's go.
So you
Gotta be careful with
Hoskins
Hoskins here.
the double.
Run scoring double.
So 2 out of 2 on, and it's left to Hoskins, who struck out his first time up. Schwarber's got the full clubhouse guy's nightmare going on at second base after diving back in on that last play. You're going to need more shout than you can shout. Yank foul into the Mets dugout through the opening. That's the full boat right there. Third everywhere.
You're a kid, your dad would be proud of you. You came home, dad and mom would be proud of you if you came home with a uniform like that.
Not whoever's doing the laundry. They're not proud of you.
Especially on Mother's Day.
You might be doing that laundry yourself.
That happened.
Well, last time Hoskins was up, he got struck out twice on fastballs up and away.
Struck him out the first
Looks like
time.
he played the game there, Schwarber. We'll hold that dirt on his
Came right back
jersey.
and did it again. And now Bassett needs conversation with Nito.
Well, this has gone on all game. Bassett likes to work quick. He and Nito have not been able to get on the same page in this game.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't Nito have the pitch comm on his wrist?
I think he does, but I don't think he's using it.
So interesting. They used McCann with Scherzer today, which Nito always pitches with, or always catches for him. And McCann always catches Bassett. So interesting how Scherzer lost with McCann
Curveball in for a strike.
catching, and Bassett's having issues with pitches with Nito. Interesting to think about in the future.
Definitely not pushing buttons there to call signs, that's for sure.
All right, 0-2 count. Here we go.
Left-hand hitters don't like that slow curveball of Bassett.
That's been the Phillies so far this year. They've been a fastball hitting team. Another curveball. This one's popped up. Alonso should have plenty of room. And that returns
All right.
the side. A single.
There we go. Nice way to get out of that, Chris. First and second, nobody out. Got it done. Nice to see. Michael, I agree. I think Buck did that on purpose, just to get, because you never know. You're in a playoff spot. You're not playing Nito behind the plate. You're gonna have McCann most of the time. So you might have that time when in a big game, even late in the season, you need the game. You want McCann behind the plate. He is better than Nito behind the plate. So you would think you got to get them in there every now and then. You want to get, first time having them two be pitcher and catcher together in a game, and it's like August. So I think it was on purpose, and it worked out that it's a doubleheader, so it kind of worked out that they could do that. But I don't think you're going to see it much again. Because if Bassett's having trouble with Nito and Scherzer hasn't looked good with McCann behind the plate, they might just keep it the way it is, the way people like it. So, but we'll see. Yeah, the pitch count is high. I think he'll find a way to go 6. He did that the last time too. We thought he was coming out, and I think he had like 102 pitches or something like that. So I expect Bassett to go 6, and you don't need him to go more than that. I mean, it would be nice to go 7, but when you got the lead, use your bullpen. They've been pretty good. Orlando, thank you. Well, it's not Pete. Pete's not struggling. It's just the fact that Escobar is just not performing in the middle of this lineup. You can't have the middle of this lineup, and it's rare that the middle of the lineup is all hitting and being hot at the same time. Escobar is hurt in his lineup. He's came up with a lot of guys in scoring position over the whole season mostly, and he hasn't played well. And I think you just have to move him down, just like they moved Marte out of the 2-hole and brought him down to 7th and 8th. And then he started to get hot. I think that's what the Mets, Buck Showalter needs to do. All right, guys, here we go. Top of the 4th, 2-1 Mets.
Nick Nelson, who came on to get the final 2 outs in the 3rd.
Yeah, Peter's definitely forward. He don't need to move.
His first time up. McNeil and
I don't think
Davis
they've been called up holding yet. Hold him yet.
2-1. And swinging a miss to the fastball from Nelson, 96 miles an hour.
Let's go, Mets, Rolando.
We mentioned earlier today that George Kirby from Rye, New York, was making his big league debut for the Seattle Mariners. How's this for a debut? 5 innings, no runs, 3 hits, no walks, 7 strikeouts.
Yeah, that'll work.
Not sure if he's done or not. They're in a scoreless game with Tampa Bay, but that's a nice way to start. And then his second big league start will undoubtedly be against the Mets next weekend at Citi Field. You can imagine. Apparently he's got an enormous number of family and friends at the game in Seattle. Can you imagine what it'll be like in New York for him? Popped up along the right field line. Castellanos coming over into foul ground. He gets there. He is not pretty to watch run after those foul balls, but he got there.
That certainly wasn't elegant.
Start and stop and start and stop. At least it didn't fall down.
So Kirby is going to pitch on Friday night.
I would think could be Friday, could be Saturday. I don't know if they have an off
It's Friday. I'm doing Friday, so I'd have to see him pitch.
Wait a second, you're not there Saturday?
Not doing Saturday. Listen, I have to go to a wedding, so it's legit.
Okay. I get close relative?
Well, it's not mine, so
it's
close relative.
Wife's relative.
Close relative.
Oh, okay. There's Jeff McNeil, who grabbed to that his first time up, and he takes a strike. I hope for your sake that Kirby pitches Friday night. That'll be fun.
I agree out there, 100%. Let's get some more runs, guys. Come on.
J.D. Davis waits to hit next. For more on J.D., let's check in with Steve.
Well, Gary, you guys just showed the Starlin Marte go-ahead hit from the other night, but the one at-bat that a lot of guys in that clubhouse were talking about from that 9th inning was J.D. Davis is talking about how difficult it is to come in cold in that spot against Knebel and hit the double the way that he did. And I was talking to J.D. about everything that goes into that situation for him, the prep work in the moment. It said it starts all the way back to when Lindor hits the home run, goes into the cage and starts to get some work in just in case he's called upon. As soon as he saw that Knebel was up in the bullpen, he had the guy that was throwing in BP move over a couple of steps to the right so that he was cross-firing as McNeil fouls this one out of play. He wanted to make sure that he remembered to keep that front shoulder in against Knebel. Then he goes to the on-deck circle, and he said his entire approach to that at-bat comes down to what happens with Dom Smith. If Dom Smith gets on first base, he knows Knebel's going to try and induce a double play, so he's going to see a lot more curveballs, stuff low in the zone, try to see Knebel up. As soon as Dom Smith strikes out, though, then with 2 outs, his approach becomes just try
that
to
might drop.
hard as
Quinn is just quick, man. Jeez.
For the second out of the inning. So he goes up the at-bat against Knebel, sees the fastball really well to take it for ball 1. The second pitch of the at-bat is a curveball, and he sees that curveball pop up out of Knebel's hands. So Davis knows in that moment, okay, he doesn't have his good curveball. I'm eliminating that pitch. I'm sitting on the fastball. He got it with his next pitch, lined it down the left field line for a double, kept the line moving, and ultimately the Mets come back and win.
Well, what's good about that at-bat was that
See, Jay Davis can jack one out of here with 2 outs.
Is to see get 2-0 count. The pitcher throws a fastball and a curveball, and you're 2-0. Now you've seen 2 of his pitches, and you're in a hitter's count. But it's difficult coming off the bench, and he hit a rocket down that left field line.
Well, there's got to be a temptation when you pitch hit, especially if you're not playing all the time, to go after the first pitch you see.
Right. So it's all about having a good eye at the plate. You can be aggressive, and thou shalt not swing if you're a pinch. But thou shalt not pass if you're a pinch hitter. But it doesn't mean you swing at a pitch. It's a ball.
Well, for some guys it does. Well,
Oh.
Manny Sanguian made a
We
lot
have
like
this year,
that.
Michael, for
Rivera,
sure.
a lot of bad ball hitters. Mets have had a lot of great pinch hitters over the years. Dick Kramer was a great pinch hitter late in his career. Rusty, of course. Matt Franco was a terrific pinch hitter. And they're all different. Franco was the most patient
Corn
pitcher
box,
I've ever
man.
seen. Yes. He would work deep counts as a pinch hitter, and I think he set a record for pinch hit walks in the season, as a matter of fact. Lenny Harris was a Met for a while. He's the all-time leader.
Oh, this might be gone.
Going back. He left
Oh,
row, and
come
he makes the
on.
catch. Davis hit that ball hard.
Damn. Gotta get on top of that ball a little bit.
Still 2-1.
Damn. It looked like he got on top of that ball. He hit that ball hard, though. Got on top of that just enough, a little bit of top spin on that ball, so that ball wasn't driven far enough. But he hit it about 380 feet, that's for sure. All right, guys, so we're going to the bottom of the fourth. Mets still lead 2-1. Yeah, I mean, they're dead also, but you got to remember, it's a cold, brisk day in Philly. The wind is blowing. Again, he hit that hard, but he got top spin on that ball. He definitely got on top of that. Excuse me. He definitely got on top of that last pitch. Lane, I am going to be streaming on Tuesday night. Yes, I am. Tuesday night for sure. So if you guys haven't heard yet, or you already know, I'm just gonna repeat it. I am going to Colorado. Not this week, but the following week, the week of the end of the week, the 20th to the 24th in Colorado when the Mets play there. I'm going with the 7 line, so I'll be there for 4.5 days. Well, 4 days, 5 nights, and I'm gonna have some cool things set up with a couple of people that I know. Gonna do a live stream from the hotel and all that stuff, and then when the 7 line has their big march to the field, to the stadium from the bar, I'll see if I can go live during that. Most likely, we'll see. But I'll definitely have a lot of pictures and a couple of videos for you guys as well. So, you gotta remember, I will be posting them for members. So, Adam, let me see. All right, we're going to the bottom of the fourth. Let me see, Adam.
Path on SNY's digital series, Mets Perspective. Check it out now on SNY.
Franco even pitched twice.
Seems like a pretty good way to keep your head warm on a chilly afternoon. Just get that fanatic hat, and all's well with the world.
All right, guys, here we go. Bottom fourth, Mets lead 2-1.
I think you could probably even wear that out on the street, couldn't you? I don't know, Garrett. You go right ahead. If you're 9 years old, you can, right? Well, or you're a mummer. Oh, that's right. They have the mummers parade here. That's true. I didn't, until I came to Philadelphia to go to school. Yeah. I didn't even know the mummers existed, and then I found out what it was. And a lot of people in New York probably don't even know about the mummers. They have their New Year's Day parade, and they've got all these incredible costumes. It's a whole thing. It's like.
Yeah, that sucks for the Phillies.
That's right.
I did have a Dodger dog last year when I was in LA.
But I don't think the fanatic.
Nothing special about it, just so everybody knows. You could put a whole bunch of nonsense on it if you want, but it's a hot dog. It's nothing special.
You doesn't wear that hat there. You can wear anything except for nothing at all. One to Tuna Segura, who had an opposite field home run against Bassett his first time up. He gets a breaking ball, gets under it to left.
That might be gone.
On the warning track, chasing it toward the pole, and he gets there to make
Thank you, wind. That was close.
Moving it across, but it didn't have enough boost from that wind to get out. And Segura's retired. He got away with one.
These bats ain't playing today, huh?
Jesus. If J.D. Davis's ball isn't going out of the ballpark, it's really hard to hit home runs this year.
Joe, I mean, they're good. It tastes like a hot dog to me. They're nothing special.
crosswind.
We're gonna have it with some sauerkraut, some beans, some ketchup, mustard, all that crap.
Yeah, I survived that one. It took me deep once. You almost did it again.
All right, so 1 out,
Stein,
guys.
who popped up his first time up. I want to go back to JD's ball. I mean, he got all of it, right?
It sounded like it.
107 miles an hour off the bat, and it went nowhere. So what are we dealing with here? Are the balls that dead, or are we dealing with wind conditions and weather conditions? Are we dealing with some balls that fly and some don't? You saw the stuff with Eric Chavez about how he felt that the Sunday night baseballs were livelier than the other ball. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah. Well, we'll wait and see till when it heats up. Remember, the ball starts carrying better when the weather warms up. Remember the one year, what year was it? Gary went into Atlanta in April and the ball just flew out. Was it 3 years ago? 4 years ago?
Well, the second half of 18 was when they changed the ball. I mean, it was obvious right up to the All-Star break in 18, everything all of a sudden started flying out. That year in 19 were the record-setting years for home runs.
Yeah,
Moore throws out Stott for the second out. And they consciously tried to change the ball after that, but then they got caught up with supply chains. And last year we had some of the old balls and some of the new balls. Then you had the postseason ball in 20, right? That all of a sudden went dead. So there's a lot of confusion right now about what's being used. And
so far, so good,
it
Donovan.
was Chris Bassett who raised the issue about the inconsistency of the balls, about how some balls are good and some balls are bad.
Got the universal humidor now, which is
It's a lot of suspicion.
Bassett has 69 pitches in a foot. Not great, but not terrible either. He can definitely get through 6 with that pitch count right now.
What exactly is happening?
they're inspecting them.
Garrett Stubbs popped up his first time up. And Bassett misses away with a fastball, 2-0. Bassett trying for his first 1-2-3 inning.
I was thinking how we judge how the balls are from our perch is we'll watch the outfielders take a route to where they think the ball is going to land.
That's true, unconscious.
And that
Sure.
last half of 18, it was 20 rows deep in left center.
And a lot of courtesy runs.
Yep.
That year.
Great.
Bullpen feeding the pigeon. 3-1 to Stubbs. That's the dugout. All that sunflower seed leftovers. On the ground behind the back.
Should be an easy play. 3 outs. There we go.
First 1-2-3.
All right, guys. There we go. Nice inning for Bassett. Yeah, I think the motive is Major League Baseball bought Rollins, and they have full control of how the ball is made. And I do agree somewhat of, like they some of the players think that on like nationally televised games like Sunday Night Baseball, maybe a Fox game on a Saturday or something like that, that they put juice balls so there'll be more offense. And then regular games during like regional broadcasts, they'll put dead balls. But when Major League Baseball owns Rollins, they can say do whatever they want with the ball, and nobody really knows. It's like secret. I mean, I don't understand why they just make the balls the way they are and keep them that way. I don't see what's the problem. But Major League Baseball has full control over that stuff, and that's the problem. So I don't know. It's annoying because 2019 the balls were flying all over the place. I mean, pop-ups were going out for home runs in 2019. And now J.D. Davis crushes a ball to center, and it barely goes 380 feet. And then you see Segura, who hits a ball that probably would have been gone in 2019, get caught at the warning track. So I don't know. It's tampering, but who's going to tell him it'll be otherwise? Nobody really knows. They have assumptions, but what does that mean? If you don't have proof, then there's really no point. But the good news is we're going to the top of the 5th. Mets lead 2-1. Mets need to start scoring a little bit more runs here and get a nice little cushion of a lead here so I can, take a little breather here and relax a little bit. Get me going a little bit. All right, guys, so top of the fifth, Mets lead 2-1.
Just the way we're down designers. I wonder what he's thinking about. And we know he's thinking because he is the thinker. There's the thinker. He's thinking that should I put the hit and run on? Or well, that's fuck, but I don't think the thinker is thinking that.
I think our director was equating Buck to the thinker.
Totally understand that. It's a very nice transition. Tomas Nido leads off in the fifth inning and pops up the first pitch from Nick Nelson, foul, backing out of play.
9-1-2 for the Mets.
Second. Nelson has worked an inning and 2/3 in relief behind Christopher Sanchez, who gave up 2 runs in 2 1/3. The Phillies bullpen is quiet, so it looks like they're expecting Nelson to get through a 3rd inning of relief. Loops one into center field. And
all right, Nino got a hit. Leadoff hit.
So Tomas got a fastball to hit, and he's got himself a leadoff hit to start the 5th inning.
Good start.
That's the Mets' 4th hit of the day. Well, not everybody has made it through the first 13 innings of baseball today, but some of the moms and kids are still here.
Good start for the Mets here. Top of the order now.
Wishes to my mom. Just turned 90 yesterday. Wow. And gets Mother's Day today. It's a daily double. Happy Mother's Day to
Come on, Brandon.
Lynn. Great kid mother. Great dog mother. Fastball outside. 1-0 to nil.
So this is my mom in the middle with all us boys, and that's Joanna and I and Cash when he was a baby on the left, and then just recently at a Mets game. Cash loves to go to the Mets games. Loves it.
What part of the Mets games does he like the most?
Cotton candy. Popcorn. He likes maybe going in the gift shop and getting something out of there. He loves all of that. And he loves Lindor.
Oh.
Lindor's his guy.
Now tell me, from his perspective, is it Lindor the player or Lindor and the hairstyle?
No, it's that Lindor has his dad's number.
Oh.
He thinks that's cool.
It's the 12 lineage.
Yes.
I see. That's cool.
Yeah.
I agree, Beth.
So
I think gambling
10
makes
years
it an
ago,
issue
you'd
for
be a
sure.
big Jeff Francoeur fan.
There you go.
Everybody's a Jeff Francoeur fan.
All right, 3-1 to Nimmo. Here we go.
Cash would be happy with that.
Popcorn. Now my mom, I can never talk to on Mother's Day. I call her the day before or the day after because
it's busy.
Mother's Day is casino day for my mom, and I'm not kidding. She can't wait.
Well, there's a casino right next to the ballpark here in Philadelphia now.
That's right. She could have came in here.
It would be a perfect hang for you guys. That's hit up the middle by Nibble.
Base hit. Come on, Nito. Go to third. Go to third.
Nito around second. He's going to try
He's going.
third. Quinn with the throw, and Nito is out of the base.
Shit.
Well, Tomas Nito getting a little feisty on the bases.
I don't think that was a bad play, but
It out as Quinn,
I thought he was going to get it.
not strong but accurate throw, gets Nito at third.
Damn it.
Well, Quinn, again, charges nicely here. He gathers himself and throws a nice little one hop. It's close play.
Yep,
He's
got him.
He just
Nice
got
throw.
him.
I mean, the scouting report on Ronan Quinn is that he doesn't have a strong arm, so you try to run on him, but if he makes an accurate throw like that,
Well, that's what it took.
Yep.
So that's good aggressive. Your head 2-1. I have no issue with that. I like the aggressiveness.
even with nobody out,
No, even with nobody out. It took a perfect throw to get him, and that's what they got.
well, another hit for
Yeah.
Nimmo, who's now 4 for 10 in this series.
I agree, Adam,
On base 20
but
straight
it did
games
take
now.
a perfect throw.
Part of that play is
And
threw it low.
Quinn doesn't have a good arm. It was just a perfect throw.
Catching the ball which kept Nimmo.
But I'm a little shocked he went, though.
The Phillies showing a
little over-aggressiveness.
Out of character.
Well, again, it's Quinn who really upgrades their defense. Canada's 0 for 2. He lined out to Quinn in left center his last time. And a good block that time by Stubbs to keep Nimmo at first. 2-0.
I agree. That's a good point, Ella. We're not hitting well.
Because of the throw is not over the cutoff man's head. He has to freeze. The throw's over the cutoff man's head. You got time to read it. You're on your horse. You never stopped. You're on second base, standing up. Nice block by Stubbs. Showed really a lot of quickness to get out there and get that slider in the dirt.
Now back this way. This is the thing about Nelson. I think he's really good in short stints, but if you go a second time around the order with him, you force him to use that slider, which is not his best pitch.
Certainly his third best pitch. You don't want to get beat with that. So Quinn this afternoon so far, 5 putouts and an assist.
And a couple of plays that, I'm not sure the other Phillies center fielders, Herrera or Vierling, make. And with Nimmo in motion, Canada fouls
they tried to hit and run there.
That was definitely a hit and run. 2-1 count is the hit and run count. There's a day when, guys, why is 2-1 count a good hit and run count? Because if you want to pitch out, it's 3-1. And if you guess wrong, now you got a hitter in a 3-1 count. But the fact that there's hardly any hitting and running today,
nobody pitches out anymore.
Exactly.
I mean, only if you have an elite base stealer. Otherwise, there's no pitch out.
Come on, Mark.
2-2 to Canada with Lindor on deck. Canada fouls back the fastball. Back in the days when they did pitch out and guessed right on a hit and run.
True, Ryan, true.
The Mets used to have a shortstop named Tim Foley, played for the Pirates and others. He, on at least half a dozen occasions that I can remember, on a hit and run play, he was a good hit and run guy. If they pitched out, he would throw his bat at the ball.
And make contact?
And get a base hit. No, he would hit the ball to right field. He was good at it by throwing his bat at the ball. I never saw anybody like that. I mean, every once in a while somebody would do it, but he would do it regularly. It was part of his repertoire. Crazy horse, Tim Foley.
He had a very bad temper, short fuse.
Come on, Mark. Let's go. Base it.
Red, you know what?
Yeah. And that changeup just missed. Nelson wanted that. 3-2.
Another 3-2 count the counter.
I wanted that call. Tim Foley wear glasses when he played?
Yes. So you're going to send Nimmo here?
Yes. I would.
Didn't send him with nobody out. Similar spot in the third inning. Here with one out. He's going. And Canada takes ball four. Superfluous throws by Stubbs. And the Mets have 2 men on.
Nimmo stepped on Segura's foot. And it's cold when you get stepped on. In this cold weather, it hurts worse.
All right, first and second.
It was ball 4. He probably shouldn't have been there in the first place. Putting the tag on.
Well, he's got to catch the ball because he could have come in front of the bag to get it. You're right here. Because that ball is alive on ball 4.
Yep.
Got him.
So a chance for the Mets to expand their
lead. All right, let's see. First and second, one out.
And here's Lindor.
All right, here comes Frankie.
The first, fly down the third. Lindor 3 for 11 in this series. Nimmo at second. Canada at first with 1 out. And Lindor fouls off first pitch fastball, 0-1. Mets are going to D.C. to play the Nationals Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. The Nats will be coming from the West Coast. They're finishing up a series in Anaheim today after beating the Angels last night. They're up 1-0 in the 5th today. It's Eric Fetty going today for the Nats. Mets should see Patrick Corbin on Tuesday night, it looks like. Lindor gets under one to right field. Backing up is Segura. Infield fly is invoked, and that's the second out. So there is the road ahead. Josh Bell tearing it up. He's at 351. Yadiel Hernandez is hitting 371 for Washington. Those two guys have been carrying the offense with Juan Soto struggling. Road ahead presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Your home for the Mets on the radio is WCBS News Radio 880 and anywhere on the Odyssey app. Mariners today trying to snap a 6-game losing streak.
All right, Pete, here you go again.
They had an entertaining series within St. Louis. We said after that was over,
Need a base hit here.
City Field in 3 weeks. We'll see what happens next. Well, that's coming up. Here's Alonso. Already has a 2-run homer and a single in this game. 2 on and 2 out. And he gets a fastball upstairs for ball 1. Andrew Bellotti is the next man up in the Phillies bullpen. Nelson's already worked 2 1/3 in relief, trying to stagger his way through this 5th inning. Got helped out by Quinn throwing out Nito at 3rd. As behind 2-0
right.
Alonso, he's given him 2 hits and a walk in this inning. And now he's in a dangerous spot against Pete. With Escobar standing on deck. That's 2 runs, 5 hits. The Phillies 1 run and 4 hits after the Phillies won the opener 3-2. And Alonso attacks one and
Get out.
hits one out of sight.
Goodbye. 3-run homer, baby. Yes. What a shot. Ooh. Let's go. There we go. That was a bomb, guys. Bomb. Boom. Goodbye, baseball. 5-1 Mets. Woo. Big 2-out RBIs right there, baby. Yes. Let's go. Get up. Right there. Crushed it.
Bell tie ahead in the count.
Boom.
First 2 home run game this year, 12th of his career for Alonso. Yeah, that one just kept on flying.
Now that's a nice hit right now. That was a bomb. Jesus.
Nelson tried to skip his way through a 3rd inning of relief, didn't quite get there.
And the pitcher missed his spot too.
And he knew it, obviously.
Big meat Pete, baby.
Good day for Pete. 426 feet.
5 ribeye steaks for Pete Alonso today.
2 home runs.
We did need that for sure. I agree, RM.
Only about halfway through. And what does that get him for the year?
No, this series win, but it's early yet, guys. Be careful with that.
Which might have him in the league lead at the end of the day.
It is very early.
Nolan Arenado was tied with the
It's only the 5th inning.
24 to lead the league when the day began. So Joe Girardi's trying to squeeze another inning out of his reliever, Nick Nelson, and did not quite get there. Escobar fouls off the fastball 2-2.
Alonso killing it.
That's the danger in.
That's the game you've been waiting for Pete right there.
Starter who's only able to give you 7 outs. Try and push.
Again, the only guy you're looking to hit a home run in this lineup is Pete.
44 pitches now for Nelson. And really good
And he
his
did
first
it.
2 innings, but not this inning.
And a bullpen that has not a lot of depth. So that he's your long
Ready
guy.
for the
You're trying to
Cardinals.
Get length out of him.
I can't wait to go to those games.
It doesn't matter. At the end of the game, you got to get 27 outs, and you got to figure out who you're going to get them from. And when your starter only goes 2 1/3, puts you in harm's way.
Well, it's all the trickle down of having 2 of their starting pitchers going on the COVID IL today. So Escobar pops one up, and Stock playing on that side of the infield is over to get it. That retires the side, but Alonso's second home run.
All right, guys. Going to the bottom of the 5th. Pete Alonso, 5, Phillies 1. That was a shot. What a shot by Pete Alonso with that 3-run bomb. Let's be honest, guys. We needed that. We were struggling. And Pete Alonso just crushed that ball the left center field. I mean, that went to the back deck. Woof. Gotta love it. But it is only the 5th inning, guys. There's a long way to go. A lot of at-bats left. You know, I do expect Bassett to go 6 innings. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they pitched to Alonso. But you know what? I guess they didn't trust Nelson to throw strikes, honestly. You know, bases loaded, 2 outs. You never know. But he missed his spot. He was supposed to throw up and away. He threw middle, right down the middle, letter high, and Pete crushed it. Belt high, excuse me. But that was a beautiful swing. As soon as he hit it, you knew it was gone. We need Pete to start getting a little hot. Unfortunately, we have a day off tomorrow, which, you know, is never a bad thing. But woof. Nice piece of hitting by Pete Alonso. But 5-1 lead. Hopefully Bassett shuts it down, gets the offense right back out there, ready to go. That's what I like to see. I don't know if you got to pull out all the stops. All right, guys. Bottom of the 5th, 5-1 Mets.
Plays in the bottom of the 5th. Roman Quinn batting 9th in the order takes a strike. 1-1.
And I'll be right back.
At bat. Quinn making just his 3rd start for the Phillies since they reacquired him. He was released by the Marlins, signed by the Phillies shortly after opening day. Had a terrific defensive day so far for Philadelphia. 28-year-old from Port St. Joe, Florida. Grounds one on the right side. McNeil scurries over and throws him out one away.
Boy, McNeil does a good job sidling left and right. I know I use that word a lot.
Sidling's a good word.
It is what it is. I mean, it's good footwork.
I like scurry because it has kind of a squirrely connotation. And, you know, he's the squirrel. Yeah. Secret squirrel? No, flying squirrel. Like Lucky J squirrel. So Bassett's retired 7 in a row. And now here's Schwarber up for the 3rd time, and he hooks one foul on the curveball.
He's really, Bassett has used that off-speed curveball a lot today. He's had it working for him. It's kept the Phillies out in front. It's kept them off balance.
Another curve, and he gets ahead on Schwarber 0-2.
He's got it going on with that pitch. He likes it.
His fastball's dialed up as high as 95, 96 today. Throwing that curve at 71. How can he help but be off balance? Another curveball. This one's popped up. Bassett might have the best play on it.
He does.
And the pitcher.
Yeah, all right, Chris.
Look at that.
Forget about that silent stuff you're talking about. How about the pitcher catching that?
All right, Chris.
It certainly wasn't. Well, I tell you what, you've got the shifts with the, third baseman way up in the shortstop's position.
Yeah, he's got 80 pitches. I mean, if he gets out of this quick, he could go 7. A quick 5th, maybe a quick 6th. Might start him in the 7th.
So take a few moments to catch his breath now. No oxygen tank required. So that's 8 straight retired by Bassett. He'll take on Bohm with 2 out. And time was not called, but Bohm stepped out, and Bassett stopped his delivery, but he could have thrown the pitch. He gotten a free strike.
He could have.
Just shrugged his shoulders as if to say, what was that? And then then he goes right back to work and gets a slider in for a strike. He's something else.
He is something else.
I mean, he shook off that balk in the first inning and struck out Hoskins for a second time. It just doesn't seem to matter. Just got it going on. One to ball. So the George Kirby update, he wound up going.
Yeah, he doesn't throw that hard either. So the pitch speed difference in speed is just amazing what he does. And with his 6-7 pitches.
Right down to third, JD waits on the hop. He's that strong.
All right, nice inning.
Retires the side. 9 in a row.
There we go. 82 pitches, I believe. 82 pitches. 83 pitches so he's definitely getting his 6th. If he has a quick inning, maybe he'll go 7. You never know. But Mets lead 5-1. Bassett looking good. So far, so good. You know what? Let's put up a couple of more runs. Why not? Well, you know what? Bassett seems, he didn't think he was going to like it here, and he loves it here. So, some people were talking about a 3-year deal, based on his age, around $57 million around there. I would do that. Because it's not like he throws hard anyway, so getting a little bit older is not really going to affect his velocity that much. And the way he changes speeds, I don't think it matters. I think he's perfect to be extended because I don't think he's going to lose a lot of stuff on his pitches when he gets a little older. You could see Scherzer gradually losing speed on his fastball. But Scherzer's such a smart pitcher, I don't think you have to worry about that either. But with Bassett, he throws so many pitches and different speeds that I don't think it's going to affect him getting older. So I think it'd be a smart move for the Mets. Because if you really think about it, guys, a lot of free agents, the Mets starters, there's not a lot of them. There's free agents. Carrasco's going to be a free agent. Walker's going to be a free agent. Bassett's going to be a free agent. The only guys that are on the contract is DeGrom and, you got McGill for sure. Let's see. And Scherzer, that's it. So you got 3 starters right now. So Bassett just makes sense. And then, I don't know if the Mets are going to re-sign Walker. You might go out and get another 5th starter or something like that. Maybe you re-sign Carrasco. We'll see. Yeah, DeGrom will opt out, but I'm not worried about that. The Mets are going to sign DeGrom. Why wouldn't they? All right, guys, so going to the top of the 6th. Mets lead 5-1. Bassett has been pitching good. The Phillies have been going with a bullpen game with Christopher Sanchez starting for the Phillies, but they're going to a bullpen now. They're going to use a lot of bullpen. They're going to be on their 3rd pitcher now and through not even 6 innings yet. So we're making that bullpen work, and that's what we like to see. So 5-1 Mets, top of the 6th.
Time at the end of his career with the Phillies. Sid Hernandez started to even think of him as a Philly.
I didn't even know he was a Philly.
He was there briefly.
Sidney.
Billy Wagner had time with both teams. G. Ashburn, of course, immortalized on the walkway in center field, Ashburn Alley. Andrew Bellotti comes on to pitch for the Phillies as we go to the 6th. Starting Marte takes a breaking ball for a strike.
Good breaking ball there by Bellotti. He started the season in Lehigh Valley for the Iron Pigs, and 6 of his 7 appearances for the Phillies have been scoreless.
Rick Reed was the unsung guy, too, that's for sure. All
his big league career with Tampa Bay in 2015.
right, Bellotti is on the mound for the Phillies. Marte up.
Back through the independent leagues to get back to the big leagues last year, briefly with Miami. So it was a 6-year gap in his big league experience.
Bobby Jones. I remember that one hitter in the playoffs with Bobby Jones.
And now has been pitching effectively for the Phillies at age 30. Spring Valley, California native. Down the way, 1-2.
Now remember, we had a Bobby M and a Bobby J Jones.
Spring Valley, New York is, I don't know what Spring Valley, California is.
But yeah, I remember that Bobby Jones one hitter in the playoffs. I was like 12 years old, maybe, if that. The Mets ain't making him leave. Even if he doesn't pitch this year, the Mets are going to restructure his contract, and that's it.
Marte lays off the slider, and it's 2-2.
You could replace Walker with Peterson. That might be a cheaper route, even though you're not looking for a cheaper route. I think Peterson could be just as good as Walker, if not better. Manny Acosta, of course, yeah.
Jeff McNeil on deck, and then J.D.
You want to remember some coaches? Bob Apodaca?
Spring Valley, CA. And Marte goes down swinging for the first out.
Oh, of course, Nelson Figueroa.
Begins his stint with a strikeout.
I actually met Nelson Figueroa a few times. I'm trying to get him on my channel to do like a, talking Mets type of live event.
We were in the same year, 1981, first round. I think he was,
Dennis, I don't know about Link Dexter. He's been going a little nuts lately, trying to sue everybody.
Of course not. No.
I'm sure you remind him of that all the time.
I'm kidding. I mean, he was a guy that was throwing 95 as an 18-year-old.
Here's McNeil, who's grounded out and flat out over 2. Mets have got all 5 of their runs on 2 swings of the bat in this game. Alonso in the first, Alonso in the 5th. 2-run homer, 3-run homer. Play for Chris Bassett so far, as the Mets did to split this doubleheader and get uptown with another series win. As Keith was pointing out a couple of innings ago, while the Mets did split that last series with the Braves, they are still unbeaten in series this year. Correct.
And they will continue that string with a nice little W here at the second half of this twin bill.
It's kind of like when they used to have ties in hockey, and they'd say this team has an 18-game unbeaten streak. They're 15-0-3. Yeah. It's the same kind of concept. And Neal takes it a little bit high, and it's 2-1. Christopher Sanchez started this game for Philly. 2 1/3, 2 runs, 2 hits. Nick Nelson, 2 2/3. He gave up 3 runs and 4 hits. Each pitcher surrendered one of those home runs to Alonso.
Joe McEwen.
Did not
him and Lenny Harris were unsung heroes on the Mets teams.
1-1. Neal fouls back a fastball, 2-2.
And Joe McEwen and Randy Johnson. Joe McEwen always beat up Randy Johnson. Always hit him.
Get himself a knock here. 0 for 4 in the first game. 0 for 2 in the second game. Hit that one.
Oh, Bernard Gilkey. Yeah, sure.
Medical or psychology?
Both. Maybe both.
About some Butch Husky. A little bit of 90s Mets.
That's right. Neal really choking up on that bat.
Neal went around, strike 3. One plate up by Shane Leibensbarger, calling that
Hayden.
himself.
Big day.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Bellotti to start the 6th. We'll check in with the studio. Gary Apple's got a game break. Brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Well, day, Gary. How you doing?
Doing all right, Gary. Here we go. Marlins and Padres. You were speaking about San Diego. Top of the 6th inning. Jazz Chisholm deep to center. His 5th home run of the year. A solo shot to make it 2-0. It's 2-0 now. Bottom 6. Trevor Rogers went 5 shutout for Miami.
After Pablo Lopez went
Ron
scoreless for the
My dad would
last night,
talk about that. That's for
snapping
sure.
their 6-game losing streak. There's J.D. Davis, who's walked in line to center. And he hits one toward the hole. Stott slants it down, but has no.
All right, that's the basics. 2 out basic for the. Hojo was one of my favorite players growing up. Even though I didn't see him a lot playing, I just liked the name Hojo, Howard Johnson.
Baseball's a funny game, right? Covers the ball in his previous at bat at 107 miles an hour, fly out to center. Hits a ball on the ground, finds a hole for a hit.
And so it goes. Some folks say it all evens
Yeah,
out.
I was at that Andy Chavez catch against the Cardinals, and Shea Stadium was shaking.
What's that?
I'll never forget that.
No, they don't. Not for good hitters.
Kevin Mitchell.
I'm sorry.
He was good until they traded him.
Right-hand people. There's 8 gloves out there here.
Yeah, Hojo was always good for 30-30 for sure.
Hitters, if they have a little extra speed, they can hit balls not well and get hits.
Oh,
Drives one to the gap.
Nino hit him in the gap.
That's down for a base hit, and Quinn's able to cut it off, and that'll keep Davis from scoring. Into second base,
man.
the double goes Nito.
Damn it.
Another fine play by Roman Quinn. That saved a run, But Tomas Nido with his second hit of the day. This one a ringing double.
Well, good for Tom Tomas. He needs these knocks. He's been struggling. He just scorches this ball right here. And you're right, Gary, about Roman Quinn in center field. It just gives the Phillies what they need. With their two corner outfield positions in particular, with Schwarber and Castellanos, they need a center fielder that can go left to right.
So second and third with two out and a chance for Nimmo to add to the Mets' lead.
All right, Brandon, let's go.
Brandon's been hit by a pitch and had a single to center his last time up. Nido's doubled the Mets' 8th hit of the day or the game. 14th hit of the day. Taken high by Nimmo, ball one.
Floyd's pretty good.
Nice 3 for 5 doubleheader going.
Everybody's talking about Delgado and Floyd. Can't forget Benny Agbayani.
The steadiest of steady players.
Yes, he is. And he's because his discipline. He always has been disciplined. He has just learned as he has progressed forward with experience, and he has just blossomed into a fine major league player.
Among players on the active roster, you realize nobody has been a Met longer than Brandon Nimmo. I mean, Jacob deGrom has been here longer, but he's not on the active roster. Yeah. But I was talking with Brandon the other day, and we were in Arizona. He was talking about taking advantage of young teams. And I said, you realize what you just said, right? But it's true. I mean, we watched him from the time he was an 18-year-old drafted in the first
Those were the
round
days.
out of the unlikely.
What about Kaz Matsui?
Wyoming.
That was a disaster moving Reyes the second all those years ago.
Invaluable
Timo Perez, right? Him jumping in center field when we made the final catch to go to the World Series.
And it's 1-2.
You know what's really been what's helped him? Because he's had his
Oh, that's an awesome game, Ryan.
In our career. His attitude.
Franco, yeah, absolutely.
His hustle. And that catches managers' eyes and front office's eyes.
So does a 390 on base percentage.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the only thing that has really held him back.
Yeah, I remember I was at that game when Matsui had a really good game in opening day. After that, he was done.
1-2 coming. And that bounces away
that's a run.
Stubbs. Here comes
Wild pitch.
6-1. So
Frank Francisco, Kevin McReynolds, yep. Mike Scioscia, yep, the catcher.
A tough one for any catcher. The block. really kicked to the right.
Yeah, it took a kind of bad hop. I don't know if it hit the corner of the plate or.
So run home at 6-1.
Felix Mian. Yeah, exactly. Very similar to Jeff McNeil for sure. Or I should say Jeff McNeil is similar to Felix Mian. Any closer for the Mets always scared me.
And Brandon takes a changeup off the plate. It's 3-2.
Takahashi. I do remember that. It sounds familiar.
An edge play that we hit before. Just that slider spin made it jump to the left on Stubbs.
Jeremy Burnett, before he got the Mets traded him. And then he came back during the Alomar Mo Vaughn years, which was a disaster.
Bellotti trying to find his way through this inning after striking out the first two hitters. 3-2 now to Nimmo. Cannon would be next, and Nimmo takes a walk. So the inning continues. Third time Nimmo's been on base in this game.
Actually, Ray Adonis was at Citi Field sometime earlier this year.
Standings up to the moment.
If the Mets hang on, they will.
Masato Yoshi, yeah, that's true. I think that's true.
Well, what's notable there is that everybody in the division other than the Mets is under 500.
Benitez,
I don't think we expected that when the year began. I think the Braves
so first and third, 2 outs, top of the sixth, Mets lead 6-1.
Questions about this Philly team.
Last one scored on a wild pitch.
Competitor all year, or will they fall short of that like they did last year?
Or another year of being disappointing.
First and third for Canna, who's 0 for 2 in a walk. And he takes a slider for a strike. For
Julio
Milwaukee.
Franco. Playing until he's like 50, that guy.
Canna 1 for 7 in this series.
Dale Nomo too,
hitting
yep.
.319 for the year. The Marlins will be there all year because their starting pitching is good just about every day. Alcantara and Lopez and Rogers.
Yeah, I see that, Rafael. But let's hope that I don't get
It'll be interesting to see
copyrighted.
how the Mets fare against the Marlins, because
That's what I'm hoping.
years, the Marlins
If
have
it's
just
not
been a
copyrighted,
pesky
we can
bunch.
keep on doing this. But if it is, then I can't. I just have to stick to the radio.
When did the Mets first see the Marlins? Not till June, right?
End of June.
It's crazy. June 17th is the first meeting at Citi Field. Canna takes a hack at a fastball, misses, and it's 0-2. I mean, they will have played the Phillies now, 12 times by the end of May with the rain out, and not played the Marlins at all. Then they have the Braves, 14,
No problem,
13 or
Rafael.
14 games, 12.
Oh,
from
once
the start of
again,
August
Kana 0-2
to the
count.
end of the season.
Well, they lost those games the first.
He loves them 2
the
strikes.
First week of the season.
He's got made up 1 doubleheader already, another one coming up in August. Mets will have 2 doubleheaders in a week in August with the Braves, and then the rescheduled game from this series. Canna tries to lay off, and he stopped it in time, 1-2. We're getting used to these doubleheaders. I mean, it's May 8th, and we're already playing our 3rd doubleheader. That's pretty unusual. Normally, these things get pushed back later in the year, but it's not been the case, especially against division opponents. We've already had a doubleheader with the Braves.
Well, no, man, I have to wait and see. Usually 48 hours after the stream, they'll let me know.
The Mets could win this game. They'd be 5-1 in doubleheader games. Nito at third, Nimmo at first with 2 out. And Canna goes down swinging on the slider.
Damn it.
And Bellotti has his 3rd strikeout of the inning, but the Mets tack on a run on the wild.
All right, so 61 Mets going to the bottom of the 6th, guys. Looking good so far. I don't know if I'm keeping you guys grounded. So once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, the Mets are leading 6-1 going to the bottom of the 6th. Pete Alonso with 5 RBIs. The latest run, wild pitch, scored J.D. Davis from 3rd, making it 6-1. So the Mets are looking good right now. But again, there's still a lot of game to go. Got to be careful. Bassett could probably go at least 1 more inning, maybe 7 if he gets a quick inning here in the 6th. If he does, going 7 will be really nice, helping that bullpen out again. Yeah, Ryan, that's what I'm thinking when it comes to the broadcast. I believe it should be okay. Oh, Jorge, that's awesome, man. I'm glad I can help you out, buddy. Yeah, you know what's funny? Because I believe I did it on TV one time, or the sound of the game, and I'm not 100% sure. I mean, it was about a year ago, so yeah, no problem, buddy. I think it got copyrighted, but again, don't hold me to that. But again, we'll know within 48 hours, which is basically just in time for the next Met game. So, but I will definitely keep you guys posted on that. Because it is a lot easier to just mute the TV than lowering the volume on the phone. So the Mets' worst trade. That's interesting, Robert. Let's see. There's a number of them. See, I was gonna say the Cano Diaz trade, but it's what about like the Jason Isringhausen, guys? It's hard, but all right, we're going to the bottom of the 6th. I'll think about that, guys. 6-1 Mets, bottom of the 6th. Bryce Harper up.
Tallest building in Philadelphia. You couldn't have a building taller than that William Penn standing at Top City Hall. Not anymore.
Yep. Then they blew right past that.
Well, time marches on.
He's still there.
Little cat and mouse going on here between Chris Bassett and Bryce Harper as Harper leads off in the home sixth. Bryce, after homering and doubling
84 pitches for Bassett right now.
0 for 2. And he thought out a bunt.
Nomad, that's a good one.
Creeping in from third.
Nolan Ryan for Jim Fagosi. I remember my dad always used to
Castellanos
tell me
and
about that.
Hoskins' third time around for Bassett, who's allowed a run on 4 hits over the
That was
first 5
funny,
innings.
yeah.
The only run coming out of Gene Segura.
My dad always used to talk about that trade.
That was in the
I didn't even
second.
think of that. It didn't pop into my mind until you guys said it.
More than overshadowed by Pete Alonso's 2 home runs with men on base. Harper goes after a high cutter, and it's 2-1. What do you say to the catcher after that? Whoa. Harper after
That was the umpire.
Is it the umpire?
He
or was it
asked
the
if it was a strike.
Okay. Looked like he was talking to Nito. And that one just missed off the plate. Nito tried to hold it for Shane Lavitsbarger, but he said no, and it's 3-1.
Well, you know, I would actually pick the Roberto Alomar trade. I know nobody was really big going to Cleveland, but Alomar was just terrible.
And he goes after Harper with another high cutter. It's 3-2.
Harper looks frustrated.
The Phillies are looking flustered, confused with the Bassett pitching.
See if he throws that slow curveball he struck him out last time. Pop 2 fastballs upstairs. Yep, he wants to throw the hammer.
3-2 coming. And he got
Oh,
him.
what a curveball.
This time.
Woo-hoo.
Struck him out swinging on the curve in the third.
That's a curveball.
And gets him looking at
That
the
thing
clock to
started
start the
over
sixth.
Harper's head.
If you love pitching, you want
Oh, yeah, worst side is definitely Jason Bay.
worse than watch Chris Bassett perform his craft. He is fun to watch. It's like a game within a game to him.
Right, 2. Scherzer in the first game, Bassett in the second game. Although Scherzer was not at his best. It's about as much of a pitching clinic as you'll ever get. 10 in a row retired by Bassett. Now here's Castellanos. And he takes a
I
strike.
wish we would have had John Olaru for more years, man. That defense
Dumped a
in
single
the
into
infield
left
was
in the
amazing.
first.
Olaru, Ventura,
Line down to
Alfonso,
right in the
Olaru,
third.
and Ventura. Oof, loved it.
2 for 9 in this series. And he gets it off the fist, rolled out to Alonso.
All right, 2 outs.
Easy play for
We
the
like
second
it.
out. New York Mets baseball on SNY, brought to you by the Jamaica Tourist Board. The weather right now in Jamaica is warm and sunny. You can do some of that. Call your travel agent or go to visitjamaica.com to learn more. By Hyundai, to learn about Hyundai's advanced technology and award-winning safety, visit buyhyundai.com. And by New York Presbyterian, stay amazing. The good news is that the weather's going to warm up over this next week. And by the time the Mets get home Friday, we should have some very comfortable days.
I'm all for it.
As Hoskins takes a slider for a strike. Hoskins has struck out and fouled out over 2.
He's off to a really rough start, as you can see.
10
the numbers
Saints,
right
Amos
there.
Otis, yeah.
0 for 6 in this series.
Streak hitter.
Yeah, I don't know what it was with Jason Bay. But, I mean, it's not like he wasn't in a small pressure situation. He was in Boston, and he was playing well. I mean, nobody hated that signing at the time. Everybody loved it.
And that dots the outside corner of the knees. Perfect pitch by Bassett, 1-2.
No, the only reason why people go crazy over it because he was the franchise. So I get it. He was still in his prime
30 in his
somewhat.
third year as Phillies skipper.
Oh, that's gone.
Hoskins hits one out to right. Marte back near the fence. Jumping, and it's off the top, and it's in play. Hoskins
Oh,
to second.
it's a double.
Stop there with a double. Didn't miss a home run by much. Marte making a leap at the fence and just came up empty. First hit in the series for Hoskins, his 7th double of the year. And no
So it was a
challenge
double,
about
not a home run,
being
guys.
a home run on the Phillies.
Top of the wall.
Get that padding. It's got to go over that railing above the padding to be a home run.
So it does not.
No, definitely not.
The double.
So that snaps a string of 11 in a row retired by Bassett. A 2-out double for Hoskins brings up Segura, who homered for the only Philly run. And Bassett moves him back off the plate, ball 1. Segura hit the opposite field home run in the second, then nearly hit another one out, sending Canada back near the wall in the left field corner.
No, you got to give him one more batter, I think. You can tell he's getting tired, 96 pitches, but I'll give him one more shot.
Bassett again works him in tight, 2-0.
Jason Shreve is on the mound, in the bullpen right now.
Bassett's up 97 pitches, 98 has been his high pitch count this year. So Buck would be thrilled if he can just get him through this 6th inning and then shuffle off to the bullpen. But he misses with a sinker to Segura, and it's 3-0. Connor Brogdon, who wasn't even here when the day began, he was here on paper, but he was in Syracuse, where the Phillies AAA team was playing the Mets AAA team, and had to get here. And apparently the transportation gods were kind, and Brogdon is here and warming up. They had to make some fast maneuvers before the game today with two of their starters, Zach Eflin and Zach Wheeler, going on the COVID IL. They had to bring 3 pitchers up, including Brogdon. Phillies are 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position in this game. And Segura shoots one foul, and it's 3-2.
100 pitch. Next pitch would be 101.
Here's the pitch selection. As you can see, he uses them all. Three, 2 coming. Segura takes a walk. We'll see if that's the end of the line for Bassett. But the left-hand hitter Scott.
Yep, Bassett's coming out of the game. Couldn't get it done. Good pitching by Bassett, though.
So with Bassett having thrown a season,
had a very good game.
1 pitches and just issued his first walk. Will be done after 5 2/3, and Shreve will come on for him.
All right, so waiting for Jason Shreve to come in to get the final out of the 6th. And, if Shreve gets it done here, he'll come out for the 7th most likely. So, you got Lugo in the bullpen, you got Smith, you have Diaz, obviously. So we're okay in the bullpen, but we got to get it done here. I think Shreve gets the 1 out here. He'll pitch the 7th. And then it'll be either Drew Smith or Lugo in the 8th, and then Diaz in the 9th, depending on if there's still a save situation or not. You want to get the Lugo and Drew Smith in a game because they haven't pitched in a while. So you want to get them at least an inning at least. Get them, so they won't not pitch for like 4 days. You don't want that. So Mets still lead 6-1. Bassett just walked his last batter, 1st and 2nd, 2 outs. Mets lead 6-1. Bottom of the 6th. Yeah, give him that one more batter, see if he can do it. Maybe Segura get himself out, but, Segura is very hard. He's a disciplined hitter. So, but it was a good performance by Bassett. He was struggling in the beginning, but that's why his pitch count went up. But he pitched well his last couple of innings and kept us in the ball, kept the lead going. And then Alonso somewhat broke open the game. Right now, it's still a 5-run lead. This is good, but a lot of innings to go. Oh, sorry, unconscious. I didn't see that. We have a long history of attracting over-the-hill Hall of Fame-bound pitchers. Something about the dimensions. Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, we got an over-the-hill Pedro Martinez. I mean, I know he got hurt, but again, over the hill, he was old. I mean, so many of those. Tom Glavine, Jesus. I was at that game, too. The last game at Shea. Oh, terrible. James, I don't think we're going to get relaxed. I mean, that's why Buck took him out. You could have made him go one more batter, but why? You got a very rested bullpen. Jason Shreve has been really good for us. Bring him in, secure this win, and here we go. So bottom of the 6th, 2 outs. First and second for the Phillies. Bottom of the 6th, Chase and Shreve on the mound.
TV provider subscription. Yes, and YAP scan the code and download.
Oral Hershiser's. That's a good one.
Chris Bassett out after 5 2/3, gave up 5 hits, 1 run so far, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, a home run, and a balk, sort of. And now Chase and Shreve, who pitched in the opening game of the series.
Well, you saw numbers for Shreve. Lost in all of that hitting for the Mets in the comeback was Shreve and Medina, and what they did to hold that game close.
Shreve worked an inning and a third, allowed no runs, 2 hits. In that outing on Thursday, comes in to face Bryson Stott with 2 on and 2 out. Stott has popped to short, grounded to short. 1 for 5 in the doubleheader. And he takes a slider off the plate, ball 1.
I feel like this is a big at-bat for the Phillies here. I think this can turn the game around if they get something done here. So it's up to the Mets to stop
Hoskins
that.
at second, Segura at first with 2 down. And Shreve fires a fastball for a strike, and it's 1-1.
Girardi's got 3 right-hand hitters on the bench. He's got Beerling, Real Muto, and the switch hitting Camargo. 6th inning here. You want to get back in this ball game.
It's a delicate balance, right? They really like Stott. They want to see him succeed.
And Shreve is very good against the right-handed hitters, so that's balance all of that.
2-1 coming, and Stott fouls away the fastball.
Nice
It's
pitch.
2-2.
Yeah, I agree. No need to push him to over 100 pitches for what? I can see if your bullpen was extremely used a lot over the last few days, then okay, I get it. Give your veteran the way to get out of it, but there's no need. You got to rest the bullpen. And these guys need to pitch. You can't have them off 3-4 days and expect them to be sharp.
4 pitches in a row without throwing a splitter this year. There it is.
Nice
Strikes
pitch,
out
strike
Stott.
3.
First time he saw the split.
Nice.
And that was enough to take care of Bryson Stott. So Shreve.
Beautiful. Nice pitch. Nice pitch. So, top of the 7th, Mets lead 6-1. Chase and Shreve came in and struck out Stott with 2 men on. Nice piece of pitching, excuse me. It's what I like to see. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to hit on that like button. It's not only that the stream is still going, but it's the replay. And you guys make it happen. So hit on that like button if you haven't as of yet. We've been here. You see the time, 6 hours and 40 minutes. Been here since 12 o'clock this afternoon, hanging out for game 1 and 2, Phillies versus Mets. Phillies took game 1, 3-2. Mets leading 6-1. Mets win this game. Take another series. That would be 8 series out of 9 to start the season. Very good performance to start the season. Absolutely. Ryan, the stream schedule, I'm definitely doing it on Tuesday. I'm going to see about Wednesday, but definitely Tuesday. So I'll keep you posted on Tuesday. See, I really wish I would have had a nice stream schedule for you guys so you guys know when I'm going to come on. But because of work, I would love to have a set schedule. I'm not going to lie. I would actually post like a little stream schedule for you guys. But again, it's too up and down, and I don't want to like say, oh, I'm going to do it, and then I don't. But definitely Tuesday for the Nats opening series. No media. I don't think like that. Honestly, about them coming back. But again, in that ballpark, anybody can come back in that ballpark. So then I would worry just because of the ballpark. Yeah, see, I think that 105 Thursday is probably doable for sure. Maybe I'll start a pregame at 12:30, depending on what time I get out of work, or I just might start it a few minutes before the game. depending on what time I get out of work. But I could see me doing Tuesday for sure. That's guaranteed. Thursday is up in the air, but I think I can. Yeah, Thomas. I told you I was doing both games. I go hard. All right, guys. So we're about top of the 7th. Francisco Lindor leading off. Mets leading 6-1.
He has had a tremendous second game. Connor Brown is just back from the minor leagues, facing Francisco Lindor as we start the 7th.
Fastball, change, mix. He's got a breaking ball, but his changeup is outstanding.
Lindor is 1 for 3 in this game, and he grounds one down to first. Hoskins boots it. He gave ground, and then
That's an error by Hoskins.
And Lindor is safe on the air.
Thomas. No, I have not seen it yet. Unfortunately, I can't go now. I already sold my 7-line ticket. I can't make it, but I'm still looking. I haven't seen nothing about that yet, but I do think it's in June, so I think right after the Colorado game series in the middle of May, or a week and a half, he'll talk about what he's gonna do with LA in Anaheim. All right, Pete. Let's see if Pete can get a couple more RBIs.
First 3-run homer in the 5th. He's never had a 3-home run game.
Can Pete get his first 3-run home run game of his career?
This is his first this season. Brogdon misses badly.
There you go, Michael.
In the history of baseball, only one hitter has ever hit more home runs in his first 400 games than Pete Alonso. That's the guy who played first base here, Ryan Howard.
And really what's interesting about all that whole group there, and they're all fine power hitters, is that our old colleague, Ralph Kiner, is really the only old-timer in that group.
Well, that's what made him such a special player. I mean, he won, 7 home run championships in 10 years.
Took Elizabeth Taylor to the Oscars, too,
He lived quite the life.
Almost married Janet Leigh.
There's a strike, 2-1. So it wasn't just all home runs for Ralph, is what you said.
Hey, Ralph comes around, I guess.
You're saying he had variety in the game.
Those two sound like a home run to me.
2-1 to Pete. Lindor at first with nobody out. Escobar waiting on deck. Brogdon's 2-2. And the changeup misses inside. Full count.
Good eye by Pete there.
Tony's having a good day.
It's a tough pitch to lay off. A lot of movement. Like I said, he's very focused day in, day out.
Going to see the change up here as well.
Lindor first, nobody out. 3-2 to Alonso. Lindor not going, and Pete strikes out on the changeup for the first out.
He got caught up on that breaking.
Because Gibson in the bullpen, Nelson was 2-0, came with the fastball, Pete hit it 550 feet. Brogdon was watching and he said, if I get in that position again, I'm going to go with the slow stuff because Pete's on the fastball today.
That was a good one right there. Got him way out in front.
So 1 out and 1 on for Escobar, who's looking to find his way out of a hole. He's looking for his first hit in this series. 0 for 10. He gets first pitch changeup for a strike.
Be nice to see Escobar get a hit here. See if he can get going a little bit.
DHing in the ninth half after playing third base in the opener.
They've thrown a lot of fastballs into Eduardo in this series.
Another pop-up.
Changeup. This one's popped up into shallow left, and Schwarber comes on to get it. Well, you know, if you look at the stats on Escobar, he has torn up breaking stuff all year, and so now it's been mostly fastballs and changeups to use it to get them out.
I said it last year when Brogdon got off to that quick start. It reminds me a lot of Ryan Madsen, who had some great years here with the Philadelphia Phillies.
Did Madsen
It really was
also?
desperate to spring for sure. Put $100 every time Escobar hit a pop-up, everybody would be rich by now.
I knew it was an offbeat number.
I agree, Ryan. I mean, J.D. Davis looks pretty good at the plate now. You know, give him a couple of starts. Why not?
The 16-inning game at Shea, at Beltran won with a home run.
Yeah.
When Madsen won like 7 innings in relief, and then finally Beltran got in his 8th inning.
That was the first time I heard you give us a double out of here.
Because it was like 12:30 in the morning. We had a day game the next day. 2-0 Marte. I can see the similarity, right? Yeah. Tall pitcher, good changeup,
with an Iron Mike kind of motion, you know.
That's a long career. Marte takes a 2-0 changeup that misses, and now it's 3-0 with Jeff McNeil on deck. Both bullpens are quiet.
Hey, you never know, JD.
Chase and Shreve will be going back out for the bottom of the 7th.
Turk Wendell.
And Marte takes a strike, 3-1. Marte, after 3 straight multiple hit games, has gone 0 for 3 in this one.
Still shot.
There goes Lindor. The pitch is high for ball 4, so again an irrelevant tag. And Mets have 2 men on. It's the second time Segura's done that today. The first time he got spiked by Nimmo.
Stubbs doesn't get to play that much. He's just so happy to heave it around the infield.
All right, see if you can know 2 out, I'll be out here.
2 on Jeff McNeil coming up. McNeil was grounded out, flied out, and struck out. Connor Brogdon, the 4th pitcher in this game. Phillies used 4 pitchers in the first game as well. Their bullpen was terrific in game 1. Dominguez, Alvarado, Knebel combined for 3 hitless innings in a 3-2 win. And as Ronnie said, their bullpen is thin to get past that upper tier.
And that's why he hung on there a little longer. Joe Girardi with Nelson early in the game before the 3-run home run he gave up.
You see that from a lot of teams nowadays. They have their A bullpen, and when they have the lead, those are the guys they're going to go to. And then when they're behind, you'll see some of these younger pitchers out there.
Buck Showalter has said a couple of times in the last week, in reference to managing these doubleheaders, he said it's easier to manage your bullpen in a loss than in a win. And what he means by that is, in a loss, you're sending out your 14th, 13th pitcher, and you leave him out there for 3 innings, and then you send him to the minors the next day. Whereas if you're winning games, particularly in a doubleheader, you use all your best relievers, and then you're kind of gasping for breath the next day. Always managing not only for today's game, but for tomorrow's game. Even though you're trying to win every game has an effect on the next game, particularly as far as your bullpen is concerned.
Yeah, what would have saved the Mets, though, is the 2 off days because of the rain and an off day tomorrow. So
3-1 to McNeil, and that's upstairs.
All right, bases loaded.
Back 2-out walks from Brogdon, and that
Yep,
fills the base.
Yo, America. My favorite player is Rodonius as well.
It's 5 walks in this game for Philly pitchers.
Gonna kill the grass. He's walked out there so many times. It's 2 games.
Well, that's James Norwood, who has seen the good and bad against the Mets in the last week. Got his first big league win in his hometown of New York last week, and then was part of that 7-run inning on Thursday. Hey, Geico Sportsnet comes in up at 11. Is that the same graphic we had during the first game, or did they update it?
No, I think it's exactly the same.
It's all good, American. Thank you for stopping in, buddy.
Yes. They're ready to go.
What happens if something happens? Do they have to like, rip it up? I mean, you've worked in studio. I'm not a studio guy. You've got more studio experience.
You know, what happens if something changes? They have to redo the F block, and then they'll just add that to the A block later. So they'll have the A block. But what if the news changes?
JD Davis had a couple of good swings in this game so far. See if he can put this game further and further away from the Phillies.
But in the A block, isn't that where the anchors have to say their names? Because you wouldn't have that in the F block. That's they've already been introduced. So they have to put that on the copy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The anchors saying their names.
Yeah, hello, my name is so and so. Exactly.
All right, 2-0. Good hitter's pitch right here.
Too many blocks.
Well, we have 18 blocks with each game. We've had 36 blocks today. So,
Danny, no problem. Thank you, buddy.
bases loaded, 2 out. Davis has a single and a walk in this game, and there's a borderline strike. 2-1. Brogdon needed a borderline strike.
Some days the umpires just go uncle.
No, really, I want you to stay for the whole second game. They might rally. They could win.
Okay.
No, really.
Oh, yeah.
Center field, but
Quinn, God damn it.
To grab another hard hit ball by Davis. The results.
All right, we're going to the bottom of the 7th. That was another hard ball by Davis, but right at Quinn. So, bottom of the 7th, 6-1 Mets. Oh yeah, so like I was saying before the prior inning, I will be in Colorado in about a week and a half, the 20th. So we are going. I will be in Colorado for the Mets series against Colorado, and I'm going to do my best to do live in game, like the 5th inning, like I've been trying to do at Citi Field, which for some reason their reception is absolutely terrible. But if Coors Field is better, I will have a 5th inning live stream for you guys. And also, I will throw up videos and photos for you guys on the community page so you guys can see it. But we'll definitely, you'll definitely get a lot of my perspective in Colorado. Me being in Colorado for the first time at Coors Field. So, that will be fun. Hopefully everybody tunes in, have some fun, get a little mile high fun, and then we'll go from there. Yes, sir. So I'm curious to see who's going to come in for the Mets. Is Shreve going to come in, stay in the game, or is he going to put in a new pitcher? I'm curious about that. James Mondre Adonis. All right, so bottom of the 7th, Mets lead 6-1.
Revolutionary soldier. No, it's George Washington. Is he revolutionary soldier? Oh, he's the man. He was a revolutionary soldier. He's just at the top of the pyramid.
He's the man.
Chewing out a rhythm on my bubble gum. Sun is out, and I want some.
All right, Elmar, have a good day, buddy.
See you after 3 days.
Shreve is still in the game, guys.
The sun has arrived as well. That'll cause more havoc for the right fielder. Garrett Stubbs leads off, tries a drag bunt and misses as we start the bottom of the 7th. He wasn't figuring on needing his sunglasses today, was it? Marte have sunglasses in right field? I hope so. Because that right now is the sun field. He doesn't need them. There's no sun on the infield. Oh, and Shreve bounces one, and that one caught Nito on the shoulder.
Shreve said, "My bad." Nito's like, "No kidding." Yeah, that is wow. He almost caught grass with that.
A 46-foot splitter. Little league distance. Perfect. Stubbs is over 2. He's popped up and grounded out. Mets have the shift on against him. Roman Quinn on deck, and then Kyle Schwarber in the home 7th. And that's it sharply, but
Right at McNeil. 1 out.
Snags the liner for the first out. Shift proved prophetic.
It's about time the Mets shift work.
McNeil just caught it in the bottom of his glove.
So I am told, I can't really see from here that Marte does not have sunglasses in right field.
Well, look at the shadows. The shadows are 2 off his right shoulder.
Yeah.
Here. So he's the only ball that's going to give him any troubles if he has to run right
in the gap.
Right? And he has to come in a little bit.
Oh, maybe, Jamesy. You never know. You got to get these guys a little bit of work, so it's a possibility.
Well, I just think after 3 days of rain and clouds that maybe, the sun could be especially harsh coming up from underground. To another Roman Quinn who's went up twice and grounded out to the right side both times. Kimmel at least has the sun.
Oliver had a great swing. That's for sure.
In the neighborhood.
All right, Jorge. The franchise. Can't complain about that.
And there's a strike, 2-1. Chris Bassett went 5 2/3, allowed a run on 5 hits, a walk, 4 strikeouts, 101 pitches, lowered his ERA to 2.45 through his first 6 starts as a Met. Shreve falls behind on Quinn, 3-1. And Quinn gets under one to left field. Canna giving ground. No sunglasses necessary.
2 out.
2 out. So Shreve has faced 3 batters and retired them all. And now gets Schwarber with 2 out and nobody on.
Let's watch some Shreve there. So you got to fly out to left, so the ball never touched the ground. And he threw it out of play and got a new ball. That's interesting, right? I was talking to someone from MLB who was in the bowels of the stadium here rubbing up baseballs. And he was telling me they rub up between 140 and 160. And on Thursday's game, they used 111.
So for a doubleheader, does that mean they rub up between 280 and 320?
I would think so.
It's a lot of rubbing up balls, right? It's a lot of Delaware River, Jersey side mud. Schwarber's 1 for 3 in this game. 4 for 11 in this series. And still has been kept in the ballpark for 3 games. Minus this bet.
Okay. Nice count here.
Yeah, Joey did.
So it's always so far, right? Can't predict what's going to happen next. But I think that's amazing enough that he hasn't had a home run in that period of time, considering what came before.
Nice pitch.
Fools him badly with a splitter, and it's 1-2. Aaron's at the ready. So in the ready position. 1-2 coming. And Schwarber
Got him.
on strikes. And
Yes.
Shreve has himself a 1-2.
Jason Shreve, man, been awesome this year. So we're going to the top of the 8. Mets still lead 6-1. Jason Shreve with an inning and a third. Exactly what we wanted from Shreve. I did predict that he was going to pitch the 7th. No shock. But I'm assuming either Drew Smith or Lugo is going to come in the 7th or 8th. The 8th, and then whoever doesn't pitch the 8th probably pitch the 9th. We'll see. But the Mets are in the driver's seat right now, guys. 5-run lead. Again, you always like more runs. You can't complain about more runs. But definitely, the Mets are looking good right now in the driver's seat, ready to take another series of the season. And still, if they win, Still haven't lost a series this year as of yet. Yeah, that was the reason. He has some brain injury or something like that he had to protect his head. So, and he still was a great defensive player. It's amazing. So once again, guys, if you're still sticking around and you still haven't hit that like button, guess what you got to do? Hit on that like button, guys. Not only that people might show up in the last 2 innings, but on the replay is always a good time for people to check it out during the, some people like to check out, especially a 7.5 hour stream. People like to check the ends of games sometimes, and that's what they usually do. Like, I can easily get a couple of thousand replays after the stream, so that's always cool. So you guys have been being awesome with that like button for sure. Oh, James, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Again, no success if it wasn't for you guys. So you guys are awesome for that. And I always appreciate that. Hopefully one of these days, get my dad on the stream. It's been hard. Work, we have crazy schedules, so it's hard to link up. All right, guys. So top of the 8th, Mets lead 6-1. See if the Mets can get a couple more runs here. Make it a little bit more of a comfortable lead.
Subscribe and listen to the Mets Pod, available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Former Met Brad Hand will come on to pitch the 8th for the Phils.
Hand has been good so far. He's not pitching at the end of games, though, like he has for most of his career.
Comes on to face Tomas Nido leading off in the 8th inning. And Nido, who's had a good day at the plate, takes a rip, comes up empty.
It's been a lot of fun, James. No doubt about
center
that.
In the 5th. Then he doubled to left center in the 6th, 2 for 3. Lifting his batting average up over the, I guess they still call it the Mendoza line. I could come up with any player whose name better fits than under or over 200 designation. People have tried to come up with an alternative. Figuring that Mario Mendoza is far enough in everybody's rearview mirror that really doesn't deserve that kind of moniker anymore. But who would you propose?
I'm sure. I think he became a hitting instructor.
He did,
as well.
and a respected one.
Yeah.
Got a piece of that fastball, fouled it back. Nimmo and Canada follow here in the 8th. Mets took the lead in the first inning of this game on Pete Alonso's 2-run homer. Chris Bassett made that stand up. And then Pete hit another one in the 5th, a 3-run shot. Mets ended a run on a wild pitch in the 6th. And it's all been going swimmingly in Game 2 after the Phillies took Game 1 of the doubleheader 3-2. And Hand goes upstairs to strike out Nido for the first out of the 8th.
My favorite about a player and their batting average was Dave Valley, who was an outstanding catcher with the Mariners. And whatever he would hit, there was a local spot called Swanee's. And whatever he was hitting, that's what the draft beer would cost that night. So it would vary, depending on if he got hits or didn't get hits.
So people rooted for him to make outs so that the beer would be cheaper?
I don't know if they rooted for him to make outs, but...
I mean, the bar was obviously rooting for him to get hits, right? But the patrons might have thought otherwise.
It became a really interesting thing.
Yes. Nimmo's been on base 3 times in a row, hit by a pitch, singled, and walked. Brandon is 4 for 10 in the series so far, and with so few of the original crowd of 37,000 left on hands, the Met fans are making the most noise now. Slider from Hand off the plate, 2-0. I mean, out of 37,000, there might be 2,000 or 3,000 left in the ballpark. It's been a chilly, windy afternoon. People with Mother's Day plans, nice dinner after a day game. All of a sudden had 2 games that they could stay for. Some chose to, and some chose not to. Hand behind, 2-0. And Nimmo takes a fastball for a strike, 2-1. And as the fifth Philadelphia pitcher in this game, Christopher Sanchez started, went 2 1/3. Nick Nelson 2 2/3. Andrew Bellotti and Connor Brogdon each an inning.
Who's throwing another shutout in San Diego for Miami here?
That was Trevor Rogers today.
That's in the 9th inning.
Slatter foul back, and it's 2-2.
Good cut by Brandon there. Boy, I tell you what, he's really, really locked in right now.
You know, you were talking about things that he's gotten so much better at, what some of the strengths are, Keith. He used to also have some inconsistency, right? He'd go through stretches where he would have long droughts. He doesn't have that anymore.
Two coming. And that slider hit the shallow center. And back goes Segura to make the grab. And that's the second out. It'll look like he might have tweaked something on his way to the batter's box there.
Maybe I think he might have turned his ankle a little bit on the swing. On the follow-through, let's see.
Right there. Oh,
Yeah, right there, a little bit.
Left foot. That will certainly be something to check.
Ice all night. Ice it.
Just turn that over.
The basketball injury.
With Marcano with 2 out.
Well, that didn't look good with Nimmo's ankle, but he'll probably come out of the game. He should be okay.
Betcha Jankowski's going to come in, play defense, put spice on it right away. We'll see.
Don't see any trainer going over to Brandon, but we'll see in a moment if he gets some medical attention. It's strike 1-1.
You know, like when you're playing basketball, you step on someone's foot and you turn your ankle. Right away, you think you broke your ankle. And then after like about a minute or so, you're like, oh, I'm all right. Not so bad.
Sometimes you go and get that ankle retaped a little tighter, and you come back in.
Did you tape your ankles when you played, Ron?
Yeah, I did too.
Problem was you didn't have any real professional trainers in high school. You had your head coach that did it. And if they did it too tight, so it would hurt. Right? And you have to redo it.
One, two coming. And that's too high. 2-2.
I didn't know if I needed the ankles taped. I just thought it looked really cool.
I needed them because I'd sprained my ankles when I was a young kid. And there's Jankowski. Looks like he might be heating up. Maybe going for defense. We'll see.
I don't think it's much to be worried about. I think it's just precautionary. Take him out. Let him rest. We're off tomorrow. Put some ice on it. He should be fine.
Something he's never done. With a few home run feats he has not accomplished. Rookie home run record, 2-time home run derby champion. And kind of goes down swinging.
All right. Going to the bottom of the 8, guys. Mets still lead 6-1. Again, with the Nimmo injury, again, he turned his ankle. Again, if you turn your ankle before, it feels like the worst feeling in the world, and then it goes away a little bit. He's probably going to be a little bit sore, maybe a little bruised. Again, he has tomorrow off anyway, so might as well keep him out, take him out of the game, let him rest, elevate it, ice it, do the same thing tomorrow, and he'll be ready to go on Tuesday. I feel confident in that. He was walking around the dugout fine, so he should be okay. Yeah, I mean, Nimmo would have probably finished the game anyway, but you know what? Jankowski didn't play in any of these 2 games, so put him out there. Again, the last thing you want to do is put Nimmo out there, and he's going for a ball, and since your ankle's a little sore, maybe a little numb on top or on the bottom, depending on where it hurts. You don't want him to turn the wrong way and then really hurt himself. So just be precaution, a little bit of precaution, and be good. He will be fine. We've been somewhat pretty healthy this year, and that's why this team has been winning, I think, because they've been healthy for the most part. Besides Trevor May, there hasn't really been much, scary injuries that we had to worry about for long periods of time. Obviously DeGrom, but he didn't start the season, so. Oh, there goes the bot again. What else is there? Yeah, exactly, Joseph. It's not, and Jankowski has been a good backup for us. So if you got to take out Nimmo for 2 games just to rest that ankle, Jankowski's perfectly fine. He's not as good, as an all-around player as Brandon Nimmo, but he's perfectly fine to do well. So Drew Smith is in the bottom of the 8th. So probably Seth Lugo will be in the 9th. So here we go, guys. Bottom of the 8th. Mets lead 6-1.
One of that doubleheader when he pitched 2 effective innings.
He'll get 2, 3, and 4.
That's true, Christopher. That's true.
Batting order, Bohm, Harper,
well, Nimmo's in the game, though. He's fine. Yeah, Nimmo's fine. He's playing. Jankowski's in left field, so everything's good, guys. Nimmo's fine.
Jason Shreve got 4 outs, 4 up, 4 down, 2 strikeouts.
Jankowski left, Nimmo in center. So I guess he's good.
5 for 12 in the series. Drew has been in 10 games this year, 11 and a third innings, no runs, 4 hits.
Spotless.
That's good, right? Driven out to center field. Nimmo back a few strides. Gets there at the edge of the warning track for the first down.
There we go. 1 out.
So Bowman's retired. And Nimmo showing no ill effects. Moved back nicely on that ball. Sure did. Tomorrow arrested. That's a back in action too.
Yeah, it can be for sure.
Should Carlos Carrasco to open the series Tuesday night, although neither team has announced their starters.
Depending on which way you turn your ankle, it can hurt in many areas. You just hope it's not an area where the bone can just crack on you.
Here's Harper, is 0 for 3 in this game. Struck out twice, and he gets a breaking ball hit right to McNeil.
Right to Jeff. Easy out. 2 outs.
Harper, and on 3 pitches, Drew Smith has 2 outs. And it looks like the Phillies have 1 foot on the plane to Seattle.
Just looking on the scoreboard.
Joseph, I can only play the radio, and I'm hoping the TV, the Gary Keith-Ron broadcast audio. I can't play the actual video.
6 rainouts
Oh.
on Friday and 3
Let me
more
put that up.
yesterday.
Sorry, guys.
So there are 3 doubleheaders, including this one. And then Sunday night games, what, Dodgers and Cubs?
Yes.
Bueller?
Walker Bueller.
Bueller? Anyone?
Oof. Smith has been awesome this year.
Nick Castellanos is 1 for 3. One of the
Oh, yeah,
hits of the
Joseph.
Phillies in this
I'm
game.
going to find out. Usually
The first
within
game
48 hours of the
against
stream,
Max Scherzer in 6
YouTube
innings
usually
of work.
says if it's copyrighted or not, which I don't think it should be.
Max.
But we'll see.
A lot of soft contact. He also gave up a bomb.
It works with the radio fine, so we'll see what happens with the audio from the TV broadcast.
3-2 deficit over the last few innings, despite some base runners against the Phillies bullpen. Got walks, but not hits. Shoe's been on the other foot in this game. Mets took the early lead, and they have not looked back. Castellanos comes up empty on the fastball, and it's 1-2.
I agree, Michael. Joe, I wouldn't get banned. It's just that whatever, I guess, percentage of money from the stream just goes to YouTube, I guess. It doesn't go to me. That's how it would go for the stream.
And that's right.
Ooh, what a strike 3 call. Nice pitch.
And Smith has a 1.
Well, that was an easy 1-2-3 inning for Drew Smith. I mean, he's been out one of our best pitchers out of the bullpen this year. I mean, if Drew Smith continues to stay healthy, he's going to be one of our best arms coming out of the bullpen. I wonder if he's going to pitch the 9th or it's going to see Seth Lugo to end the game. Yeah, it might be true, Joseph. All right, guys. So it's 6-1 Mets. Mets are cruising at the moment, going to the top of the ninth. Maybe the Mets can squeeze in another run or two. If not, looks like Seth Lugo will probably get the ninth inning just to close it out. So get him a little bit of work since we have an off day tomorrow. So, and then we head for 3 games to the Nationals and then come home to face Seattle. So I can't wait to go to the Seattle games. You don't see those teams all the time, every 4 years, right? So be pretty cool to see a different team for once. I mean, I've been to so many Phillies and Brave games, which is great, but every now and then you want to see a different team. That's why I like the Cardinal series. They only come around once. Kalenic, I don't know if I can boo Kalenic because, I mean, it wasn't his fault they got traded. But it will be fun. Seattle's played well this year. So it's going to be a tough series, that's for sure. But again, the later part of May, the middle of May, the late part of May into June is a lot of tough games. So you got to pad your stats. You got to pad your record. Keep on getting those wins. Like this National Series, I would love to sweep them. We can sweep them. That would be great. But we shall see. All right, guys. Going to the top of the ninth. Mets lead 6-1.
Their championship year in 2008, side by side. Got Mike Schmidt swinging from one side and Ryan Howard swinging from the other. Got Tug on one side, got Brad Lidge on the other. It's nice.
I know, Joseph.
2008, Brad Lidge was perfect.
48 for 48.
Perfect.
And then through the last pitch in the Phillies World Series win over Tampa Bay. James Norwood, who got touched up in the ninth inning on Thursday, pitches the ninth inning here, not with a lead, but behind by 5 runs.
Yeah, he's only able to get it out on Thursday night, gave up 4 runs on 4 hits.
Including the home run to Lindor that got the whole McGill started. Alonso on deck, and then Escobar for the Mets in the ninth.
The whole what?
The McGilla with the Stories Forum. Come on, keep up.
Ken, you said something.
I thought you were going cartoons again.
Where is it? I don't see it.
Clap.
Where is it, Ken?
To ward off the evil hand.
Gotta type it in. It's not around. I don't see it.
With noisemakers. We'll have to give you a little Jewish holiday history.
Yeah, it is funny though. We talk about it, we still haven't done it.
Lindor is 1 for 4 in this game.
But we should beat 2 out of 3 at the least against the Nationals. But can we sweep it? It would be nice to sweep the series.
Out of All Hallows High School in the Bronx. It's head on the ground behind first. Fair ball. Hoskins grabs. Norwood covers just in time to get Lindor. Hoskins was on a rough go a bit over at first base. This time makes a nice play. 1 out.
Plays the long hop and makes the play this time. High speed. It's a hustle all the way down the line by Lindor. 9th inning with a 5-run lead.
So another chance for Alonso.
All right, see if he can get the 3rd home run. First time in his career, we'll see.
3 for 4. He takes a home run cut and comes up empty, 0-1.
It's a good living.
Well, that pitcher has staying power. Been here for the entire 18 innings today. I mean, that's a smart pigeon, right? You know that there are sunflower seeds scattered hither and yon outside a baseball dugout. So why wouldn't you hang out there? Just keep pecking away. Alonso flicks one out to center and
just miss.
A few strides and gets
off the end of the bat.
So be making a bid for a 3rd home run.
It will be interesting to see Jacob DeGrom come back.
2 out and nobody on. Mets are off tomorrow. Back in action.
That would be
Tuesday
cool if
night
Patches.
at Nationals Park. 6:30 our coverage for the first of 3 with the Nats right here on SNY. One more chance for Eduardo Escobar to get off the schneid in this series. 0 for 4 in this game, 0 for 11 in the 3
I agree,
games.
guys.
Norwood just missed. Ball and strike.
Got the Mets for all 6 runs scored with 2 outs again. I mean, it's uncanny the way they're doing it. It's really
Yep, Lugo's warming up, so he's going to get the 9th.
Seth Lugo up. And with, 3 off days in 4 days, it's really a matter of keeping everybody sharp to get Lugo into the game and pitch the bottom of the 9th. I mean, Drew Smith threw only 7 pitches in the 8th. He would be perfectly capable. But rather than having Lugo languish for a week without pitching, it's like Buck will run him out there for the bottom of the 9th. Escobar strikes out on the splitter.
Well, Escobar didn't pop out. He struck out. All right, guys, here we go. Last licks for the Phillies. Mets lead by 5 runs, 6-1. Seth Lugo will be coming into the game for the Mets to close out the game and the 8th series out of 9 to start the season. That is the way you start the 2022 season. And that's exactly what every Met fan could have asked for. If somebody said that to you in the beginning of the year, you would sign on the dotted line really quick. So that's great to see, but it's not over yet. It's only 5 runs. In this ballpark, can happen like that. Yeah, I honestly think that Escobar just needs an actual day off during the game. On Tuesday, he should sit and not play. Put somebody else out there. Put Davis out there, whoever you want to put. But I don't think he should play. Just sit him down one game when the Mets are playing a game. Not regular off days like everybody else. Yeah, Escobar's just struggling right now, guys. I mean, it's baseball. You can look terrible. Like you're not even a major leaguer. And then 2 weeks later, you look like the best baseball player in the world. So that's why you got to love baseball. Baseball will humble you quick. If anybody played baseball, I don't care if it was high school, college, wherever, baseball will humble you. As soon as you think you know everything and you're doing well, it'll swipe the rug right from under you. I'm not worried about Lindor, though. The problem with Escobar, he's the guy that's behind Alonso, who was supposed to be the run producer as well, and he hasn't been. That's what I worry about. Again, I don't look at Lindor's contract and say he's got to bet 280, 35 home runs, 110 RBIs, because I never seen Lindor as that guy. Lindor is a 260, 270 hitter, 20, 25 home runs, 70 to 80 RBIs. I never seen Lindor more than that. Just because he has a huge contract, the Mets gave it to him. That's the Mets' fault, not Lindor's. So we're going to the bottom of the ninth. Mets lead 6-1. Lugo is on the mound. Dominic Smith at first base. A little bit more defense out there. See if the Mets can take another series.
Dom Smith playing first base, Seth Lugo pitching, and Reese Hoskins trying to strike. The Miami Marlins led the Padres 2-0 going to the bottom of the ninth. And former
All right, Rafael, have a good night.
Jorge Alfaro hit a 3-run homer and beat him 3-2. Oh, boy. Hoskins fouls it off, and it's 0-2. That's a bad loss.
Yes, it is. This feels good for Alfaro, though.
Yeah, John, it's a long one. Doubleheader Sunday.
0-2 coming to Hoskins. And the curveball in the dirt, 1-2. Lugo pitching for the first time since last Tuesday. The second game of the doubleheader, he got the save behind Carlos Carrasco. Alonso sitting for the last inning as Dom Smith.
All right, Frankie, have a good night, buddy.
And the curveball pulled foul by Hoskins. Still 1-2. Mets bullpen has been perfect.
I tried,
so
Ryan. I
far.
tried.
Jason Shreve phase 4 retired them all. Drew Smith worked a 1-2, 3/8. Again, the 1-2 from Lugo, and he misses low and away with the slider.
Yeah, but every player is going to say that. Every agent is going to say that for a player. But again, you have to pay attention to his career stats. He is not a guy that can hit 35 home runs and 100 RBIs. He's just not. He was never that guy. The Mets traded for him. That's why Lindor had him over a barrel, because they traded for him. You cannot sign him. Well, he just made a nice catch.
He's making fun of himself out there. Yeah. He jumped and caught
1 out.
his waist. There's a humpback line drive, and he thought it was hitting harder than it really was.
Does have fun.
Yeah. Well, they want to get in that clubhouse and get on to Washington.
Yeah, exactly. Even Mike Trout's not living up to his $500 million contract, $400 million contract. He's not. I mean, is Bryce Harper? Not really. Is Albert Pujols? No. They don't. But when you trade all your shortstops in your, Rosario and Jimenez and those guys, you trade them in a walk year, you really don't have a choice but to sign them. And the Mets felt like they didn't have a choice. That's why they went the extra mile. And who cares about the contract? We had the richest owner in baseball. It's not stopping him from doing anything else. I can see if he was stopping the Mets from getting Max Scherzer, but they're not. So I'm not worried about it.
About 340 last I checked. That's a fastball for a strike, 2-1.
I do have to say, Lugo looks sharp. Not pitching for almost a week looks good.
Leading the American League in batting.
Excuse me.
And that fastball just off the plate. That's 3-1 to Segura.
Yeah, I have some plane flights coming up this week, and I'll be spending most of it getting acclimated to the Mariners roster.
Yeah, the only person that the Met fans want you to study up on is Jared Kellum.
I'll let you take care of that.
He had a big home run. Was it last night?
Yeah, but Bryce Harper won the MVP. That's great. But doesn't anybody realize that when Harper's on a team, it just seems like they never go anywhere? I don't think he makes his team better. That's the problem.
It's hard to keep track when the Mets aren't playing. Which day is which? 3-2 coming, and Segura hits one off the mound and up the middle, a base hit. So Segura never stops hitting against the Mets. That leaves him 7 for 10 in this series. He wishes they could play the Mets every day.
Very short, compact swing.
Joe, I agree with you. I think Harper's a stat patter, and he just does that. I think that's what he is. He doesn't make his team around him better. I don't think he does. He's a selfish player. You've seen that with the Nationals when things went bad. And look, as soon as they got rid of him, it seemed like the team came together, and they won a World Series. It's not a coincidence. Sorry, it's not.
Because, big ninth innings sometimes happen. 0-2 now to start.
Well, it's a fine line. He's out there not only to be ready.
Yeah, but Joseph, this is not
because of the day off tomorrow.
An owner and a team that worries about money anymore. It's not like Lindor's going to bat 180 and be like Jason Bay. He's not. He's going to produce. Not at the level that you probably think, but at the end of the day, he's going to hit you 25 home runs. He's going to hit you 80 RBIs. He's going to hit you around 260, 270. That's what you're getting from Lindor. Look at his career stats. His career stats is not $341 million, but he was at the right place at the right time. That's why he got paid.
At one time, this is outside. It's 2-2. Garrett Stubbs, the on-deck batter. 2-2 from Lugo. And the curveball.
All right, could be a double play. All right, get one more out.
And that's the second out. So now the Phillies are down to their final out. And it will be Garrett Stubbs coming up.
All right, final out, guys. Here we go.
Joe was not inclined to use Realmuto as a pinch hitter.
In an odd way, I think Girardi gave up on this game. He's putting up Stubbs instead of putting up JT Realmuto in a spot where, a couple of base runners, could get interesting, but I guess not. Better for us.
Very few made it to the end of this doubleheader.
Frank, thank you, buddy.
Large portion of them are wearing orange and blue. And the curveball in for a strike as Stott takes second on defensive indifference.
All right, Seth, let's get it done.
And Stubbs swings over that
What a curveball.
Now the Phillies are down to their final strike.
Exactly, Michael. Nobody can predict that Correa wasn't going to get $300 million or $350. At the moment, that was the market. All right, last strike. Here we go.
0-2 coming. Fastball away, 1-2.
It was nice to see 95 on the hand of Lugo.
Stubbs keeps it alive. Roman Quinn would be next. Lugo ahead on Stubbs, 1-2. The curveball outside. Now it's 2-2.
Yes, but they still somehow
21 pitches now.
pay big names that amount of money. It's
Trying
just,
to finish it off for Chris Bassett, who went the first 5 2/3.
it's just how it goes. The market
Smith and now
dictates.
Lugo trying to finish it off. 2-2 coming.
Goodbye. Game over. Put it in the books.
Lugo strikes out Stubbs.
And we take another series, 8 out of 9, to start the 2022 season. 20th win of the season, the first team to 20 wins. Absolutely excellent game. Pete Alonso with the game, 5 RBIs, 2 home runs. Beautiful, a good performance by Bassett. Pitch count got up there, but the bullpen came in and shut them down. Mets take the series 2-1, 20-10, 10 games over 500, 5.5 games in first place. Exactly what we needed to do here. I hope we see Beatty or Vientos. Maybe Vientos, most likely, not Beatty. But once again, guys, Mets win another series, and that's exactly what we wanted. We were supposed to play 4, only played 3, but we took a series. 80 more wins, I don't know about that. Listen, I'll take, 74 more wins. I'll be happy with that. 94 wins, I think that should win the division without a problem. Once again, guys, thank you all for look at that time. 7 hours and 36 minutes. Can't be better than that. A lot of you guys stuck around for a lot of it. So I really do appreciate it, guys. I will see you again on Tuesday. Game 1 against the Nationals. I'll see you guys next time. Great Mets win. Took the split. Took the series. See you Tuesday night. Have a good night. As always, Mets fans, let's go Mets. Good night, guys.